most of the time you go and people say things are funny and then you see it and they're not funny. They're half funny. They're funny adjacent. Not anymore, though. Finally. I'm telling you, I saw this movie, Nirvana, the band, the series, the movie. It was the funniest thing I've seen literally in a theater in years. Everybody was having a good time, just like the old days. It was just like the old days all over again. People laughing in the theater, having fun. So I can only say, as a preamble to this conversation, you need to make it your top priority to go see the movie in a theater. Don't wait to see it at home. Go see it in a theater. Go look at other people sitting near you for once in your life. It's time to leave the confines of your home. And one half of Nirvana, the band, the series, is Matt Johnson, and we have him on the show tonight. Matt, are you there?
Yeah, how you doing, Todd?
You are. Hey, how's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Are you back in Toronto?
Yeah, I rarely leave. Yeah, I was in America, in your country, for the premiere, but after that, I've been back, and yeah, it's beautiful.
What is it like to try to like be in America and see this thing that was not like aimed at America find this fan base and grow like that? What has that been like?
You know, it's so different than the way the movie plays to Canadians, because I think, well, you can tell me, it almost seems as though Toronto and Canada generally plays as a kind of sci-fi premise to people. I noticed that everybody laughs at like the way that I say sorry, or the fact that I'm always introducing myself to people, like just things that are maybe not so common, but in Canada, those things are not seen as peculiar, right? And so it's been very eye-opening. I will say this: Americans like the movie so much more than Canadians do, or at least they react in the theater in a way that I've just never seen before in my life.
It was thrilling because the other thing is that the show is like a private thing for people. Their relationship to the show is that it's them watching it on their laptop, them watching it on their TV at home, and now suddenly for the first time it becomes this. You look around and you're seeing the other people who also like the show for the first time ever.
Yeah, that's a really great way of putting it. And I had always thought when we were making it as a TV series that it was in some ways designed to be for an individual watching it, where the space bar was literally at arm's length and they could pause it whenever they wanted and rewatch it. And it's why it's constructed to move as quickly as it does. Often, I'm not sure what type of theater you saw it in, but I often hear that people will lose parts of the film because the audience is laughing over it. And it's designed that way. It's designed so that like a part of the joke is how unstoppable the story is. Yeah. Like the events of the film happen in such a rapid fire way that you have no choice but to pause it. But we didn't change that approach when we made the movie. And yeah, I guess it led to this very fast, like a joke every minute experience. Yeah. But it was not by design.
But it turned, but I guess in terms of the stuff that's in your DNA, you know what you want as an audience member in a thing. So even if it wasn't by design, that's in you to try to you're on the other side of things now to give what you like to get.
Yeah, I don't want anything to hold my hand. I would say that that's the one of the things that really unites Jay and I as well, is that it's so much more fun to figure it out on your own, and for whatever we're watching to not tell us when it's trying to be funny.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is a big, big difference. And it's in some ways a modern problem that it seems as though we've developed so many cues based on reality television, et cetera, to let audiences know when something is trying to be funny. And for me, that kind of indication really kills it. Like I actually am quite allergic to that. I hate it when something is saying, now this is supposed to be funny. It's so much more fun to try to decode that by yourself.
Yeah, because you also literally might think something's funny that nobody else thinks is funny, and that's fair. To like, you don't need the sad oboe going burp, 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 like telling people, like on reality TV, it's like, this person's an idiot, you can laugh at them, they're being boring. Or it's like, just when the musical cues come, or these really like cheap edits come that just hang the person out to dry, to be just like, it's time to laugh at somebody. It's because when you're seeing the movie, yeah, it does, because you're also playing with, you don't have cues that are like I said, like the dopey oboe sound or whatever, but you like to play with themes and references from things that were not comedies that actually get thrown, like the musical cues, like when you have the Back to the Future thing go.
Right.
It's like, those are not comedy stingers, but those are, in the context of the movie, they become that, because it's this strange, like, kind of like a silent nod to this other thing that if you get it, now you just got a little bit more, but if you didn't, it was just a musical stinger and the story's moving on. So
right, it's invisible. Yeah, you know what? The whole movie, in some ways, is trying to speak in code to the audience that gets it, and I think it's why a lot of the experience of people like you who see it in a theater with other people, you invisibly transmit the secrets of the code to the other audience members. Because I have heard from other people who go to see it in an empty theater that they actually have a very alienating experience.
Yeah,
where they're like, I didn't find any of it funny. And it's because they weren't handed the keys to the car. They couldn't even start driving, because the movie does not tell you when it's funny and when it's not. And to me, that's the joy of it, is that you really need to know how to read the book.
Yeah, you're not. It like, look, when I saw One Battle After Another, the first time I saw it was at the Vista Theater. Couldn't have been more of a home crowd for that movie. People are laughing right from the get-go because they're just like in the mood to read this as something funny.
There are people who love Phantom Thread. They understand that PTA is a humorist first. Yeah.
Yeah. But even Phantom Thread, well, I remember seeing Phantom Thread the first time I saw it, it was weirdly, people were reading it like a drama. And then the second time I saw it, people were laughing at it. Like, it was almost like people relax and can enjoy it. Oh no, I don't have to worry that this person's gonna get shot right in front of me. It's like Marty Supreme. The second time I saw Marty Supreme, I was able to just laugh the whole time and ride the ride from that point of view, because I knew what wasn't gonna happen to the character. It wasn't gonna be an Uncut Gems type finale. So you realize it's like, oh no, I can just have a good time with this. But your movie, it really is like everything gets poured into a blender and people can kind of parse through it and can piece it together how it works for them.
Well, yeah. I mean, I gotta say, Marty Supreme to me is the funniest movie that was made in 2025 by far. I think that movie is so funny. I started to cry at some moment. But it's funny. Like, it's your initial question is actually quite related, which is that what were me and my friends thinking about the American response to this movie? And the truth is, this is a very small, very low budget film made for an audience of about 10 people, and those 10 people are the people who made the movie. And so to try to post hoc answer a question about the intention of the how it's trying to communicate to the audience, I can come up with all kinds of ideas, but they're being backformed. That certainly wasn't on my mind as the film was being made. I'm just doing things that I find funny in the moment, or that my friends and I find compelling, or if Jay and I get into a conversation that captures our attention, that's what we're doing. And so it's not as by design as perhaps it seems.
Yeah. Well, And I think that is in the spirit of the whole thing. Hearing you talk about how this movie came together, you really were just kind of going where it took you. It seemed like for a good amount of it.
Yeah. It's this notion of basically having so little planned that when something unexpected happens, you can focus on that.
Mm-hmm.
The best example in the movie is after, I mean, this is a bit of a spoiler, but a character gets shot and immediately we cut to the news conference of that exact killing. But it's a real news conference of an actual shooting that really did take place in Toronto, where we happened upon it because it was in the national news. It was outside of Drake, the musician's mansion, and we were shooting the movie that day. And so we just drove to his mansion and filmed it as though it was our movie, not even knowing how that would interact with the plot of our movie. We wrote all that stuff afterwards.
Sure.
So
you're reverse engineering these things around a killer scene that you got.
Exactly. And that as a microcosm is basically the explanation for the entire film.
So what were the biggest detours that did not end up in the final film?
Well, we did an entire other version of the movie that was a parody of the book Confederacy of Dunces that took us in that RV all the way down to New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's a whole other movie that didn't make it into the movie.
And how do you explain that to anybody who deals with the dollars and cents on a movie? Is just like, that part isn't going to be in the movie, but we're going to do something different.
You know what? You more or less quoted me verbatim. The fact is, because it's such a low budget film, it's made exclusively in Canada and it's not being made for a studio. Like, this movie's financed by the Canadian government. Mm-hmm. It meant that there were not the same kind of checks and balances that I think are normal for a movie, specifically a comedy. Like, you just couldn't do this in another system.
Yeah. And when you take these detours, is it just like, hey, that'll end up somewhere else, or is it just like, well, that'll be a good story for down the road? Like, do all these things? Do you try to find a home for all of these for things that didn't make the cut on the movie, for example?
Sure. Like, right now, the plan is to have all these things exist in the third season of the TV show, which is as still yet unreleased.
Okay.
But nothing is a waste. Like, the movie would not be what it is if we had not gone and shot that in the first place. And so the tragedy is that, well, maybe some hilarious stuff that really would make it into a great episode or into a film, we just need to wait a while before we can release it. But we're used to that. As you say, the TV show was almost 10 years old.
Yeah. Well, so when the idea was there always the idea like a movie will be the ultimate version of things, or like it will kind of, we do this and it culminates in a movie?
No, it was absolutely a means to an end. I had made the movie Blackberry in an attempt to try to gather the political will to release the third season of the TV show. And when I realized that wasn't going to happen, I pivoted to making the Nirvana the Band movie because I thought that could get the third season of the show released.
Okay, wow. That's you're doing a dance. Someone's dancing a whole lot.
Oh yeah.
It's really well, first of all, I love Blackberry. Blackberry is such a great movie, and it was such a, like, that there's that certain type of narrative, I guess. I mean, it's like a biopic about a phone, I guess is what you'd call it. Like,
yeah.
But when you're telling those kinds of stories, I've always been the biggest fan of those two dudes who wrote Ed Wood, Alexander and Karaszewski, because I always thought Ed Wood to me is like, I don't know if there's a better story that tells somebody's story, because they just picked that. Like, their whole philosophy was pick a window in someone's life that can embody the entire life. You don't need to show Ed Wood when he's 6, rooting through his mother's, lingerie drawer and trying things on. It's just like, just pick a 6 months that embodies the entirety of the guy's life, and that's how. There was so much of that in The Spirit of Blackberry, where it's just like you're just telling the story of these characters. You're not spending a half hour meeting them before the phone shows up. You're just telling the thing, but you know who they are through the story. I really think it's at. I think it's at the highest level that you can do one of those movies at.
I appreciate that, and this Anthony Bourdain movie that I'm just finishing has the exact same approach. I love this. I'm a huge Ed Wood fan. Mm-hmm. I'll just say that right off the bat. And I think that for me, these are the only biopics that I like, is when you're shown, it's like the Lubitsch effect. Like, you're trying to show the audience the absolute minimum so that they can complete these stories themselves. Because that's the joy. Like, you as an audience, you want to participate in the stories you're told. And if you can't participate, then it becomes a kind of passive entertainment that I don't think anybody deeply enjoys.
Yeah. And then you also have to deal with watching actors in old man makeup, which just takes everybody out of everything. Because now all you do is just stare at the hair and the wrinkly skin.
Yeah, sure. It's terrible.
Yeah. That's also, I'm going to just say this. I'm not going to ask you to drag anybody. One of my favorite things about you is that you have no problem saying that you don't enjoy most things. And that.
So you really do know me. It's funny. I thought that you had just seen this film and knew nothing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. That's
the whole thing.
Guilty.
I've seen all the movies. I know the thing. I'm not a piker here. I'm here to do the thing right.
Yes, that's true. And I'll tell you, my philosophy on that is that I think that our society, not to elect myself, but I think that we have really been lacking in the last 15 years of like true court jesters, mm-hmm. of people who are willing in a public way to criticize sacred cows, to talk about movies that everybody loves or filmmakers that everybody loves, and just say something that isn't just glowing praise. Because in the 90s, that was much more common. I like film criticism and critics were brutal back then, and it just doesn't seem like it exists in the same way. Again, that's my own bubble that I'm living in, but I am always trying to exemplify that in some way, because so few people are doing it, and a lot of it is tongue in cheek. But at the same time, I think that if more filmmakers were critical, I think it would raise everybody up. I think that audiences could demand more of the entertainment they watch.
Yeah,
and it would just make the world a better place.
No. I agree with that, because there is like this echo chamber that people manufacture where it's just like the TMZ show when they're all in the bullpen and they're all like one person will like say something and then everybody in the bullpen laughs at it. And then another person says something, everybody else just laughs at it. So it's this built-in thing. It's just like, we're all funny. Because when I say a thing, everybody laughs. Like, you just have the safety of saying something that if you said it outside of that circle, nobody's laughing at, because none of you guys are funny in the TMZ circle. But they have this kind of self-support system that just everybody gets validated. Like, man, we're funny. You hear every time I say it, like a little quip, everybody cracks up.
I noticed this exact same phenomenon in Toronto around improv training groups, which in some ways, like improv comedy is a kind of therapy. I think a lot of people use it to increase their confidence, public speaking, etc. But when that gets taken all the way up to the top levels, I'll say it like this: there's no way there was going to be an SCTV if everybody was so positive about one another while they were doing those shows. Yeah. Like, real comedy to me comes from incisive, almost cruel criticism of one another. That's how you create something that truly is funny is by peeling away everything that didn't work.
Mm-hmm. Like Alan Partridge, I think one of the best things about Alan Partridge is Steve Coogan decided with this character, the way I'm going to criticize things that I think suck is I'm going to make Alan Partridge like them. So it's like it's like this crazy thing hearing him talk about like his favorite author, like the newspaper he reads, like he's crapping on the thing by having Alan Partridge endorse it.
Right, exactly.
And so with the movie, obviously you play with this line of just you're shooting out and about, and it's kind of like action filmmaking. You had mentioned at the screening I saw that you would ask the audience a question that you actually did not answer. You said, what the hardest thing for us to clear was in the movie? And then people were shouting things like somebody said, the Oscars with Will Smith, and you explained what did you say with that again, with the Oscars?
That was one of the easiest. That they just made us stop before he actually slapped the guy.
So,
yeah.
I was trying to think. I don't know what the answer is. I was wondering, is the answer The Hangover?
No. And in fact, for a similar reason, The Hangover was also easy because we're making a broad cultural point using it. Mm-hmm. And so a great rule of thumb, if you're watching something and trying to figure out what has a strong fair use case and what doesn't, is ask yourself the question, is this piece of media extremely important or vital to the point that the filmmaker's making? Mm-hmm. Or the artist, if you're dealing with a context outside of filmmaking. And so more or less everything that is truly endemic to the film, where it's like, like The Hangover, we're making a point with that part of the movie. Yeah. Like when we're playing the Black Eyed Peas, when we're showing Jared Fogle, when we're showing Bill Cosby, those things are, it's like that the movie's making a point with that stuff. It's the things that are extremely tangential that you can almost say are superficially interesting, but not directly necessary. Those are the things where you're really, really, really struggling to make a fair use case for. And that's why I say it's very difficult for an audience to guess what is or is not a easy thing to clear.
Yeah. Well, what was the hardest thing to clear then?
It's funny now, because I've set this up like this, I can't actually tell you. I would have been able to tell you in that theater where where there's no pressure, but now that we're on the radio, I can't tell you because it would be one of those things where because the fair use case isn't as strong, I would be opening up the film to not that I have any fear of this whatsoever, but isn't that interesting? Yeah. How it's like, the very reason that it is so difficult to guess is because it's right at the edge of our legal argument as to why we would be able to use it.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Look, I'm not looking to buy you more headaches with anything.
Yeah, of course. I know that.
So, with all that stuff though, are you now just like, are you like a fair use attorney basically?
Not at all. Not at all. That person's name is Chris Perez, and he's a Californian at a law firm. And I've been working with him since my first film, and he's become one of my most trusted allies on all of these films. So I understand fair use from a filmmaker's point of view, but I do not understand the legalese, not to save my life.
Sure.
It's pages and pages and pages of court documents that he uses to make our fair use case, and I get to read them, but I'm only offering my creative input, and that's it.
Well, exempting the one from the movie, what's an accomplishment like that you're particularly proud of? Something you got away with, whether it's where you shot, what you repurposed. What's one that is like a feather in your cap?
Are you talking about in my career or?
Yeah, you could just any point in your career, like outside of the. We'll do it outside of, the statute of limitations.
No, well, I don't mind. These things are all so public that I would say even to this day, the craziest thing that I did was my second feature film, Operation Avalanche. We shot at NASA at the Galveston campus where they actually did the Apollo 11 moon launch, and where mission control was. And that is a movie about 2 CIA agents faking the moon landing.
Yeah.
And we shot literally at NASA with real NASA staff and everybody participating. And to this day, I don't know how I did that. Like I look back, I was so young that I would never ever, I wouldn't even dream of doing something like that now. But I was in my master's for school, and yeah, I had a different worldview. Well, and that was definitely the craziest.
And are you worried? You must also be worried about getting bounced from America when you.
That's what I'm talking about. That, yeah, the idea of being caught in that situation, we're Canadians.
Yeah.
When really we would have had no excuse. It would have just been like, yeah, lock us up, like we really were doing what it seems like.
Yeah, it really, and the whole CN Tower sequence is still just like, I think about it and I'm just not, it really is just like a magic trick where even if you know a magic trick is happening, you look at it and you're still just like, God damn it, I can't figure out where the trick is in all this.
That's the real genius of Penn and Teller. Like Teller's got this great quote where he says, most magic is just an audience not being able to believe that somebody would spend this much time trying to learn something. And so you think it's magic because the other explanation is so labor intensive that couldn't be it. But I agree with you. There's nothing more fun than watching a film and at the same time trying to decode it and even knowing it's fake.
Yeah.
Like watching something where like, well, there's no way they couldn't have actually jumped off the CN Tower. But even then, how did this happen? Like at no level of analysis does it make sense.
Yeah. It's that thing where, because if you take a step back on magic, most magic, it's either it's a mirror or it's a wire or
magnets,
or it's a magnet, or it's some sort of just like, you look here, go look at that, and I'm doing something over here while you're looking over there. It's like, you can count on one hand the amount of things that are used to pull off most magic. But that's the thing, is like, you're still watching it and you're just kind of like, I honestly was getting like almost like giddy in the theater with just the scope of some of the things you were pulling off, that you're also not like hanging a lantern on it saying like, here's the big thing. It's still like it's in the flow of the whole thing, which made it even better. You're not even just like, hey, we're here to do this stunt. It's like, no, you're here to tell a story, and it has all these things in the course of serving the story.
Yeah, and you can get caught up in those or not. But again, it makes it so lenticular, where me as an audience member, I can know nothing about the construction of film and watch this movie and be like, oh, wow, look, a Back to the Future parody. That's really funny. Or I can be like you, and I can watch the film twice at the same time. Once as I watch the story, and interlinearly as I also unpack how any of this is possible. And so it makes it such a 3D experience. And these are my favorite movies. I love watching. I feel this way about Josh and Ronnie's films, where I watch them and I am having a simultaneous experience where I'm not just watching a movie. I am also going, how did they even do any of this? It's a feeling that for me, I only get watching movies and magic. It's the only two art forms that give me that simultaneous experience.
I know you got to bounce. One final thing. Toronto pizza. Where
Yes.
What are we talking about with Toronto pizza? I was in Toronto for about 4 months, and I did not have a particularly good experience with Toronto pizza.
Oh, you should have called me. I'm going to tell you something. So Toronto is a magic food city, and pizza, if you know where to go, I mean, I'm assuming you love New York pizza, but there's pizza in Toronto that for my money rivals anywhere in the world. but it depends what you like. So
Sure.
the easy, quick answer for, oh wow, that's a really unbelievable slice of pizza, is Batty Alley's. I'm sure when you were here, you heard of this place because it's got like an hour-long lineup every day of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just unbelievable pizza. But then if you like Chicago tavern style pizza, Danny's Pizza Tavern is also amazing, amazing pizza. And if you don't want to wait in line at all and want something casual on like a sourdough crust, Acute Pizza, which is a very, very casual but delicious. But this list really goes on. You can get the lemon pizza at Max, Max Pizza just off Bloor. You can get the very crispy bottom vodka verde pizza at a place called North of Brooklyn, and that's aptly named. But if you like a truly crispy bottom, it's second to none.
Look,
I hope you're writing these down.
No. It's being recorded. I'll go back and get. I've been dragging Toronto pizza for the last 6 years.
Really?
I will drag it no more.
You know what, Tom? Come to Toronto. We'll get pizza together, and then you can let me know because you live in Los Angeles.
I live in LA, but I'm from New Jersey. Because I'll just say, I like New Jersey pizza better than New York pizza. There is actually a difference.
I know exactly what you're talking about because obviously Bourdain is from New Jersey, and the kid who's playing him, Dominic Sessa, is also a Jersey kid, and so I got to enjoy a lot of Jersey pizza, and it's delicious.
Yeah.
You're 100% right.
Yeah, you throw a rock and you hit a great pizzeria in New Jersey, and so what's the rest of 2026 looking like for you? When's the Bourdain movie come out?
I think it's coming out end of summer or in the fall. I mean, it's A24's decision, and so there, but it's going to be in and around that time. And that movie's amazing. What am I saying? It's my own movie.
That's the best thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, you like it really. Like it's. I'm just very proud of it. Like I met that kid Dominic Sessa and was like, oh my god, I'm going to make a movie with this guy. Like he just is that great.
He's the dude from The Holdovers.
Exactly.
Oh my god, he's great.
But he's amazing. He's a 1 in a million guy. Like you just look at his face and you go, you have a million stories and you don't even need to open your mouth. And then I'm making the Magic Card movie, but that's happening afterwards. But I'm always busy. Like you know this business.
Yeah.
You're just always busy. Yeah.
Final thing: how is the show going to be more accessible to people? The season 1 and 2.
Yes. The good news is that in America, Neon is finally going to do a huge release of Nirvana the Band, the show, both on Blu-ray, which it's never been released on ever, and with the success of the movie, which has been so crazy how successful it's become. I think we're going to release the whole thing on a streaming platform in the coming months. I don't know when, but
that's fantastic. Soon. That's great. And look, seriously, I had the best time seeing it in the theater. Everybody, try to see it in the theater if you can. It really is fun to share the movie with other people who are having a good time with it. And look out if you're not familiar with the show you just heard. It's on the way. Late summer, Anthony Bourdain movie. This is all great. Yes. And look, I can't thank you enough for coming on, Matt. I'm a big fan, and this has been a good time.
Vice versa, Tom. Josh Safdie said to say hi. I was just talking to him right before I came on.
Oh, that's very sweet. He's kind. He used to prank phone call The Best Show when he was in high school.
Yeah, fitting. Yeah, he's still a prankster.
He would call up and argue about the Knicks with me.
I've never, ever in my life met somebody who knows more about the Knicks than Josh.
Well, you just met me. This is it.
Oh, really? Okay, never mind.
No. We're all in this upper tier of mentally ill people who will never experience their team winning a championship. That's just how it goes. Matt, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon, and congrats on the movie. It's really thrilling to see everybody love it so much.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to have pizza together, Tom.
Yeah. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. See, that's how we do it. I don't want to hear it. These other shows, hear these other interviews. Do other interviews end with people saying, oh, I want to have pizza with you? No, they don't. They don't. You hear these other shows, they don't end that way. They don't end that way. They end that way on the best show. We make things happen. We make things happen. That's how we do it. 201-989-0012. I want to talk later in the show about dog videos. We'll talk about dog videos later in the show. We do have a Newbridge Notes we'll do in a few minutes. When can we do that in a half hour?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
It works.
And I want to talk to you folks listening about Patreon. Best Show Patreon, patreon.com/the best show. That is the place where you can get everything you need to know about the best show. That is how you support the best show. That's how you support the show. You go to patreon.com/the best show. You sign up. That's the way that we keep the lights on for the best show. And we give you things in return. We give you things in return. You get bonus episodes. You get ad-free episodes. You get this content we do, whether it's Outgrown, the show I do with Julia Vickerman, my wife, and you get Scharpling and Worcester Q&A, and you get all these other things, and you get all the Micah Mania, which is Brett Davis and AP Mike watching through wrestling, and me and Mike having a cold one. No, we have Kelly Reichardt is here. This is so exciting.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, thanks for doing
having me.
So, I met you a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Right?
In Bob Lawton's office?
Bob Lawton, the show, what would you call him, a booking agent?
Yes.
Yes. Back in the early 90s?
Yes.
Right? That's when
yeah.
we were all on the scene together.
Yes.
And then you made a movie, was River of Grass.
Yes.
And that was so exciting. Well, first of all, I want to say the new movie's called Showing Up.
Right.
And it's so great.
Thanks.
I loved it so much.
Thanks. Oh, thanks.
Seriously.
Great.
It's just like, it's kind of the culmination of a lot of things, I think, for you.
Maybe, yeah.
Just a lot of the themes and things. Maybe.
Yeah.
But back then, you made River of Grass was your first feature. And then
I scored a job in Bob Lawton's office.
Okay. And what were you doing for Bob? You were...
I guess I was in Bob's maybe before River of Grass and after River of Grass.
Sure. Okay.
I was a very bad receptionist of sorts.
Uh-huh.
I think those phones were really cheap. I could never hear what anybody was saying.
So people were calling saying, I want to book
Sleater Kinney.
Yeah.
And I'm from the blah 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 and blah blah blah. And I was just not good at it.
Sure, because Bob booked all the cool indie bands, his agency, which was, what's it called again?
It went through different stages. It was the Labor Board, and then it was Twin Towers.
It was Twin Towers, and then it became Legends of the 21st Century.
That was brief, at the end.
Was brief. Yeah, I came up with that.
Right, you did?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
That was
a good one.
But it clearly wasn't.
Well,
didn't.
And Phil Morrison also worked there.
Yes, Phil, who is a great director and a great friend,
and was very good at the job.
Mm-hmm.
And he. I think he left it to go work for De Niro, right? But
I think he became De Niro's assistant.
Right. But when he was working for Bob, he was still at NYU, and Bob gave him a B because he was doing it for a work study.
So he's
he wouldn't give him always room to improve. Always room to improve.
Got to stay hungry at some point. You got to have somewhere to go.
Right.
Someday Bob will give Phil an A. And then it'll be over.
It'll be over.
Phil will exhale and
phew.
So an interesting thing to me, what River of Grass was probably like 93. Okay.
Came out in 94,
Yeah. So you made it. And then there's like one of the things I think people when you make things,
Yeah.
and everybody, sometimes it's like, oh, where were you for this window? And
Yeah.
a lot of people don't realize it's like, my experience is when I don't have anything, I'm still working just as hard as I ever was.
Yeah.
Just things aren't breaking in the way that you got to the finish line with something.
Yeah. Right.
Because when was Old Joy? Was 10 years later?
Old Joy was in 2005.
Okay, so over a 10-year gap.
Yeah.
Because so what is it like to, you make your movie, you're ready to start, and then the other stuff starts.
Then you go work for Bob Lawton.
You go work and try to, because the truth of the matter is you make an independent movie and it's just like, you just got to start fighting to make the next thing.
Correct. Yeah. And that well, it wasn't the funnest time, I'm going to say.
Sure.
But I saw a lot of films during that time. I was still seeing a lot of films, and I was just shooting Super 8, went back to shoot. I sort of, at a point, at a point I was sort of giving up and, saying, all right, I accept that I am not going to be making features.
Because it was just hard to get anything rolling?
It was really hard. And in those days, it wasn't like it was, I came out to LA even for a while and tried to get a feature made, which Jodie Foster was producing. And but in those days, it wasn't, people were pretty blunt, like, well, we don't make women's films. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay. So that was, I'm not saying that was the only thing, but that was a thing.
This was one of the many hurdles that
it was
ahead of you.
It was, yes. And some of the hurdles were my own in that, like, I wasn't skilled at knowing how to get those things done and work those channels and maneuver things.
Sure. You mean to play the game?
Play
like
the
that
game.
Version? Yeah.
I think I had a meeting with Sam Cohen and from ICM at the time. He was like the big guy at ICM. And this was before Google, in my defense, but I insisted upon that the actor in my next film would be Warren Oates, who was dead. So
Sure.
I made my own mistakes.
Sure. So you're
of
saying,
which there were plenty.
I'm not making this movie unless I got Warren Oates.
And that's that.
So, well, guess what?
Yeah.
You're not going to make
the movie. Right. And so anyway, for whatever reasons, but I started adjunct teaching in that time.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember, I was doing the couch hopping for about 5+ years in New York during that time.
Sure. Yeah.
So and that got, waiting for people to go on tour so I could stay at their houses and
water their plants and
feed the cat, whatever would be. And in between kind of showing up on friends' doors and being like, hey, what are you doing? It's 9:00.
Yeah.
What's happening with your couch tonight? And that got old for my friends. And I came out to LA, try to get it going here. That wasn't happening. And then I eventually went back to New York and decided I would try teaching, and I got a job at SVA. But I was also, at that point, working in the mail room at Kino. That's why I'm a little sensitive about the mail.
Sure.
The mail. I was the WGBH mail person during college and art school, and then I went over to the Kino mailroom.
Okay.
And anyway, so I quite liked the teaching. And but I was trying to make some films that were less. I was trying to, maybe I could do this less narrative thing and crack this other world. But I wasn't my brain doesn't really work that way. So
it's such a hard thing when you start and then you realize you're still starting. Like even you did a thing and it's just like you realize, I went through a door, and you realize, there's a couple more doors.
Yeah, there's more doors. Go. Yeah.
Do you feel like you're through a few more doors now, at least at this point?
Doors. Yeah, I'm through some doors. I mean, now, if someone said tomorrow, I mean, there was a while every time I made a film, I'm like, okay, this is our last chance. This is making everyone like it's the last thing.
Yeah.
And so, and now if someone says tomorrow, like, there's no more money for you to make films, I mean, I'd have to find something else to do as far as, I mean, I teach for a living, so but I'd have to find something else to do that I was interested in to keep me going. But I'd feel like, all right, I got to make some films. It would be okay. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen, but I could. It wouldn't be something that I would have a big chip on my shoulder if I never had gotten to make any films.
Sure.
And so, yeah.
Because you also had, as somebody who's a fan of everything you've made.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome. River of Grass is a strange kind of like outlier in a way because you were still
I was figuring it out.
You're figuring it out, and the voice that people probably associate with you. I think if people go back and watch River of Grass, they're probably like, "Oh, that's a little different than what you expect from." So, what was that like? Well,
I kept working during all. I kept like trying to, learn how to edit and kept working during all that time. That I wasn't making a feature, I was still like shooting, and then in some ways one could say the films I was trying to get. I don't think the film I was trying to get made at the time would have been really that great. I do think that one thing that happened is I met a writing partner, Jonathan Raymond, and I think finding someone who. I think that helped my filmmaking a lot, to have as a base, so not to be counting on my own writing completely on my own.
Okay.
I think that, and so, lessons on River of Grass were, it's a battle and on a set, and until you find like the DP that's your DP, which. Christopher Plobvelt is that guy for me now. But, you have to really I used to in that day have to fight for my shots, and you're up against someone. And I really realized on River of Grass, like, oh my gosh, I don't really know what all the lenses are. And I don't know. So there was a lot to learn in between the two films, a lot.
Sure.
And still there's a lot to learn. So, really, the great filmmakers are people that got to make a lot of films. If you look, like the studio film, the great, they made a ton of films. They were practicing all the time. And it's very hard to practice at film because it's so expensive.
But you did something also in that period where you were, I guess, in the wilderness.
Yes, yeah.
You made, like you said, you were making more experimental things. You were making shorter things. You made Ode,
yes,
which was one of the, which I guess is that kind of like a gray market movie?
It's,
degree?
It was Ode was taken from Ode to Billy Joe, which was like a song, a movie, and a book. None of which I had the rights to. So, that was just like an art project that no one was going to see. And it was, shot in Super 8. And
co-starring.
The great Johnny Wooster.
That's right.
And Yola Tango and Will Oldham did the score. And so, yeah.
But so those were kind of those things that helped. Because when you did Old Joy, suddenly it's just like there was such a confidence in the voice and in the pacing, and you're just like you're making people go to you, which is one of my favorite things about the tone you've established ever since. It's like people, you're not walking it all the way to them and saying like, here, watch this. It's kind of like a shared thing. It's like I'll take a step toward you, but you need to take a step toward this rhythm and this level of volume in the movies and on the pacing. It's just like I have always admired the leap in confidence that you took after that and have maintained.
Well, I didn't know if Old Joy was like everyone sort of said they'd give me 2 weeks. And so I didn't know if it would be a short film, or at that point I'd already given up on the feature thing.
Yeah.
And so I was this was going to be like another art project. I'm going to go out for shoot 2 weeks with these people. My real goal with Old Joy, honestly, was I wanted a better teaching job. And I thought I really wanted to teach at Bard because I had been on a film jury with Peggy Awish and Ed Halter. And I just thought, wow, these people are not cynics. They're like really interesting and into film and into teaching. Like this, I want to be where they are. So I mean, what a weird plan, but it actually worked. Like when Old Joy came out, Bard offered me a job, and I had been sort of stalking Peter Hutton for a job before that. But but it ended up being a feature, and it ended up going to Sundance. And but I made all those films with the feeling of like, well, I'm just going to have this one more chance to make a film, so I'll make it what I want it.
Sure. So it's every time it's all the chips are in on each one, which is the way to do it. Even if you know you can make more, it's nice to have a little bit of a fear of
for sure.
You got to deliver. You can't just be like, well, we'll half-ass this one because we're going to get to do
it's
3 more.
It's so much work. It's impossible to not like go for what you want. Like living with your own mistakes is really hard, but living with someone else's mistake would be harder.
No, that would haunt you forever. How do you describe, or how do people receive the pacing of your movies? Like what has been your experience with that? Because for people who might be unfamiliar, you take your time with things. You're not just like bah, 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 bah. It's kind of like you need to just like.
But this is the speed the world is at. The what we consider the slow cinema of today, we're talking about 20 seconds before a cut, 30 seconds before a cut. I mean, I watch stuff like sometimes you watch things and you're just trying to get a sense of an actor, and you're not allowed because the camera won't ever rest on them. And it's just like, and I think that's I think that's because of consumerism, because of advertising. People want to get as many images in front of you as possible, and a lot of films have taken on that speed because that becomes the appetite.
Sure, it's like the post-commercial music video rhythms of things are just like everything is just like making sure you're almost accommodating the least attentive members of the audience and not respecting the people who are ready to go somewhere with something. Right. Like,
well, it's funny. Last night at a screening, this young man came up to me and he said, he was explaining to me that he's been diagnosed with ADHD, but that he explained to his therapist that had to be wrong because he was a fan of slow cinema. And and he said, he explained the films that he likes, and then he said he realized he's thought a lot about it, but it's because with the slower pace cinema, he has to interact with it and he has to think and come up with things. It's not like he's just constantly being handed things, and so it slows his brain down. I thought, wow, that's like the best thing I ever heard about slow cinema. That's
amazing.
Good. Yeah.
You're providing
I'm helping people, Tom.
Sure.
This is really,
your movies are like pacemakers for these people.
This is important work I'm doing.
But I will say, when you watch so much stuff and then you watch, because I just rewatched pretty much everything over the last couple weeks. It just like, initially it is just like, there's always that first adjustment to where it's just like, no, I need to just exhale and kind of ride the ride and realize it's just like my attention has been requested to watch this movie, which is actually not asking much for people. Can you please pay attention to the movie you're watching?
Yeah.
So with the new movie,
right now, people are just deciding not to go. They're like, this is snoozy.
This is why you're not.
Yeah.
this is why you're not in the marketing department.
Right. That's
this is
right.
why you direct these things. So you're just sort of, I'm going to say, I saw it. It's great. And it's really funny. I think it might be the funniest of your movies. Yeah. I think of all of them. I think it's the funniest one. And it deals with something that you don't see a lot, which is the actual reality of how art and being an artist fits into an actual real life. Right. And the demands and the everything that it takes to continue to make art while existing in the real world without being, because most stories about artists are, it's like Van Gogh is like, you know, was that Lust for Life, or these things are just like, but the reality is 99.9% of the people making art have other jobs and they have
such
to go
as myself.
Yeah, exactly. Such as me too.
Yeah, right.
It just everybody, and it was such a really impressive thing to see you capturing what that, just the grind feels like of that. Yeah. But then there's the moments where you're just like, oh, well, this is why I'm in it.
Yeah, this is why you're doing it. Yeah. And some people I think just have, it's how you can make your life work, because you have this compulsion and it helps everything else in life make sense. The actual just making of something, regardless if, you have a built-in audience or not. But you just, it's nourishing to have a sort of practice of getting to whatever it is, the table or the studio or whatever it is. Getting your hands in the clay, Tom. Yeah.
Sure.
But, so that's kind of what we wanted to, that was...
Are things kind of, when you approach something like this, or I'm just curious in general, there's a way to be like, do you think of like a time or a place or a situation like outside in and figure out who the characters that would live in that world are? Or do you think of a character and what, like, do you go inside out or outside? I
think just figuring out who the characters are is the first thing, and how they relate to each other, like the family structure.
Sure.
But we were, this school we shot at, the Oregon College of Arts and Crafts, was an important place in the Pacific Northwest. And like a lot of art schools, it's closed. And so we got to shoot there because it was COVID basically. But we wanted, it's a beautiful, unique campus and place that's, going to be renovated or whatever. So we really wanted to shoot there and have that be the school worked into the story of these two artists. And we even sort of started out kind of with Michelle's character, Lizzie. We knew what art we wanted it to be, and we're kind of starting there, like figuring out who the characters were, sort of working back with the art. And that's the artist Cynthia Latte. And so there was like figuring out how, like I was saying to both the actors when they were spending time with the makers, so they could learn how to do the art. Like you're not looking at these people, these artists, like that's not who these characters are. John and I had this other idea, which was a kind of a big salad of people we knew, and but spending time with them, there's no way, the art's so personal, there's no way, I'm sure they're not like sponging up things about the actual artist. So yeah.
And it feels like tonally you've got this thing where you're having fun, but it's not just like, you're not drilling the community of artists, but you know what's funny about that world, and kind of handing yourself this is my life. Yes. And this is where I live, and there's kind of no getting out. Yes. Once you've made
that. I, it was like a place for me too, where finally teaching, and I've been at Bard for almost 20 years now, could come together with filmmaking. And so even like my colleague from Bard, Ben Coonley, came and built the dome with the projections on it. And so he worked with Tony Gasparo and the art team. And that was cool, just having those worlds come together.
Yeah.
And the school was empty when we started, and so we kind of had to figure out what would be in every room and get all these young artists in Portland came out. Everyone had time because it was COVID, and just started making stuff in all the rooms, and we brought in the loom. So everyone was making stuff, and then these young actors are just hanging around. So they just start getting their hands in the clay and the dye. So it became this functional place of stuff being made while we were shooting, which was just awesome. It was really great.
So it's taking on a life of its own,
It
actually.
absolutely
It's
did,
organically becoming an art.
It was.
A world of
and
art.
it was, that was fun. That was great.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And it is like a very, because sometimes when you're in this world and you're trying to get things going, and it's like you could get knocked over by like a feather when you're at your low point with the stuff. So anytime there can be any kind of like community or comfort that comes from kind of putting yourself out there, taking the risk, saying, I'm going to use my life is dedicated to making things.
Yes, right.
And it's just like anytime you can find those people or those places,
right,
it makes all the difference.
Completely.
It's just like, I mean, I've been out here for a couple years now, and I just try to find like pockets of, because it's so easy to feel bad about yourself in this line of work. It's the easiest thing in the world to feel like you're what you aren't versus what you are.
Yeah, I think teaching kind of like the way again, getting back to the years where I couldn't do stuff, it was like we made a film, we made Ode with, 2 crew people and 2 actors, and then we made Old Joy with 6 people, like including crew and actors.
Wow.
And then we made Wendy and Lucy with 13 people. So it's really grown up, and I've been teaching that whole time, which takes the weight off having to make a living off the films. And so it also keeps, like, my bubble of the film world is so like the community of people I make films with. And then I'm teaching.
Sure.
And so I haven't, though, during those 10 years of trying to get into something that already existed, I know exactly what you feel. Like there was a lot of feeling bad and excluded. But then now I just feel out of it. Like I just don't know what goes on because you're
I'm in these little now.
Or just that I'm in these little communities. And it's not that I'm bulletproof or anything. Like I could put out a film and people wouldn't like it, and that would be bad. But I'm in some communities where it doesn't put. Yes, I have to get money for the next film, but I don't have to. What I think makes you feel bad is if your life gets put in a way, and this film is so expensive to make, even the smallest film, where you're at the mercy of someone else to open a door for you. Like that is, like the people in the film can, not to romanticize not having people to show your work to, but a bag of clay is, you can figure it out. Like you can, though the artist, when I approached her about, the film, she was packing up her studio and being like, yeah, it's not worth it. No one wants to see these things. And now she's on fire making stuff like crazy, And
that's the exciting part, and also the frustrating.
Totally.
It's because you don't get to say when or how.
Or maybe
or if.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's just like, it just is that it truly is a leap.
Yeah.
You take when you say you're going to make these things.
Yes. But, my dear colleague, Peter Hutton, rest in peace, filmmaker that I loved, and a colleague at Bard, like students would come in with all these kind of issues of whatever, grades or whatever it was. And he would just always say, like, who gives a shit? Like, what'd you shoot today? What'd you shoot? And I think that's like what the film is trying to say, like, the important, like in the 10 years I couldn't make anything. I still made stuff. Like you got to keep working in case the door opens, or just for your own, how you're going to spend a day and what you're going to, just for other reasons. Like you got to get down and just do the work at some point. Yeah.
Absolutely. It is the kind of thing I've found, being somebody who in a lot of ways has been kind of outside the circle or system, whatever you want to call it. Like I get TV jobs and things like that. Those are ultimately jobs. It's not, that's not what I'm living for in the scheme of things. Yeah. But the things I care about, doing this show, doing other things that are much more personal, I feel like being outside the circle has been such a gift.
Totally.
Because it's like you're just not scared of anything.
Yeah. It's
like,
a complete gift. Yeah.
It's like you figure out how little it takes to do a thing.
Yeah.
And then you do
That's it. Exactly. No. Trying to get on the inside is a mistake.
It's a huge mistake.
It's a huge mistake.
I got to get one of these teaching jobs you've got.
Yes.
They hiring at Bard for somebody who knows.
Maybe you just gotta, get your name in the hat, Tom.
Sure.
No, but the
so
conversation.
They drew your name from a hat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
maybe you've read a little book, The Road Less Traveled.
Okay, yes, I should. Let me write that down. The Road Less Traveled. Okay.
Be sure to 1972.
Yeah. But when you decided to make something where people you're knocking on the door, here's a script, because you had a script, I remember, it was Royal Court.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow, you are good. Wow.
I mean, I read a few drafts of that.
Oh, you did?
Time,
oh my God, that's so embarrassing.
But it was
okay.
no, it's not embarrassing. It was great. Yeah. But it was meant to level up scope wise in terms of from River of Grass, in terms of it was a bigger endeavor. You were trying to get going.
As far as, it's funny because it was kind of a personal film because it was all my dad's crime scene stories.
Sure.
But it had, I guess it would have had a bigger cast. It would have needed more than $30,000, which I think was the budget for River of Grass. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But that's what I mean. You were definitely saying what if we made a little $1.5 million movie or $1 million or whatever. I'm just saying for an apartment. Well, when you start getting Jodie Foster involved, there's other people.
But listen, look at the people I've had involved. I don't get big. I mean, my budgets are
now they are. But I'm saying now. I'm saying at that point you're trying to play the game potentially, and now you're just you're playing your oin game.
Yeah, but I don't think I ever thought anyone was going to give me $1 million.
Well, we have a surprise for you. Bring it in.
Come on. Bring in that big
there's
check.
There's a sack of money. We're going to make a bad movie now. No, but it's just, there is that point. I've found the best thing that could have happened to me is...
I really wanted to get out of Bob Lawton's office. See, I was really trying.
So badly to get out of there.
Jim Romeo was becoming my boss.
Jim Romeo was your boss. That's,
right.
No, but it's just... it just was such a gift to not be scared of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like you're empowered through your powerlessness. You are more empowered than the people who are on the teat of somebody else's money. Yes. Oh, we can't do it without 60 people on the crew. We can't do it without this. It's just you start to realize, and the times I've dipped my toes into directing things, it's just it's you do it, and you do because you better want to do it.
You better,
because there's not a whole lot else there for you unless it's your own satisfaction. And
yes,
where are we at time wise, Brett? Okay, we'll do another 5, and we'll let you catch up on your schedule because you're a little.
Oh, I'm a little behind. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
The music is such a part of your life. Obviously, music has always been mine too. In your movies, you use it so strategically, and so much of stuff is just diegetic. Yeah. Right? Diegetic. Yes. See, again, I'm learning here. And diegetic means it's if somebody's walking by a radio, you hear music come out of a radio. You don't hear just a score.
Right.
But you utilize that so strategically with that. But like a movie like First Cow, it seems like you embraced like a score, like William Tyler.
Yeah.
Kind of, that was a little more full on, I thought,
Right.
music-wise.
Yeah.
Like the music is more of a presence throughout that.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And how does that, is that just a matter of you feeling what it needs in the process? Because you edit your own movies too, which is another.
Yeah. William Tyler came in because some of the films like don't really have, unless you're in a grocery store, like there's not too much music to speak of except for in the credits or something. But William Tyler came into the editing room and I had been trying different things, a lot of different things, even, like music of the era, which didn't work out at all. And then I probably like a million people, I had the Hired Hand soundtrack at, whichever. But anyway, he came in with his dulcimer and guitar and plucked around in the editing room and then went and did stuff. But yeah, it was a process and it was good, but it really happened later in the editing on that one. Yeah. And I guess that's usually how it goes.
Okay. Well, you feel how much is going to make this
right.
work?
Yeah. Because I've had, in Meeks, I worked with, I can't remember the guy who scored it. I'm spacing on his name. Jeff Grace.
Jeff Grace. Okay.
Wow. He did a great score, I thought, for me. It was, it's weird sounds. We were mostly working with like wind instruments and sounds. Like that was kind of like, don't think of score, think of sounds for Meeks and Night Moves. And then Certain Women, he did a score and I only used like one little bit of score in that movie. And it came in and went out, came in and went out. And depending on the day I had to get out of the editing room, it could have gone either way. It's like, it works this way with it, works this way without it. So, it's a weird, I like to deal with all the other sounds and then see how music works. But this, in showing up, I really felt like I needed some sort of like technology to counter all the tactile stuff that's in the movie. And so our Ethan Rose, he came into the edit room with his computer, and that's how that music gets made. And so,
yeah. You mentioned Certain Women. I just watched Certain Women last night, and the Lily Gladstone stuff is maybe the most. Like I just started bawling my eyes out.
Lily.
That's one of the most. That's one of the most amazing performances.
She's great.
I've ever seen in anything, let alone for somebody as relatively new to the game as Lily was at that point. It must be so exciting to see. Like now she's in this Scorsese movie.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
And she came and did a part in First Cow, and she had to learn a Cayuse like a Chinook language, and she I think she's the one I've learned since someone who actually speaks the language heard it, and I said, "How'd we do?" And he's like, "Lily got it. Lily was good." I was like, "Okay." But really fantastic. Which is funny because the first days we shot with Lily, we started outside with the wide shots in the on the ranch, and she had been working with the rancher for so long. She was really, and I had stripped everything down because I didn't want the horses to be scared of the crew. So it was just like 4 people and no one doing her makeup or no prop. She was managing her own props and everything, and so she just kept. Like we'd shoot the part she's supposed to shoot. She'd walk out of frame to go get a bucket for the horse. Like, oh, this isn't supposed to be over there. And I'd be, I don't care, Lily, because I'm making a movie right now, this is what we're doing now, making a movie. And then she, it was really, it came to this. There was this moment where she was like, Kelly, I know you're the day, like once you feed the horses, that's it. Like you're done. You can't refeed them. So if that doesn't work out, that's over for the day. And we had a limited amount of time. I know you're really frustrated with Kelly, but I talked to my grandmother about this and she said, the only thing that matters is you're all together and you're the sunset and this. And listen, Lily, no, stop talking to your grandmother. Listen to me. You're like, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Your grandmother's directing this movie.
Listen, I don't care if you shoot about the sun. All this, this is what I need.
Yeah.
You're going to get this. And then I realized like I'd put her in this position where, I was like keeping everyone away to sort of make it so real. What I needed to do was like get the prop person back in, get the costume person, get the makeup in, and make her feel like she's in a movie. Mm-hmm. And that like was the corrective. But it was a couple days till I was shooting in a small space where I was really getting close to her. And I realized like, wow, you could put a camera like 2 inches from her face and she can just be truly herself. There's no like it took me a few before, and I was like, oh my God, this person's, I'm into something really lucky and wonderful here.
No,
and
she's
and
truly
so
amazing.
Yeah, she's great. And so that was that was luck of not even luck. She really sought us out, and she really did a couple readings. She was great, and her readings really stood out. Mm-hmm. So I'm really happy for her.
Well, we're going to wrap it up. I just want to say one thing. First of all, the movie's showing up. It's so great. I was so blown away by it. Congratulations on another winning streak. This winning streak. You're like...
We're just winning. I'm just winning.
10-0 now? 9-0? 10-0? I don't know. The only thing I have to say about the movie, somebody driving in a car, listening to the radio. I do that. But in this movie, who do we hear coming through the thing? Toddophonic Todd.
That's right.
It's the only red mark I'm giving on your movie.
A red mark. Oh.
Negative.
Because it took you out of Portland?
It could have been me.
Oh.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, God.
Todd has enough. How much does Todd need?
Right.
I'm going to get my break. I need my Lily Gladstone moment.
Okay. Gosh. Wow.
I'm happy for Todd. He deserves everything he gets from it. Nothing but the
Listen,
best
he's living
for
in
Todd.
Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
You're out here in La La Land. Give the guy a break.
Sure, exactly. To be fair, yes, Todd,
kudos.
I'll see you at the Oscars, Todd, for best supporting actor. I guess he'd be the shortest.
He's in the union now.
Did he have to join? No,
I don't know, actually.
No, I hope. Todd,
I'm
just teasing.
He has to pay dues from now on.
Yes. We have Todd Haynes on. Hello.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. How you doing?
I'm good. I appreciate you taking some time. And I know your time is limited. So, Todd, you just say to me, I'm going. When you're done, we're done.
All right. I appreciate it. One weird thing is I've had just crazy Wi-Fi stuff going on today. I can't. Every time I've tried to make a phone call, it's shut down. So fingers crossed. I have 3 bars right now.
Okay, we'll do what we can.
We'll do
now,
what we
Todd,
can.
I appreciate you coming on the show. I just want to say I'm a huge fan of your work. This Velvet Underground movie, I've seen it twice in the theater and watched it at home also. I am completely devastated by how perfect it is.
Tom, that's super. Thank you for saying that. It means a lot.
I mean,
thank you so much.
When you go and take on a subject like this must be the scariest thing imaginable, because this band is like sacred for so many people.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I kind of had to shut my mind to that and just, realize that I am a very lucky guy. I am being asked, via Laurie Anderson to do a documentary film about the Velvets, and that John Cale agrees to, participate in, and Mo Tucker, who we finally connect with, agrees to participate in, and I think what I realized right away is that there would be inherent challenges, unbelievable challenges in how to visualize this this music, right, and this story, because the band does not reside in all of the places that you'd expect to find any, most rock documentary subjects, promotional footage and live concert stuff and all that stuff. But at the same time, I knew that this was what made this particular project so absolutely unique and special, because I would need to rely on the cinema of Andy Warhol and of the avant-garde filmmaking that was surrounding this band's life and coming into being, and that this was this incredibly rich and fertile time and place in New York, and that there was all of this visual material that we could use to try in some fashion to sort of stir up what it might have been like to have been there.
Yeah. And I mean, you structured it in such a, the bar is so high on this in terms of how you're going to tell the story, and going through the art version and New York before everything kind of popped, no pun intended. Right. You structure it so that it's like these two icebergs of, one is rock and roll and one is the avant-garde, and they're both just heading toward each other in like this collision that everybody knows is coming. And then when they hit, it's just like the movie it's just so amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it was our own curiosity about where the sound came from, where the different musical influences that were leading John Cale and Lou Reed in their own sort of paths that were not expecting to find each other. It was it was kind of like, as Tony Conrad says, like an unbelievable accident, a miracle, that there was this collision. And yet you also see all of these instincts being played out on both sides of that divide, those two icebergs, as you say, that are interested in rejecting what's been done before in one way or the other. And even if Lou Reed, heard Dylan and was like, okay, I can bring poetic content and sensibility to songwriting and rock and roll, but my content is going to take me somewhere else that he hasn't explored or even thought about. And he would eventually tune all of his, the strings of the guitar to the same note when he played the ostrich as the primitives for Pigwig Records, which is in a way what John Cale was doing with Lamont Young, playing a single note in a duration and hearing all of the resonances within that and what that does within the musical expression. So they were both, they were definitely doing it in different ways and with different cues and different influences and inspirations, but there was so much interesting rejection of the status quo, rejection of what had been done before. But what's crazy to me is how much they were also rejecting all the stuff that was going on all around them in the 1960s, which was such an innovative time. But these guys kind of had to create this attitude of saying no to it and holding off together and feeling and almost erecting that kind of disdain that Cale describes as a creative, practice that would get them somewhere together. And I know that shooting heroin together further isolated them from the world and further made them feel like it was them versus against the rest of the world. All of those things were feeding and fueling the artwork that they were trying to find together, So
absolutely.
Yeah, it's just the most amazing time. It's just and to be making this film as we're coming out of the Trump era and entering into the COVID era, it just deepens the value of what this time represents, and particularly today, and what we could learn from it, and hopefully like just feel a little bit of its energy and its irreverence and creative spirit and all that.
Absolutely. What are things that going through all of this archival stuff, either visual or audio, like what are some revelations and surprises that just kind of knocked you back?
I think it was like a lot of things that we were following. I was following my instincts. My editors, Afonso Gonçalves, who I've worked with on many films now, and Adam Kernitz, who I'd never worked with before, but Fonzie and Adam had worked together on the Stooges, Jim Jarmusch's Stooges doc, and Fonzie had a great experience working with Adam, and I met him and Todd. Hey, Todd.
How are you? Oh, so you were saying your editors, they worked on the Stooges doc.
On the Stooges doc, and we were sort of following our instincts, and I was like, okay, we have Lamont Young describing this drone experience, and John Cale as well, and how then Jonas Mekas takes Andy Warhol to see a Lamont Young concert, and then all of a sudden the next thing people know is Andy Warhol is working in these long form films, silent films, Kiss, Sleep, Kiss, and then Empire, so we're like, of course we're going to play the drones and we're going to show these images from these films, but it wasn't until you literally see them, you hear the music and you see the images, and you have this sense where you're making the discovery yourself as to how one medium of art is informing the other. And that became sort of like the example that I wanted the film to make as much as possible for a viewer, which was like, yes, there's an oral history, yes, there's all these great interviews we have, and they're telling you the story, but I wanted you to feel like you were letting the images and the music lead the experience. And the words were almost behind your own discovery process. So that was one example. Another was just like watching a screen test in its duration for the first time. I'd seen.
Oh my God!
Right? We've all seen
the way that you have Lou staring, like trying to like in like a staring contest with the camera.
Yeah.
I was like rattled when I saw that for the entirety of it, because it really is like he's challenging the camera.
He is. It's like a 2.5 minute, piece of living portraiture where somebody is breathing and blinking and existing on film in front of you.
Yeah, and then you have Cale look so beautiful, but he is just looking at a 45-degree angle.
Yeah.
Like,
and then the slightest gesture, the slightest tick of the head, the viewer, you read a response as if he's responding to something in the frame next to him that's telling the story of his childhood, with all these, other clips from avant-garde film. And you also feel like they're kind of witnessing the documentary itself being told, and it pulls you both out of it and deeper into it at the same time. But yeah, things like that. I think letting these films play out
it must have been fun to play, kind of like you got to do your own version of Chelsea Girls in a way.
Yeah, right. That's where the inspiration came from. And every time Chelsea Girls, for people who don't know, it's Warhol's most famous, critically well received of his avant-garde films. Before Paul Morrissey was pretty much directing the narrative versions of them with Joe D'Alessandro later in the end of the 60s and 70s. But it's a dual projector movie where 3.5 hour series of two films are being shown next to each other. And even though projectionists are given precise instructions about when to start the second projector, like 4.5 minutes after the first projector starts, start the second one. Every time that those two projectors play it, it's going to be off a little bit. It's never going to be the same. So the way one frame speaks to the other frame is always going to be slightly different, and the viewer is going to be there to bring it to life, because you'll be seeing these connections. It'll only be happening for your version of seeing that film.
It's just really. I actually had heard from my friend Ronnie said that that when Warhol actually was not as hung up on the timing of Chelsea Girls as maybe through time, and the estate maybe was a little more precise with it.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to be specific about it. Rick Linklater actually circulated a video version of it to friends for a Christmas present, so he sent me one. And Rick has actually been sending me copies of Warhol films that he would do, in the old days on VHS tape, from prints that he would show at the Austin Film Society. And but he sent this DVD of Chelsea Girls, and it included what a typewritten page that was circulated to projectionists, which sounded very, very specific. But I think Andy was always kind of looser and open to the accidental, and people may know.
And that's kind of the beauty that gets lost, I think, now with Warhol is first of all, the radical aspect of Warhol's work, and just there's an exciting energy and chaos to stuff that I think maybe those edges get sanded off a little bit.
Exactly. Like a controlled chaos, but with a tremendous sense of kind of conjuring, the affect from the people around him, and creating a space where people felt safe to try all kinds of things, and that was communicated by everybody I talked to who was there. Was even if Amy Taubman would bring up really interesting things about the hierarchy of beauty that a woman might feel in the factory, and I'm sure young men felt objectified by that eye, because everybody was sort of vying for the camera and the lens and wanting to be selected for the next, film or screen test or whatever it might be. But as John Cale, he talks about it like a playland of acceptance and a taskmaster who really wanted people to be producing work all the time. And that's what they did. And so they were using amphetamine, but they were using it to fuel this constant productivity, and then go out to parties at night. And like, come on, man, that's really having it all.
That kind of sounds like the best version of anything ever.
Of drugs, exactly, totally.
You always pick, not always, often throughout your filmography, you have these kind of unknowable characters at the center of the movie. Whether it's Safe or, obviously I'm Not There, or Velvet Goldmine. And this is almost like the mother of unknowable characters for me, is just Lou Reed. It's like everything and nothing.
Exactly. And I do think him not being here, look, if he was alive, I would have wanted to interview him. No question, he would have been the first person I would have gone to for this, and it would have been a different film. There's no question it would have been a different film than what it is. But he isn't, and I do think there's something about that structuring absence and a kind of yearning for him that the film maintains simply by that fact. And that I think serves the sort of power and what's enigmatic and unmasterable about this music and this band. And it should never be something that you could just reduce down to a couple of lines. It should remain mysterious and infinite, and and unknown. And I think what's amazing about the music is it still sounds like it still sounds like an experiment that just happened yesterday. Like it has that vitality, which is rare, obviously, and for music that finally has become as well known ultimately and as it has.
As somebody who, this is my favorite band, you did right by them to a degree that I will forever be appreciative of. So I really do thank you for that. And I know you're busy, and I just also want to thank you for your time. And I also want to say, look, I missed the boat on I'm Not There when it came out, and I want to officially bow before you and say I was wrong, you were right. I get it now. Sometimes I'm not so smart, and this is one of the cases where I'm not so smart.
All of these subjects we all have really personal relationships too. And that's great. That's what's amazing about them. And I tried to take a non-reductive view of Dylan and multiplying and have the film be an argument among different sides of him and selves that he produced and that I felt he really was arguing and disavowing who he was yesterday, but not through some big grand, project or concept as much as, although I loved what that said about identity, it's usually what interests me is people who resist against a sort of stable, reducible notion of self or whatever. But I think it was also just simply to clear the air for the basic need, which is for him to always keep making stuff and writing songs. And the pressure to be Bob Dylan in the 1960s was so enormous and so, confining and limiting and terrifying, I would think, that you have to almost aggressively push away the expectations each time. And I think that it was partly just simply a survival mechanism for him.
Yeah. Well, I had not pushed away enough of my baggage when I saw it the first time. So it took me about 13 years to push it away. I did push it away, and now I'm on board.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, look, thank you so much for taking the time. And thanks again for this movie.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sean. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Well, take care. I'll talk soon.
Yeah. Talk to you.
Okay. Bye. I said a couple years ago to all you listeners, next year, Mary Bronstein's going to be on the show because she's going to have this movie, and you're all going to get crushed by it because it's so great. Mark my words, and my words came true. I like how I'm almost taking credit for having be responsible for the actual movie. I watched it. That's what I did. Mary Bronstein, how are you?
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Can you see me?
Oh, yeah.
I can't see you.
Okay. Well,
we'll make that
happen. That doesn't seem fair.
They're going to make that happen for you.
I don't need to see you. I know what you look like.
You know what I look like. You've seen it. Yeah.
It's fine.
Now, how this movie...
I like. Yeah, the movie.
The movie.
You're also in the movie, which you forgot. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Which you didn't mention.
Well, the thing, I'm not in it, and I'm not on camera jumping around. Well, nobody was jumping around in the movie.
Nobody's jumping around.
Not very jumpy. It's not Who jumped around in it?
A little creature jumps around.
Oh, that's
maybe.
True. Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, there's a little creature.
But for the discerning ear, someone with it, they will hear Tom Scharpling.
Because it's a radio. There's a radio playing in the background, right?
Oh, yeah. Let's not give anything else away.
Well, it's not like the plot hinges on that.
There's a radio. Yes.
Yes, there's a radio. Oh, you ruined the movie for me. I didn't know whether there was going to be a radio in it, and then I tune in, and they're talking about the radio.
Look, it's important. It's important to me that people discover these things.
Well,
I'm just saying, go to the movie. If you keep your ears open, you'll hear this voice.
Absolutely. No, you wrote this script how many years ago, Mary?
I started writing it 8 years ago.
Wow. Okay.
And I'm here today talking to you 8 years later.
Yeah.
But that's independent film. That's independent film. I could break down those 8 years for you. 2 years writing.
Mm-hmm.
4 years finding a home.
Mm-hmm.
Then 2 years ago we wrapped.
Mm-hmm.
Then did post, and then I've been peddling this thing at festivals since almost a year.
Yeah.
Since dance. So that's 8 years.
That's pretty amazing. And this movie, for anybody who's not familiar with it, this is what you pulled off with this movie. I just want to say it's an amazing movie. I love it.
Thank you.
But it is a journey when you see this movie. Like you take people somewhere with this movie.
Oh yeah.
And it's really intense, and you strike this balance between being incredibly grounded, like almost too grounded in reality, and then you counter it with just these surreal elements, and you're just kind of like on your heels for so much of the experience.
Yeah. That's a great way to put it. I tell people when I do introductions is that it's an experiential film.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so much a movie to sit back and passively consume as it is to sit there and just trust me to experience. And like you said, take you into the dirt and the ground. I take you to outer space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
yeah,
it's basically your version of telling something, of dealing with the trauma and stress and pressure of being a mother in extreme circumstances. In
extreme circumstances, yes. So most mothers, thank goodness, will never be in this situation. But it's also a movie very much about trauma. But also, by the way, I think what I do want to say is it's funny too.
Yes.
I'm making it sound really not funny.
No, absolutely. But that's another element of it that
yes.
You're not sure which. It's like spinning a wheel on the boardwalk, and it's like boop 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 boop, like funny. Okay, now it's gonna be funny for the next 3 minutes. It's like spinning again. It's like horror. It lands on horror.
Absolutely.
Like, yeah, and you're just not sure which ones are coming up and when they come up. Like seeing it in a theater with people, because I had read the script before, so I had a general idea. But I will say, even having read the script, I was not ready for what it was like to watch the movie. Even though I knew the story, I was back at the beginning with everybody else.
You know what? It's true. I like to keep people on their toes, and I like to say it's like a tightrope. It's like a tightrope walk. And you never. I like people to feel a little bit like this while they're watching it, because when I'm a viewer, when I'm watching a movie, my least favorite experience is when I feel like I'm ahead of the movie.
Sure.
I get up and leave. I don't have time for that. I don't need that. So I tried to make a movie that nobody could get out of. And at times, I've realized I wasn't even ahead of it, because people have given me reactions and interpretations that I never even thought of, which is I love.
That is also a wild part of this, because you're telling something that's so. I can't picture a more personal movie than this movie.
Yeah.
But when you make these things, they don't belong to you anymore. They just belong to. You're just now. You pushed the movie out of the nest, and it now can fly. Well, hopefully it flies. Like other things go.
Hopefully it doesn't fall like a
But it's just like it's a weird experience. I can only say, when I wrote my book and I saw the first person write something online about it, like months before I thought anybody had seen it, and some guy wrote a review of it, I got like nauseous, because I was like, wait, And I was like, oh no, I can't take this back now. This is like,
Can't take it back.
I saw the line and I saw that I had now crossed the line, or the book had crossed the line, and it's not mine anymore. Now it's just mine to tell people about it, but whatever's in it belongs to everybody. And when it's your life's personal things in your life, what has that been like for you?
I mean, it's been really, 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 really gratifying, I got to say. I enjoyed making the movie. And I enjoyed every part of making the movie, but having the movie play in front of audiences and having just watching a theater do like react in the way that I wanted them to react. That's like a drug like no other. That's like being a comedian and getting the laugh.
Mhm.
You know, it just it's been really exciting. And it does come from a very personal place, but I've abstracted it out so much and spent so much time with it now that it doesn't I don't relate with it on that level anymore. Now
Sure.
it really does belong to everybody.
Mhm.
So Rose Byrne plays the lead character, and she really, like, when we were preparing for the movie and when we were shooting the movie, a lot of times I really thought of her as my emotional avatar. I'm having her say and do these things that in real life sometimes I wanted to say and do and could not. And I'm having her do it, or I'm having her, enact deep emotions or fear, existential fear, or watching her just make me laugh off of an expression. And these are all things that, like, it's me, but then it's not me. So the movie is, I feel the same way.
Yeah.
It's me, but it's not me. And also what's the thing about movies is that if you think of all of your favorite movies, I mean, most movies, this movie you should definitely see in a theater, and most movies are best seen in a theater. This one particularly because of what I do with sound.
Oh my
I
God,
think
yeah.
is people will miss out if they wait to see it at home. But most of the life of a movie is not in a theater. Most of the life of a movie is when we were growing up, we're old people, so renting it on a video, or now seeing
We're
it on a stream.
older, Mary. We're older. We're
We're
not
old.
old.
We're
We're
old.
older
We're older than what?
than we
young
were
people?
yesterday.
Than
But the
we
best
were
thing is, all these people go, "Oh, you're old." Guess what? We're aging at the same rate. Stupid. You're going to be right where I'm at right now.
You know what? It's true.
So
It's true.
I was not
It's
calling
true.
you stupid. Also, I was not like, "Hey, you stupid."
I could take it.
No,
I could
I'm
take
not.
it.
I wasn't.
Look,
I'm
if
like,
you think I'm
I'm-
stupid,
No,
it's fine.
you're not. No. It really, the sound design is just next level on the movie, and it's. I see. I'm walking a very. I'm trying to be like very. I'm trying to hold back on talking about certain things too much. What is the line for you when you tell people what the movie is about?
Well, the movie is really a character study of a woman whose life is literally falling apart all around her in all different ways, while she's trying to take care of a child with a mysterious illness, and her husband is away. And that's the essential. That's as much of a plot as this movie has. The rest of it is all unravels. And I'm also never sure, like, what to give away or not. I feel like people like to be surprised. There's a trailer out that exists that people can check out. And since it's in the trailer, I will say that what precipitates the entire movie unfolding is that this woman's the ceiling of her bedroom collapses, and a biblical flood sort of comes out, and the movie goes from there.
Yeah.
But that's where we start. So, and it gets worse.
Yeah.
You know, and I was lucky enough. But what I was going to say was like, you know, you don't you don't have the director, you know, sitting next to you, telling you what things mean in a movie or what you're supposed to feel about in a
Yeah.
movie or you know whatever. Only if you go to these, you know, Q&As or you go to these special screenings or whatever. But for most of the life of the movie, I'm not going to be sitting there talking to people while they watch the movie or
Yeah.
before or after the movie. And so that's the part that I'm very excited for when when I fully give it away.
Yeah.
And it's like I'm not there to I'm not there. I'm not there. You can't find me.
Yeah.
I'm in the movie. I'm the movie.
You are the
and
movie.
that's it.
Yeah. No,
And that's it.
well, first, when I go to these Q&As, what I like to do is ask
Yes.
a question
Right.
that isn't a question.
I know what you make a statement.
I like
You
to
make a
just
statement.
show. When I go
Yeah.
there, I'm like, I need to show these filmmakers that I know what's really going on,
I'm familiar with you.
and I
Yeah.
make a statement that is just the most self-serving thing to show that I know movies just like you guys, and then you sit there and you wait for my thing, and I just go, and that's the question. That was my question. It was
I
actually
wait
more of
for-
a statement. Thank you.
I wait for those.
Yeah.
I wait for them. I can't, everybody. I think I'll speak for all filmmakers. We love those people. I mean, they're mostly men. Love those guys. I like the ones too that stand up and tell me what my movie is about, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
sit down.
Yeah, that's the
Those are
best
the-
version of
It's
things.
great.
Where it's like,
And they're never correct. But it's just, you know, you just gotta let it happen. It happens.
Yeah.
I mean, do people really like Q&As? Do audiences like them?
no,
I don't know.
I don't think.
No.
I think everybody sees these Q&As
Yeah.
as what's your ulterior motive for the Q&A? Am I here to try to, after it's over, go up and quick say hi to the person? Am I here to ask about how I can show my script or my short
Oh
film?
my God, it's making me anxious just thinking about
Am
it.
I here to show off to everybody? Am I here to kind of nag the people by saying something actually insulting about their movie, but sandwiched between positive things, so they realize I'm not just not here to like kiss their ass. I'm real, and I'm here to. I'll put your thing down right to your face. Like,
You gotta love that. You gotta love that guy though.
yeah.
But I agree. It's a lot of pressure, and I think that very few are entertaining. I think it's the onus of the filmmaker and whoever else is doing the Q&A to make it entertaining.
Yeah. Now,
To,
go ahead. No, go.
that's all. That's all. You can interrupt me. It's
Well,
okay.
we're there. Well, you put it like that, it makes me seem like I'm just steamrolling you left and right.
I'm a teaser, Tom.
Okay, I know, but they don't know. They don't know, Mary. Were there horror movies you watched that influenced this?
Yeah. So 99.99 whatever percent of the movie is the special effects are practically done, meaning there's no computer involved. They're done on set by craftsmen and in camera. And that was super important to me because as a viewer, I always think that those kind of effects, they're just more, they're more visceral, and they end up being scarier, more terrifying if you feel like you can feel when something's actually in a room happening. So I was very influenced by movies that had happened before computers. And again, I'm talking like an old person. Computers,
Yeah.
CGI, like Poltergeist, looking at that movie and thinking, well, how somebody had a vision of these spirits coming out of a television, and they didn't have CGI. How did they think of how to do it? How did they come to that decision, and then how did they execute it? Or something like Nightmare on Elm Street, which is one of my favorite horror movies. The part where Johnny Depp gets, sucked into the bed and the blood is coming out. That's done by the set being done upside down, so the blood is pouring, and then the image is flipped, so it looks like it's shooting. So it's getting my mindset in with those types of movies was what I was really inspired by.
Because that tangible quality makes such a difference with it, because like whenever I see any of these movies that were just supposed to be like the state of the art movies now, if like it's like these Star Wars prequels, it's like an 11-year-old could do, literally an 11-year-old can do better effects than that at home right now. And those movies they're just garbage now. Like they're completely out of date because
they're garbage. Yeah, and something like these movies that I'm talking about never look out of date, because they're not using because they're using actual like artistry and craftsmanship and ideas instead of whatever is the latest version of technology. And the latest version of technology is always going to be old. It's always going to be old by the time the movie comes out. I mean, like, and like, if I think, you remember like sitcoms from when we were growing up, there would always be like a lot of them, there'd be like a twin episode, or like a cousin would come to town but looks exactly like the actor, and it's the same actor playing, and then they would like meet, but they couldn't touch because there'd be like a line in the middle.
Yes, I was always obsessed with that, like that, or the over the shoulder thing of just
over
somebody
the
with
shoulder
the
with the bad wig,
and they just like, and it's like, even as a kid, I didn't know anything about anything when I was a kid. I was definitely on the dumber side of things as a child.
Okay.
I was crafty. I was like Bugs Bunny.
Crafty. You were crafty.
I got by. I figured out how things work.
Yeah.
But in terms of like book smarts, no, that was not happening.
But you knew that they weren't really twins.
But I knew even me, I knew, it's just like, come on with that.
And sometimes they would touch at the at the line.
Yeah.
But like, to me, that is so much more evocative than using some kind of technology to make it seem like the same actor is holding hands with themselves and walking down the street.
Yeah.
It's like, if you can do anything, you could do anything with CGI, then it's meaninless to me. And because you can do anything. So it's sort of like, for most of the history of movies has existed without this technology. So I try to, that I want and watch, like, my next movie is like all CGI, but it won't be, because what I'm saying is that I want to be in that tradition. I want to stay in that tradition.
Sure.
And I think when people see this movie, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about, what the difference would be. Yeah. And some of it is real lo-fi. Like, some of it is like me going to Michael's craft store and getting materials and experimenting with them with my cinematographer and making these effects that no one would believe. That's how it was $5 at Michael's, some glitter in a bowl.
It's
but that's, to me, that's making movies. That's like that's the fun of it. That's where you feel like you're like a kid experimenting and making something.
Yeah.
And I think if you don't feel like that's what I think a viewer can discern that the filmmaker's hands are not in there. It's different. It's different. And so I think that's what people are. I'm getting amazing reactions to this movie, and I think that's a part of it.
I think so, because it feels like you are truly inside of it, and the way it's shot, it really does feel like there's no distance between you and what's going on the screen. You're just there.
You're in it.
I do, on the side, I hope you're talking about with the practical effects. You jump forward and you're just like, well, it was always my dream to do a movie, the Minesweeper movie, and this is a story.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, I always thought Minesweeper had a rich rich world that I could explore. And
this is my calling card for the Marvel universe movie.
Now,
which, by the way, it's not. I don't.
No. Yeah.
I don't ever. If you ever caught me doing that, and making a Marvel movie,
Mm-hmm.
I'd want you personally to come find me and say, "What are you doing?"
Okay. I like how you end it with and just say what. Like when I say these things, I'm like, if anybody ever catches me playing golf, you are allowed to beat me with the golf clubs.
You just come up and you just go, "What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?"
Okay, yeah. That does not go to everybody. This is not an open invite for the entire audience. Mary's saying I can do that.
No, you have to come there to where I'm doing it and say that to me, and I'll be humiliated, and I'll stop. I'll stop.
Doing? Yeah. but the whole thing will be you'll just put my picture, you'll show security my picture, like, just don't let this guy on the set.
Like I'm already thinking ahead.
Yeah. You're just like I know he's gonna show up. Just don't let him in anymore.
Look, I said this thing. I didn't, and now I take it back because now I see you're paying me this. And
yeah.
So you know.
Yeah. All of a sudden you're like, wait, that's how much these things pay? And you're like, dollar signs. No, with the casting, this is like for you to make, because you made a movie called Yeast, which is probably like 13 years ago. Yeast, where are we at with that?
17
years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for you to make this movie and there's like high risk, high reward plays in terms of the casting in the movie.
Oh, that's how I roll. That's how I roll.
Look, that's why I don't go to Atlantic City with you, because
you gotta risk big to win big.
We'll be walking home. We'll be just going up the Atlantic City Expressway
barefoot.
Thumbing.
Barefoot.
Yeah. Like we'll get him next time. Because
there's Yeast. There it is.
When you put Conan O'Brien in a movie, and it's such a risky thing, because look, he's obviously an incredibly talented person. I'm not saying the risk comes from his talent. The risk comes from people's relationship and perception of him when he's in a thing that there is an element that if this doesn't work, this goes sideways, and then suddenly it's like, oh no, it's like suddenly you're in like Otto Preminger territory with where you're like like he's got these weird, like, what was the movie? Why am I blanking on the Otto Preminger movie? The crazy one. Oh my God, it's gonna haunt me.
I don't know.
But something you go cast it, you make it. It's like, look, they'll tell me in the chat in a second. But what did you see in Conan that made you see that it's like, no, he is right for this, and he's the person who should be playing this person?
Well, to be honest with you, I've been a fan of his since I was 14 years old, and when his first late night show came on, and so he's I've always been a big comedy person. I was a huge David Letterman person, and then I was very involved emotionally involved, that is, not actually involved in the late night wars, and so I was listening one night to a podcast, to Conan's podcast, where he was interviewing David Letterman, and they got to a part of the conversation where it got kind of a little serious or philosophical, and I heard like a tenor in Conan's voice that I hadn't really considered before. That was not, he wasn't trying to be funny in that moment, but he was himself. And I thought to myself, if either one of these guys are so seminal in my DNA, in my makeup, that if they were my therapist, if they told me, gave me advice or told me what to do, I would listen. Of course, I have Conan playing a therapist that perhaps does not give good advice and is not listened to. But that was my first. That was how I came up with the idea. And then my whole first meeting with him was basically him telling me not why I should not take this risk and hire him. But at the end of it, I was so tenacious that he agreed, because he was saying, I'm not an actor. I don't know how to do this. I don't know. I'm going to ruin your movie. What if I suck? You can fire me. We hadn't even started making the movie yet. And he already was firing him.
He was already carving out a path for you to fire him.
Yes. He says, okay, it's okay for me to fire him. We'll still be friends. And this is our first, Zoom. He doesn't suck. In fact, he's incredible. And it's a proper performance.
Yeah.
He's not himself. And yet, he's using all those faculties that are his talents, the timing and knowing how to get a laugh out of a pause or just a look or whatever. And him and Rose together are just like lightning in a bottle, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And watching him, just because we are all nothing if not a collection of the tricks we have learned.
Yes.
And he has so many tricks in his bag that he knows. He's gotten through so many situations by just reaching into the bag and doing all these tricks. It's like you took the bag away from him.
I took them all away. That's correct. I even took his. He doesn't. One of our first conversations is I was like, "Your hair is going to be combed down."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well. Yeah. But exactly. That's because that is something in his. That is an arrow in his quiver. Is his hair, and because it's. People draw it away. It's like it's his logo.
Mean, to be yes, it's his logo. To be clear, he does have hair in the movie. I didn't take away his hair.
No.
But he doesn't have Conan's hair. And I also, he's not lit and made up for television, which is a whole different thing. And so, but like, to his credit, he was radically open to all of this. And he said, in the end, he said, this scares me this scares me to death. And that's why I'm going to do it, which is incredible to me.
No, that's like all you can ask for is somebody
all I can ask for.
Jumping into the pool. They don't know if there's water in there.
Yeah. And
like,
being
Mary said there's water.
Like,
Mary said there's water in the pool. And it's like, well, did you see the water? It's like, no, she said, but she promises me there's water in the pool. Yeah.
It's, when you're making a movie, or when you're getting ready to make a movie or trying to get people to make a movie with you, there's so much of like, trust me on that. Or what about this? Trust me. I said that so many times, and in the back of my head, to a lot of those things, I didn't actually know if it would work or not. Oh, look, there we are. And look how I look like I'm 10 years old. Why do I look like that? I look tiny, but that's actual size. But in the back of my head, I didn't know if a lot of these things would work. And that's sort of the carnival barker part of being a filmmaker too, is that you gotta, it's like a transferring of enthusiasm, your own. No one's going to care about it as much as you, but everybody has to.
Yeah.
So everyone's got to buy into it. And so I was saying, trust me. And nobody had a reason to trust me, but everybody did. Thank goodness. And I got some, I'm so incredibly proud of this movie. I just, a lot of people don't get to say this, but I made the thing. For some people might not like it. Some people love it, but for either one of those things, it doesn't matter to me because I made the thing that I wanted to make. It's exactly how I wanted it to be.
Absolutely.
And so I can always be good with that.
Yeah.
having said that, I do want people to like it.
Sure, of course. Yeah, I mean, you're not just like you're not an insane person where you just
I'm
be
not.
like,
Well,
look, I mean, it's relative. We're all
some
it's
would
all
argue.
relative for us.
It's all relative. It's
You said trust me more on this movie than somebody who works at Sugarfish.
Trust me.
ASAP Rocky also.
So good.
Yeah.
How good is he?
Yeah.
How good is he? And also, again, so he filmed this before he filmed the Spike Lee movie, even though the Spike Lee movie came out first. And he had done a little acting before, but nothing like this. And he was here's a guy, he doesn't need to be doing this. He doesn't need to be at a crappy motel in Montauk with me in the middle of the night, freezing. He doesn't need it. But he is the type of guy who wanted it. So he availed himself to me totally, was completely vulnerable, would check in with me. Here's a guy who's used to being, he's in control. He walks into the studio, he's in control of everything he does. He has an empire. He has a wife with an empire. He doesn't need to be doing any of this or being so open with me. But it was almost like he was so deferential that at one point I had to tell him, he would say, was I okay? Is it okay? And I told him, look, Rocky, this is my movie. I will never move on unless it's good. Why would I do that? So you just got to trust me again. I said it. But that if I say we're moving on, it's because it was good.
Yeah.
And then after I said that, he was cool with it. But that's just to say I'm asking these people who are on the top of their game with what they've chosen to do professionally, and I'm having them do something completely outside of that comfort zone, and they rise to the occasion. But really it's because I knew that they could.
Yeah,
I knew.
No, you see, look, you're not joking around here.
I'm not joking around.
No, this is not Clown Town.
It's not Clown Town. It's sometimes it is, but yeah.
It's how surreal is it to write a thing and then see Rose Byrne, like you said, she was an avatar for you.
Yes.
But like, what is that like to watch somebody take ownership over a character who is, for a lot of intents and purposes, you?
Parts of me, yeah. So magical. So what I like to do, instead of sitting at a monitor somewhere outside of the area, whenever I can, I like to be in the actual room where the filming is happening, because like forever and ever more, I'm only going to watch this performance on a screen. But while it's happening, I've set up the shot, I've checked the monitor, it's fine. Then I trust my cinematographer. Oh, look at us, we like each other too. We got very close making this movie. And I would watch it like a play. And then watch it back on the monitor. The magic of watching it happen in front of my eyes live is something that only exists for me in my memory, but was one of the most magical things of this whole I was about to say journey, and then I realized I don't want to say that's awful.
Well, it's your favorite band. I don't know why you wouldn't just say it.
Tom, why did you don't throw me under the bus like that? That's not true. It's not my favorite band.
It's not.
People don't know.
No. See, when I make a movie, I do the opposite of what you do.
You're down the street. I
go to see a movie while they're making the movie, and then
you're seeing a different movie.
I'm just seeing I'll just go to a multiplex and just see whatever's going
whatever's
on.
There.
And I just like have somebody text me when lunch is happening, And then I show up and go, how we doing today? And then I overcompensate because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I start yelling at people and overcompensating. And then I take a nap. And then
Amazing. You must run. People must love your sets.
oh, they're fun. It's like we shoot in Hawaii generally. like all
Yeah.
these, like if a movie's ever made in like a nice place, it like
'Cause they wanted to go to, yeah.
it's like
we know.
remember when there was like that movie like The Big Bounce? They made it 2 times The Big Bounce because and it's always like how'd they get all these people to be in The Big Bounce? Because they got to go on they got paid to go on a Hawaiian vacation.
100%. You know, the story behind a hard day's not a hard day's night. The second one.
Help.
The second Help is that they literally made a list of places that they wanted to go.
Yeah.
And then they backed out of that. They worked backwards from that.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, that's one way to do things.
Mhm.
I was standing, you know, freezing in the middle of Long Island. So I didn't get that part right. Next time, Swiss Alps, maybe, perhaps.
Sure. Just start writing
Yeah.
exterior beach. And you're just like, I don't know.
It's like the Elvis movies. It's like when Elvis decided,
Mhm.
like, I just like Hawaii a lot. Okay, we'll
Yeah.
do 5 of them. It's
Yeah.
cool.
Just keep knocking them out in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Take advantage of this Hawaiian trip we booked.
Oh, you're saying they made them all in one trip?
Yeah, they're
All-
just kind
all
of
this
like,
Hawaii.
just keep going. And he's like, which one are we doing now?
It doesn't matter.
It's called Honolulu Nights.
Got it.
Yeah,
Ready to go.
It's like, and what's the name of your character? You're Rick Richards in this one. His name that
Yeah.
is one of the all-time most fascinating things that we've done on the
Love
show. Is just the Elvis act. The names of his characters are always
I remember
just
that
like,
so well. It's always a winner. It's always a winner, no matter which one you go to. And the Hawaiian ones I mix up all in my head.
Mhm.
There's one where I feel like he gets involved with the daughter of who's like the heiress to like a pineapple canning facility. But I could also be making that up. In my mind, that it feels true.
Mhm.
And then his mom is played by like the mom of the girl is played by like Angela Lansbury, who's like at the time I think, younger than Elvis.
Of
It's a whole-
course, yeah,
It's a wild situation,
Yeah.
but you go with it.
yeah,
You just go with it. 'Cause
yeah.
It's on the movie screen.
Steve Grayson was his
Steve
character
Grayson.
in Speedway. He played Steve. He
Yes.
and then as opposed to in Spin Out when he played Mike McCoy, just like
Which is your favorite Elvis rides a race car movie?
oh,
Which,
but
which one?
It's like this guy had the coolest name ever, Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley.
And then meanwhile, he's playing literally a character named Ted Jackson in Easy Come, Easy Go. You're like, he's diminishing himself so much that
He has to shrink to get into the shoes of these people.
Yeah.
You know, because if you're starting with, why couldn't he just be called Elvis in the movies?
Or just, exactly. Not Toby Quimper.
making that one up.
I am not. I'm married. I
What
am
is
not.
Toby Quimper?
Follow
Which
That
one?
Dream. That was in Follow That Dream. He played
Well,
Toby
you know,
Quimper.
Toby Quimper.
Yeah.
If he's got one thing, it's a dream.
Yes.
That guy.
Now that you've gone through the whole cycle for this thing, and do you feel like when do you feel like you can just like think of what the next thing is, or can you do it all at once, or are you just do you have to compartmentalize?
I'm already like I've already got like four more things.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I have them ready, like that people have told me they want to make them.
Sure. Yeah, no, of course.
They
That's
exist.
one of the it's a little detail that needs to be sorted
Little
out.
detail. They exist. I'm always thinking, I'm always writing, I'm always, having to live with this set of ideas for this long is was great because I was driven to do so. But I will say that I'm really itchy to start working on something else. Because, like you said, I've given it away already. It's for everybody to go see. I can't wait. I can't wait to be back on set again. I love it. I love it.
Because when you were saying earlier that thing of getting the high that you thought a comedian gets, you know who else gets those highs? Murderers get them when they kill people.
I've heard that about murderers.
That's why they keep doing it.
That's why they keep doing it. That's why you can't stop them.
Yeah.
You can't.
Because they got the bloodlust.
I feel more, I'm going to start saying, I'm going to stop saying the thing about the comedian. I'm going to say it about murderers.
Now. Just say
accurate.
Say I have cinematic bloodlust.
Yeah. And you can't stop me. You can't stop me.
No.
It's like Ted Bundy in the 70s. Can't stop me.
Well,
I'm going to jump out.
They actually did, but
the jailhouse. Well, they finally did.
I'm
talking about before that, when it was fun, when he was okay. Let's stop talking about this.
Everybody who was like, "Oh, Ted Bundy was so handsome." No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
He really wasn't.
No, he wasn't. And I'll tell you why they say that is because they are actually thinking that women are stupid. Women didn't get in his car because they thought he was handsome. They got in his car because he would pretend to be injured and women were kind and nice and would help him, and then he would bop them on the head.
Yeah.
But like nobody was like
he'd bop them on the head. Did it make a Three Stooges sound when it like boonk?
No, I'm not saying anything else.
No, bop was the perfect word choice for Ted Bundy. He's just bopping people.
My next movie is it going to be a new Ted Bundy, a new take?
Yeah, a new take. Finally, somebody's going to start making movies and shows about serial killers. We've been waiting.
Well, mine's called Theodore.
Okay,
That's how it's different.
Yeah. Well, I'm ready now. Yeah. Final thing for Mary, you call the show sometimes and you read through TV guides with me.
I do.
Can we say we will do that soon on the show? Will you call up and make me pick through a TV guide soon? Can we do that in the next couple of months? It's the greatest, one of the greatest things that ever happened on the show. The idea.
Did people like that? I'll do it.
It was an incredibly. There are two types of people in this world. People who loved when you read the TV guide to me and people who didn't understand what the goal was there yet. No, they just didn't get it.
That's how I walk through life. So that I'm comfortable with that. So let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
I have 2 fall preview issues burning a hole in my pocket, Tom.
I'm ready. You may want to take them out of your pocket. That might be a problem. You're walking around with old TV guides in your pocket.
We already established I'm not an insane person.
No. It's just like, she was just talking about serial killers and has old TV guides in her pocket. It's just like,
it's eccentric.
We find you guilty on general principles.
Yes.
With that. You're guilty of something.
Yes.
Mary, seriously, the movie is fantastic, and I'm so impressed by it. And one thing I said, I think I said this to you, but I'm going to say it now is, look, I obviously cannot relate to the idea of motherhood, but I saw in your movie what it felt like when I went through all the stuff I went through as a teenager. The you capturing like the wave upon wave of what that degree of mental anguish feels like. The movie literally captured, and I had never felt that way about anything I've ever seen in art.
Incredible.
And it really captured it and made me, it just like I felt a connection to the movie, even though I don't have a one-to-one connection with the story. My version of thing, but I understood the psychological part. You captured a thing that I've never seen anybody capture.
Wow, that's the best. Well, I'm done now. That's what else can I do? That's the best compliment.
Minesweeper movie.
And Theodore.
Just shoot him at the same time, like Elvis.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll be. Which one is this now? Which one's this for? This is Minesweeper. You're like, this is a scene for Minesweeper. Why is Ted Bundy on the set?
Because he's in Minesweeper too. I made him a character.
Great. No, in all
thank you for having me, and thank you for supporting the movie.
Of course, I love the movie, and I'm so impressed by the movie and by you. And it really, everybody needs to see it and see it in a theater if you can, because it is an experience unto itself because of the sound and everything. So everybody. Thank you, Mary Bronstein, for coming on the show, and I will talk to you very soon.
Hello, it's Mike White.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Great.
Hey, thanks for calling in.
Thanks for having me.
Very sweet of you to call in. You are, for people who don't know, the dude who people might have seen you in Chuck and Buck and School of Rock. And
that's me. I'm the guy that people look at Starbucks and be like, I know you from somewhere. Mm-hmm. It's going to kill me.
Well,
I tell them what I've been in, and they're like, no, not that.
Not that. You're the guy. I just also want to remind you, this is not HBO. So just remember, this is a family-friendly radio show. Not that you weren't. I just always have to remind my guests.
No, I grew up in a religious household. I'm usually family friendly.
Okay, I just need to say it. If I don't say it, I always end up paying a price. Well, now you are the co-creator of the show Enlightened, which is on HBO.
That's true.
And I got to say, this is the best show on TV, Enlightened.
Oh, awesome. Well, that's high praise, but I'll take it. I could use any praise I can get.
It's really great. And it's, I guess you guys are coming down the home stretch of the second season now?
Yeah, we have 2 more episodes left to air. But all of our episodes are on demand or HBO Go, so you can check out the old ones.
Yeah. People should catch up and then be ready. You can power watch it, right?
Yeah, they're only half-hour shows, so it's not like, it's not going to take over your whole life.
Yeah. You spend a nice Sunday afternoon. You power, there's no football on or anything like that. You power watch it, then you're up to speed for the finale.
Yeah, it's a gripping finale.
That was not the hardest sell, I have to say.
That's not my area of expertise, the salesmanship.
Mm-hmm. But I will say this. Watch this segue, Mike White.
Yeah.
Your area of expertise is in writing and directing the show Enlightened.
Thank you. Yes.
And seriously, the show, it's so, what's so great about it is that for me, I find it walks this line where it's like you're having fun with certain things, but you're not making fun of things.
Uh-huh.
Where it's like, it's respectful of people's journeys.
Yeah.
But
that's cool.
But you're not kind of like, but you're also poking at it too.
Well, the hope is that you're doing something that has a sense of humor. It's just like somebody that you'd want to meet in life, which is like somebody who has a sense of humor about themselves, but can also, be reflective and be, not silly all the time. And it's like the idea of the show was to try to, there's so many shows on cable, honestly, when we were doing it, that have just gotten so kind of acid. Mm-hmm. and in a way, it started to feel like that wasn't actually very risky. It's like it's not that risky to just like, load the most amount of cynicism into an hour, a half hour, whatever. Like, and so actually trying to like be a little earnest it almost feels like that's more I don't know, risky at this point in the world of cable television.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. It's not just it's the reaction to the reaction in a way.
Yeah, well, because I started off in TV, and I mean, the first job I ever had was Dawson's Creek, and this was like, 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. And, at the time, it was TV. So much of it was about making characters that are likable and relatable, and everybody has to learn the lesson, and, all those kinds of things. And, I was, bristling at that, feeling like, well, this isn't real. This doesn't feel authentic to me. But then in the last, with this, like, proliferation of cable shows and, like, The Sopranos and all, it's like, then you have all these kind of, and so it became a completely different kind of landscape. And, kind of, in a way, Enlightened is a little bit, it's a more of a sly version of it, but like mm-hmm. a throwback to, like, some of those, like, 30-something and My So-Called Life, shows that, are, maybe not a ton is going on, but there's still, something emotional that maybe people can, connect to.
Yeah, and I definitely feel that way with the show, that it's so solid, and it's kind of the kind of thing that you can't necessarily get a grasp on maybe the first couple episodes. But then
I think I still read tweets of people being like, I've seen 6 episodes of the show. What is it about? So I do think the show is, it changes from week to week. I think that for me, that's fun to do. And hopefully for viewers, that's something, it's like, sometimes I think people, treat their shows like a drug. It's like, you know what kind of drug you're getting every time you tune in, mm-hmm. and with Enlightened, it's a little more, it veers left and right. But I think that the people who stick with it, they start to get, more passionate about it.
Yeah, it's very easy to get hooked on it once it like clicks for you, and then you're just all in, Yeah. I think people got to check it out. You know what episode?
Awesome.
Look.
Well, thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I know we have like 2 last weeks to prove ourselves to HBO and hopefully live on past this run.
Well, I have a good. It seems like people are like actually like it seems like there's like a little bit of a thing now where people are talking about it, and it's kind of
hard. When we first premiered, we were it's like the kind of same week Homeland premiered, and now it's Girls. It's like it always feels like there's another sort of more like sexier show that mm-hmm. takes up all of the conversation, but I feel like Enlightened can hopefully live to see another day.
Yeah, I hope so too. And one of my favorite episodes is my friend Phil directed an episode from season 1.
Morrison.
Yeah, Phil Morrison, which I thought was one of the most, in terms of seeing old people depicted, it was one of the most unique things I've ever seen in terms of the life of somebody living alone.
Yeah, in fact, the first season you can still watch also on demand or HBO Go, and that's the 9th episode of the first season, and it's a nice standalone episode if people haven't seen the show. It's definitely a kind of a compelling little. It can stand on its own. And he did such a beautiful job. It's such a beautiful. It's just as far as just even the aesthetics of it. It's very, yeah, it's true. Like, you didn't realize that watching a woman in her 70s go to the grocery store and buy some groceries could be that I don't know, emotional. But yeah, it seems to be one of the episodes that people really have liked of the show.
Yeah, and you've got such a great group of people directing and writing on it, and it's really awesome. And look, I hope you keep going.
Yeah, well, if not this, something else cool. But yeah,
if not this, something else. No, you gotta.
Well, it's like I've lived. I had a career before Enlightened. Life will go on past Night, but I do think what's nice about it is I feel like it's doing something. Whether it works for everyone or not, nothing will. But it's doing something slightly different than what many other shows are doing. And for that, that part of it feels like it might, be worthy to keep doing it.
Well, you know what it comes down to? It's time for people. Don't let Enlightened be a show that you're just like 5 years later, everybody can talk about how awesome it was, and then everybody like, oh, it's the show that should have gotten renewed, and blah, blah, you know what I mean? Like,
right. Well, I've been on that. I worked on Freaks and Geeks, and I've had that experience where, it's like at the time nobody watched, but then like afterwards people were like, oh, that show was so great. It's like, so today I was on Twitter even being like, hey, critics, journalists, if you like the show, don't wait until our obituary to write about us.
Exactly.
Because
it's alive right now.
We still have a little bit of window here to to get a different, to get more attention, and I would hate to have it be that. But at the same time, it's like what's cool about, television now, it's like, with DVDs and different ways of people seeing it, like, things can have a life past this original thing, but it would be nice to make more episodes.
Don't talk like that. It's time for it to stay, though. We're not talking about it, what the funeral's going to be like. I don't care about it being a nice funeral.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like down to the wire, so we'll see.
Well, let's hope. And look, I'm going to tell you one thing. Well, two things. When you worked on Dawson's Creek, what is the name of that town that show was shot in?
Oh, in reality or
in North
in
Carolina?
The show?
Like, what was the actual town?
It's Wilmington, North Carolina.
Were you there the whole time?
Yeah. Not the whole time, but sometimes.
Did you eat at that CC's Pizza down there?
I don't remember. Honestly, I got such a bad speeding ticket when I was down there, and I never paid it. So I literally can't go back to. I mean, we probably should be saying this on the radio, but like, I haven't been back to North Carolina since because I have an outstanding speeding ticket.
Okay. Well, look. Well, hopefully nobody in Wilmington is listening tonight. The Wilmington PD. Let's hope they're not going to piece the cold case together.
It's a cool area. I love the Outer Banks down there.
And if there is a season 3, I'm going to say when there's a season 3. This guy who wrote to you, AP Mike, my screener. This guy is he's got the look. I'm just going to say he's got the look and the attitude. He's like a guy waiting to break out. He's like, did you ever see?
Should he be down in Cogitiva with all the other freaks?
Yes, exactly. He would be one floor lower than that. Like if there was like another basement revealed, like lower.
All right.
And just like he could
all
be.
comers. So
yeah, wait.
What?
Here he comes.
Sure.
I just want to say, Mike, that if you ever need a brother, I am probably paler than you are.
No.
So I would fit right in as a character on the show. Just getting the word out there.
Okay, thanks. There he goes. Yes, he actually is. He looks like.
Send me your headshots, guys.
His headshot. Yes, he won't. Yeah, send your headshot in, Mike. He has one of those headshots where he's probably like a doctor in one, like those quarter frame ones, where it's like he's a lawyer. You had one of those?
4 different looks in one little thing.
What were the looks you had? Bank robber?
No, it was like I only did it. I did it as a little kid. I was like a newspaper boy with a newspaper, and then I don't know, everything embarrassing you can think of.
Well, I think Mike, the screener, could make a splash if he did like an adult version of one of those now in 2013.
Really?
With him as like
well, I'd like to see that.
Like a cat burglar in one frame.
Okay.
Well, look.
Stalker.
Yes, a stalker. Well, yeah. Mike White, thank you so much for
Thanks,
calling
guys.
in.
Thanks for talking about the show, and hopefully I'll be able to call you back with some good news in a couple days.
Yes, I hope so. All right, you take care, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
See, Mike did it again. Oh, this guy. Can't get rid of him now. It's like he just extended. I gotta start doing with Mike these 6-week contracts. 6 weeks. And after that, I got to say, you just bought yourself another 6 weeks, Mike. You just bought yourself another 6 weeks. One of these weeks, though, you're going to look at me, Mike. I'm going to say, yeah, it's over. And say it's over. I'll hand you a cardboard box. You don't even have anything here. Free and easy. He can make anything sound upsetting. Like something that should be like inspiring, that he's free and easy, he makes sound unsettling. Who's on 2, Mike? Next guest. Busy on the best show tonight. You're on the air, young man.
Hey.
Hey, is this Andrew Sandoval?
It sure is.
How are you, buddy?
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm fine, thanks, Tom. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Well, thanks for coming on the show. First of all, you got bumped old talk show style last week because I completely messed up, and I apologize.
I wasn't going to bring that up. Because, I'm just too big a person to bring things like that up.
You are.
Really.
You're a quality guy, Andrew. You're a quality guy, and I appreciate you bringing a little bit of elegance to things where you were not going to rub my face in my folly.
No, I would not do that. Because I'm a peacemaker, and I do want to sort of trumpet and blow my own horn here, and say that I brought peace to you and Mickey Dolenz.
You did.
As an introduction to some of your listeners who may not have caught my other appearance on the Best Show, last time I was on your show, which was a couple of years ago, I promised to bring peace to Tom Scharpling and Mickey Dolenz, and I did that.
And I thought you were clearly fibbing. That you were just going to, that this was just some sort of, some flight of fancy that you had, and then lo and behold, I find myself seeing the Monkees live, doing an amazing show. In December, the Monkees were on tour. It was the Michael Nesmith and Peter Tork and Mickey Dolenz, and Andrew invites me to the show, and then he invites me backstage, and then Mickey Dolenz walks by, and he's like, "Hey, Mickey, can I introduce you to a friend of mine?" And then I talked to Mickey Dolenz for a couple minutes. Suddenly, all the memories of the U.S. Open, when Mickey Dolenz said those magic words to me that night.
Hey, don't even say it, Tom. Don't even say it.
No.
Because we're getting past that.
No, it's like, yeah, we are past it.
It's important to also let the listeners know that not only did Mickey greet you backstage and meet you, and take a photo with you, but they also performed the album Head in its entirety.
Yes, now,
that shows an acknowledgement of all of their fans, and especially you, because they actually did that the previous year in New Jersey at their show at Morristown. I asked them to do that. And I asked you to attend, and you were actually too sick to witness that.
I was too ill to witness. I thought I would never see it again, and I definitely never thought I would see Michael Nesmith perform with those other two guys. And I saw it, and it was great. It was so great. It's amazing to see them acknowledge something like Head, which seems a more arcane part of their legacy. But that, I guess, is that who the fan base is now? People who appreciate the kind of the nooks and crannies of the catalog and not just the hits. Have you found that?
Well, they've got a very wide fan base, to be serious for a second, and they attract a big audience. I did have one woman in the Midwest yell at me in 2011 that they didn't play any of the songs that she knew, and I said, well, actually, I think, except for D.W. Washburn, they played every charting single that they ever had. The show in 2011 was a 2.5-hour show. And she said, yeah, but they played all of these songs I didn't know.
Yeah, well, that's a different... She's saying that's something different you're saying then, madam. You're saying, in addition to the songs that I know, they played other ones that I am not up to, You know what I say to that lady? You had 45 years, lady, to get up to speed with the catalog.
I did get somewhat irate with her, and I did say, well, the show was for everybody and not just for you.
No.
And I also said, you could have gone outside to, take a break. And she said, I did. I went and I had a smoke during that whole part of the show.
So what's she moaning about then?
I don't know.
This is what I would have said to her. Shut up. Shut up, lady.
See, but I can't do that, Tom. I'm way too elegant.
Because in what was your title with the Monkees on these tours?
Well, they called me many things.
Well, I'm sure they did. But
what I put together the show that they toured on this last year. I talked them into going on tour, and I also had something to do with the songs that they were playing and the shows they were playing and the venues they were playing. And they called me their show producer. Some people would call me a manager in some capacity. But it was my concept that they go and do this kind of show, and they did it splendidly. And so the credit really goes to them because their fans have been waiting for something like that for many years, and they got it. So it was great.
It was an awesome show. And are they aware of what people are interested in their past? Like, are they aware of, has their perception of what the Monkees mean to people, has that shifted for them?
It's shifted somewhat, but I have to say they're refreshingly unpretentious. They don't sort of like look at themselves and say, "Oh my God, we're so great. We have this amazing catalog of songs we can draw on. We're the best, band on earth." They really sort of say, "Really, people really would like to hear that. People will be into that." And I'm always encouraging them. Yeah, there's a big audience for that, and that has been borne out through these last couple of shows where they've done a wider selection of songs, and it's been really good for everybody. I mean, mostly their fans, because their fans have been waiting for years and years to hear them do some of this material, and they've sort of been vindicated because their allegiance to the Monkees has paid off. They've gotten what they've been waiting for a long time. So, I'm very proud of them, and it was really a good thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, and it kind of sets the legacy in a way to see them up there playing those songs the way they played them. It kind of like puts a nice cap on things. If this is, if this is the, I mean, I don't know what the future is for these guys, but it's like,
right.
Do you?
Do I know what the future is for the Monkees?
Mm-hmm. Can you tell us?
I know a little bit about that, but I do agree with you, Tom, that it is a nice sort of cap on their legacy, and their fans have matured, and they still have some of their original fans. They have a lot of fans from MTV in the 80s, and they've got some newer fans, younger people who never got to see them on their reunion tours in the 80s and 90s. But I kind of have felt that the last couple of tours they did were the most satisfying of all the ones that I've experienced personally. So
sure.
I remain a fan. I remain a fan of theirs.
They left the pastel dusters were not a part of the show. That the Synsonics drums were left in storage.
There has, you make light of this, but there was some suspicion in this reunion thing, because I was trying to explain to Mickey who exactly you were. Now, you had already had some interaction with Michael Nesmith.
Yes.
Been on his, done a podcast with him.
Yes.
But
yes.
with Mickey, there was some ground to lay, and he was very interested in finding out. And I explained that you and he share something in common, that you're both directors. And,
yes.
That you had recently, he was asking about your work, and I explained that you had worked on the television series Monk, and that also that you had made some noise recently for doing a shot-by-shot recreation of the Till Tuesday video Voices Carry.
Yes.
And
thank you.
There was some thought put into maybe you doing a shot-by-shot recreation of the Monkees That Was Then, This Is Now video from the 80s. Do you remember that one?
I certainly do.
What artist would you put into that?
Well, of course
would you do it now with the Monkees?
Of course I'd try to get as many of the surviving mosquitoes to be a part of the video. Right?
The authors, for those unenlightened, the authors of the originators of the song That Was Then.
Yes. Who was in that video? I'm trying to remember.
And Peter.
Mickey and Peter are in it.
Yeah.
And what were they doing? Riding go-karts or something? I can't even remember what they were doing. Were they shopping for floppy hats?
Is this how you do your prep work? I mean, don't you just go on YouTube and watch these things?
Well, you threw the thing at me. I'm getting, Look, I'll go back. I'll do my homework on the Monkees. I'll do look, if I had my way, let me just tell you one thing, Andrew Sandoval. If I was running this Monkees tour, first of all, they would have done Pool It straight through. I would have had them do Pool It twice. They would have come out, hey, we're the Monkees, right into Pool It, D.W. Washburn, Pool It backwards. No, they need to start with, they do Pool It backwards, and then they end with, like a video clip, a montage, as they leave. And they ride go-karts up the aisle, like literally out the door of the theater. Thoughts?
So are you still saying that Pool It is a better album than Just Us? Is that where you're going with this?
Look, I'll stand by Pool It compared to Just Us, sure.
Yeah.
What's on Just Us? Circle Sky 96? Isn't that on there?
That's the lead-off cut, I believe. That might be the lead-off cut.
Yeah, on Just Us, which is there when all four of them were back.
That's right. That is the final album with all four Monkees.
Yeah. Look, I'm making light of all this stuff. You, Andrew Sandoval, did a great job. In all seriousness, you did a great job putting that together. And it's not an easy thing to get all those personalities, even though you say everybody's easygoing. I'm sure that they're still all different people at this point in their lives, and you made it happen. So I tip my hat to you for that.
Thank you. And I don't wear a hat, but I'm going to make that sort of gesture to you and to all of your listeners. I hope that you guys can forgive Mickey Dolenz and stop your Photoshop contest with him.
You seem to like music from the 60s, true or false? This seems to be
I like it probably the best of all the music that I've heard, yes. I'm a chronicler of the 1960s.
Now you've heard bands like Blancmange, yes? You know these things from the 80s?
I have. I grew up in the 1980s, and I know Visage, Blancmange, OMD, name it. I've heard them.
But you still choose the 60s?
I choose the 60s.
Okay. You now, to you putting your money where your mouth is, you have a book out. It's called Bee Gees, The Day-by-Day Story, 1945 to 1972.
That is correct, yes.
Now, a work like this, does this come to you how? Does this come to you in a fever dream that you're going to go chronicle every day of the Bee Gees' early incarnation?
Well, it didn't come to me in a dream, but I did produce the reissues of their early records, Bee Gees' first Horizontal Idea and Odessa, the fuzzy cover, 3 CD version, which I practically got myself fired from my former employer's Rhino for insisting that I put that record out. So in the midst of that, I started gathering a lot of information, and I interviewed Barry Gibb and Robin Gibb and Vince Maloney, who was one of the original 5-man Bee Gees lineup members. And I had been a fan of the Bee Gees since I was a very young man. I grew up in a household with Bee Gees First and Best of the Bee Gees on the turntable from my parents, and loved those records. And then I got to hear a lot of the original session tapes and how they created their songs, which was unique because they had a spontaneous way of they would go into the recording studio without a song written, and they would actually just write a song while they're at the studio.
Wow.
While the clock was ticking and while people were standing around waiting to record something, they would just come up with it. A song like Every Christian Lion-Hearted Man from Bee Gees First, which is a fantastic song, they wrote that while Brian Epstein and the Beatles were sort of standing by watching them. So they were an amazing bunch, and the three brothers, Barry, Robin, and Morris, who created these songs out of thin air, I think that they're one of the most outstanding songwriting combinations of the last 100 years.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And they incredibly prolific, too, beyond the parameters of my book, which ends in 1972, when they changed their sound, as is well known. They actually became more popular than their original incarnation. They were popular in the 60s, but became even more popular as an R&B disco act in the 70s, and then continued writing hit songs in the 80s and 90s. they have produced, composed, and recorded literally thousands of songs. So there's, beyond just the regular records, there's a ton of material for me to go over, and they gave away a lot of songs and wrote songs for other artists. I cover all of that stuff in my book.
Mm-hmm. And it's a very interesting book because you get a feel for that process through this. You really do get a good feel for the because these records, the records stand as one thing, but and even when you hear stories like behind the scenes stories are another thing, but actually seeing the little steps that make a big thing is very interesting to see what went on a given day.
Yeah, it's cool to see who they interacted with, who they hung out with, which I sort of cover from contemporary press clippings at the time. It's not just a song by song thing. I actually read through issues of Melody Maker, New Musical Express, Disc and Music. I go, these are all British weekly newspapers that covered music in the 60s. I read through every issue in the period of 67 through 72 to glean out all of the Bee Gees material and give a taste for their interviews of the time, and also the facts of who and where and when they were hanging out with at clubs or appearing in concert, all of that sort of information. So it's a big picture sort of book in that way.
Yes, it's a very interesting book. And what surprised you? What did you came across piecing this together? And did anything shock you?
Nothing shocked me, but I was amused by their sense of humor throughout, and also the fact that they were so young. Morris and Robin were twins, and they were teenagers essentially when they landed in England. They were 19, and Barry was just a few years ahead of them at 21, and they gave all of these press interviews, and some of their asides are fairly amusing, especially about the Beatles. And one of my favorite interviews is with Robin from 1969. He had written a song that was unissued about the moonshot, and while Apollo 11 had gone up, it hadn't come back down, and he didn't believe that they would make it back down. So he thought that if they did come back, that they would infect the Earth with moon germs. And he said that anybody on the street would tell you that. So,
wait, hold on. I can't wait. Hold on a second. We're talking about who now? Robin
Gibb.
Robin Gibb. He goes in the studio, lays down a song about the moon, the space,
moonshot.
The moonshot, yeah. And he thinks that these guys are effectively going to plague Earth with some space plague.
That's correct. At the time.
At the time.
He did that. He may have changed his tune later on, but he was interviewed in the British press at the time, and so that is the thing. And he made some amazing records. He actually left the Bee Gees after the Odessa album in 1969. He made an album called Robin's Reign, and then an unissued album called Sing Slowly Sisters, which is mostly lost and only survives in acetates and random tapes. But that is some of the most fascinating music ever by an artist in that period. It's very dirge-like with huge orchestrations, not unlike Scott Walker, but it's a fascinating group of songs, really worth checking out. He did a whole suite about a guy named Farmer Ferdinand Hudson, which is excerpted on the Robin's Reign album, but it actually exists in a long 25-minute sort of suite that is must be heard someday.
Wow. Now, how can people get this book, Andrew Sandoval? The book being Bee Gees.
Go on Amazon.
Yes,
go on Amazon, and it's available as Kindle edition. It's a rather short book. It's good on a Kindle because you can search it and you can listen to your records while you read along. That's what I understand people do. But there's also, for those of you who do not enjoy the Kindle, there is a limited edition print version for slightly more money that you can get, and it's available worldwide on Amazon. So have at it.
And this book, again, Bee Gees, The Day by Day Story, 1945 to 1972. If you want a good look at the 60s and the machinations of things. I think it's a pretty awesome look into that, into a very interesting group.
Well, thank you for those words.
Now, what else are you up to, Andrew Sandoval?
I'm just finishing up reissues on the next two albums in the Kinks catalog. I've been working on the Kinks catalog for a number of years. I'm a big fan of the Kinks and used to play with Dave Davies from the Kinks. Mm-hmm. And the next two albums in the reissue program are Lola versus Power Man and the Money Go Round Part 1 and Muswell Hillbillies. And both of them are augmented with new and previously unheard songs from Ray Davies. And from Ray Davies' personal collection, he actually let me in to look at some of his tapes that he's been storing away for years and years and years, and he mixed a bunch of new things, including there's an alternate version of Lola and some great unheard songs like there's one called Lavender Lane and another one called I think called Anything. Oh, Anytime. It's called Anytime. It's a really, really great anthemic Kinks song from 1970 that no one's heard. So those are to be coming out in the UK, maybe not in America, but definitely in the UK sometime soon from Universal.
Okay. That's exciting. That's very exciting.
It is good. And I have a super secret project on Harry Nilsson that is supposed to come out. A few different Nilsson projects, if you like Nilsson, that will be out this year. One is in the playlist series. I think might be already out. That's just a regular compilation. But there's one in the Sony's Essential series that has some unissued tracks on it, if you're a Nilsson fan. And there's also been involved in a Beach Boys box set, which is a career-spanning box set from Capitol. So
now this Beach Boys box set would cover what, the years of 70, 78 to 79? That is a box I'm interested in.
Well,
the LA album.
The LA Light album? No, it's actually, I did work on the reissues of all their 70s Brother-era records, but this is a career-spanning set that I did not compile. It was done by Alan Boyd and Mark Lennon, who just got a Grammy for the Smile Sessions box. But it was it covers their music from their first single, Surfin', up to That's Why God Made the Radio. So
wow.
There is some LA Light album material, I believe, somewhere in between there. I can't disclose the contents, but I believe that it does cover all the bases. But if you're exclusively looking for that material,
yes,
you might be disappointed.
I'm a huge fan of the LA album, and Keeping the Summer Alive are what I consider to be prime Beach Boys albums. And when will someone also find some rarities for the Mike Love solo album, Looking Back with Love, which I believe was released on the Radio Shack label?
I do not know the answer to that, Tom, but I do know that if you are a fan of Keeping the Summer Alive, are you familiar with the Going Platinum television special?
Yes, I am. I've not seen it in a million years.
Well, it's a fantastic expose of the recording sessions for the Keeping the Summer Alive album, which, for those listeners who have never seen the cover of this album,
yes,
this is an incredible cover in which the Beach Boys are rendered by an artist. They're actually in a bubble.
In the Arctic.
Literally in the Arctic, keeping the summer alive.
Yes.
While some penguins are outside of this bubble.
And a polar bear, I believe.
Yeah, who does look like he might kill them.
Just imagine that. Look, I think this, if any, people talk about doing a Beach Boys bio movie. Forget the story of the Beach Boys. Why not do a movie in which the Beach Boys, their plane crashes in the Arctic, they're trapped under a small dome with their instruments, forced to play music, and the music is the only thing fending off the Arctic wildlife from tearing them limb from limb, right? Then you imagine, look, worst case scenario, there's a polar bear with a cap in his mouth, like the rescue team will come and look for it. They'll see a polar bear chewing on Mike Love's cap.
This sounds like a natural for the Sci-Fi Network, actually.
Yes. If anyone at the Sci-Fi Network has like a mental break from reality, then suddenly starts optioning crazy stuff, this would be perfect, like a psychic break. I like it. Let's greenlight it. We'll put all our resources behind it. is great. The Beach Boys, they're playing Crashes in the Arctic. Their instruments create a bubble that keeps them safe from a pack of marauding polar bears. I love it. Now,
would you include some of the original soundtrack from the album?
No, I wouldn't. I'd rethink it entirely.
Because I know that you're a fan of that Brian Wilson, that Lost Project. What was it called, like Paradise Island or
Paradise.
something like that?
Look, this will haunt me forever. Brian Wilson announced about 5 years ago that he was working on a concept album called Paradise Island, where it was, and it sounded like. Look, I don't know Brian Wilson, but it sounds like this dude gets these fits that pop back in his head from when he's like 16 or something, because he's like, yeah, it's an island, a paradise island, where it's all it's all chicks are here to with the guys and the chicks. It's like, and he started talking about this island that he was going to depict in his concept album, and I was like, if he sees this through, people are going to be like, smile what? Right?
Well, sure.
You just imagine that. Paradise Island. People they'll be like, yeah, we don't care about Smile anymore. This guy gave us Paradise Island. A 70-year-old guy singing about 16-year-olds on a weird... It seems like he fell asleep watching Fantasy Island with like a little keyboard on his stomach. Right?
Well, people have sort of wondered what the next Smile would be.
Yeah.
And maybe that would be the next Smile. I mean, Sweet Insanity, his unissued solo record from the 80s.
Yeah, which just
a lot of
makes me
people
sad.
have tipped that as to be one of the lost classics.
That's the one he raps on.
That's right, Smart Girls, his rap song.
I can't listen to that. That just made me so sad.
What about his duet with Bob Dylan, The Spirit of Rock and Roll?
All that stuff just makes me sad. Life is for the Living makes me sad. All those songs make me sad.
No, wait, you're confusing Adult Child.
Oh, I know. I'm not confusing nothing. I'm just saying they all make me sad. All that stuff. Sometimes things need to stay in the vault. What's the weirdest thing? Final question, Andrew Sandoval, whose book, The Bee Gees, Day by Day, is available over at Amazon as a Kindle and as a limited edition print book. You, who's done countless archiving and listening to tapes, what is the weirdest thing you ever came across listening to tapes? The weirdest thing, which you may not have any home being released, but something where you were like, oh my God, that was the strangest thing I've ever heard.
Well, a few things come to mind. One of which was I was going through tapes for a Beach Boys project in 1997 called Endless Harmony, which was a documentary, also a soundtrack album. And I'd been going through a reel that was done for the Smile sessions. It was a 1/4-inch reel, just a mono tape with, not a multi-track. And he'd been doing Brian Wilson had been doing some chanting sessions with his friends. And, it just wasn't really anything that was of value in the big picture other than it was created at this very fertile time. And then there was just blank tape. So I actually let the machine run and was just kind of going about my business, and I heard sounds coming from the speakers when I was, literally, I think, folding laundry or doing something, and it turned out that he had turned the tape machine, or some engineer had realized that he was back in the studio, and somebody had just turned the machine on and had left the ambient mics on.
Yeah.
And he was talking with this DJ from the 1960s called Humble Harv, who's infamous for having killed his wife.
What's this guy's name now?
Humble Harv.
Humble Harv.
So it was Brian and Humble Harv, and Brian begins to explain that his new song has got a real River Deep Mountain High sort of feel. And I was thinking, like, wow, what's this going to be? And he played a demo of Heroes and Villains, and then he said, and then there's another section, and that is this. And he played the song I'm in Great Shape, and then he played Barnyard.
Yeah.
And this was the first time that any of these things had been heard, And that's actually, when you hear the Smile Sessions box set now, the final version of Smile, they actually, this tape I found, they took the vocals off of this and they flew them into the multi-tracks to sort of create a lead vocal to make those songs somewhat complete. But that was the weirdest thing that I sort of found at the end of a reel, like the most significant, crazy thing that, should never have existed, but, it's a missing piece of that puzzle. So that was
wow.
Pretty cool.
You said you had one other one. What is it?
Well, there's an album by a member of the Turtles named Al Nickel.
Yeah.
And he was the guitarist in the Turtles, and he actually wrote some great songs like Love in the City.
Mm-hmm.
He made a whole solo record in 1970 that has never seen the light of day.
Oh, I think I want it already.
It's kind of like an outsider art record. I mean, this guy, within a year of making this record, had a #1 single with Eleanor, and the Turtles had gone on to do Turtle Soup with Ray Davies, and they were creating an album that was called Shell Shock that still had some great songs. But Al was really, really out there as far as where he went with his music, and I played it to some people, and they've really been fascinated by it. So I'm hoping someday it does make it out.
Like, what makes it outsidery?
The lyrics, the instrumentation, just the sort of untogetherness of it. It's kind of in the Skip Spence zone, just maybe a little Syd Barrett,
Really?
But not necessarily influenced by those people.
Yeah.
Just completely chaotic, all from itself. So,
That Al Nichols.
Yeah, that's right.
Is he still with us?
He is.
He is? Have you spoken to him about the album?
I spoke to him about 10 years ago, and then he kind of disappeared. So
okay.
I don't. We haven't had any further follow-up, but I had considered, starting my own label just to put this record out at some point.
Wow. Now, Andrew Sandoval, there's never any end to the mystery, and to the stories, and to the interest I have in you.
I do appreciate you having me on the best show yet again. I'd love to come back someday, and if you like the 60s music, I will plug my radio show, which is called Come to the Sunshine, which your listeners can hear off of Podomatic.com. And if you like these 60s stories and obscurities, you can check it out.
Come to the Sunshine. It's Andrew's radio show. I chose not to mention it because you went from being a friend to now you are the competition. And now I must destroy you because that is how I am programmed.
No, Tom. And I've used up enough time. But let me just say before I go,
yes.
I have a minuscule audience. I've got 100,000 times less followers on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And when you told me about how well you do in your pledge drive, I was begging for money yesterday on my show, and I raised like $5. So, I'm dwarfed by your presence in media.
So that just means that you're easier to beat. I'll fight. Like if some 8-year-old starts kicking me in the shins, I'll give him the paintbrush. You know what I mean?
But the thing is, what I want from you is I want you to start your Best Show Fantasy Camp. Because,
Best Show
there's
Fantasy
all these rock
Camp.
and roll fantasy camps.
Well, can you imagine that?
I want to find out how you do it. This is the Rupert Pupkin, Jerry Lewis conversation, the fantasy sequence.
God
how
forbid.
do you do it?
God forbid.
How do you get that many followers on Twitter? How do you get that hundreds of thousands of dollars in subscriber money?
You know what it'll come down to, Andrew? It'll be the thing. I have to figure out a way that I can leave the camp and not have to give refunds. Like, hey, he played it to the letter of the contract, guys. He was here for 40 minutes. And then he said he had to go make a phone call, even though he didn't have he said his phone was ringing, even though he didn't have a phone on him. I think he just cupped his hand to his ear, pretending that there was a phone in his palm. And then he just split. He never came back. But we can't get refunds. Now it's just going to be us and AP Mike taking us on a snipe hunt tonight to tire us all out.
With Keeping the Summer Alive set on repeat.
Yeah. Mike will do a special midnight screening of Strotzek. Andrew Sandoval, thank you so much for being on the show. I really do appreciate it. And anytime you want to come on, the door is always open for you.
Well, thank you, Tom. I will be in my bubble with the Beach Boys until that grizzly bear comes again.
All right. You grizzly bear? It's the Arctic. Come on. Heave ho. I got to hang up on him for that. Grizzly bear. How many grizzly bears you see in the Arctic? It's polar bears.
Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania.
That's too much to say.
Quantumania.
Quantumania.
Yeah, just it's like Quadrophenia. Just say Quantumania.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't understand what's wrong with saying Ant-Man 3.
Well, it's the voice, really. That's what's wrong with it.
It's a little grating.
Yeah.
Kind of jarring.
Yeah.
Gets under your skin a little bit.
I mean, I know that's one of the arrows in your quiver, but yeah,
like Hawkeye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Like Hawkeye.
Another Marvel.
Right?
Yeah.
Hawkeye. Or Green Arrow if you're a fan of the distinguished competition.
DC.
Yeah. Now, Peyton, first of all, I just want to say this. Just like I cleared the air with Jason a minute ago for my shooting my mouth off like a big shot.
Yeah.
Back on the playground again. You've been unfairly dragged on this show for 9 years, I would say. Is a fair. When did Ant-Man come out? 9 years ago?
We shot Ant-Man in 2014. Came out in 2015.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So a good 7 years you've been on the wrong end of me saying, I got cut out of Ant-Man.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take your word for it. I don't listen to the show, but that's
there we go.
You know, sure.
See? There should be a scoreboard behind us, and it should just say, like, read one, like on that one.
Yeah.
Like, it should just, like, the judges hold up their scores and be like, 9.9 for Peyton Reed on that one. No, the story goes, I went to the set for Ant-Man. Ant-Man.
Yes.
I'll say it the right way. Ant-Man.
Thank you.
And then it was like, hey, you want to be in a scene? Sell Ant-Man a lottery ticket. Well, Scott. He wasn't dressed as Ant-Man at the time.
Yeah, and you're skipping on an important thing, which is myself, Paul Rudd, the star of Ant-Man, plays Scott Lang, Ant-Man, and our producer at the time, Brad Winderbaum, and then it must be said, Kevin Feige, the head of Marvel.
Yeah.
All comedy fans, they all know who Tom Scharpling is.
Oh, look at that.
And
wait, say that again? I couldn't hear what you said. I think my headphones might be shorting out.
No. They're aware of Tom Scharpling.
Aware makes it sound like there's like a photo behind
I downgraded it. When you begged for it, I downgraded it.
Like it's a photo behind the counter to not let this guy in your store.
Yeah. So you were on their radar.
That's even worse. It makes it sound like they think I'm coming after them or something.
This is just this is Hollywood. This is how it works.
Sure. This is it's not called show friendship. Everybody.
So there was a scene in the original Ant-Man where Scott Lang is buying a lottery ticket.
Yeah.
And he's buying it at just a corner store or the bodega. And we needed someone capable who had an instant rapport with comedy legend Paul Rudd.
Yeah.
And at that time, soon to be superhero. So who did we call? Tom Scharpling.
Yeah, that's right. And
we shot a scene. I remember
sold him a lottery ticket.
Sold him a lottery ticket. You're behind the counter, patiently waiting as he fills out a lottery ticket for this montage that eventually got cut from the movie.
Yes. Did not make the final cut of the movie. And was that because like performing now suddenly it's like Paul's not so good. Like we're starting to see was there any of that in there? Like what's the percentage?
Did you say Paul's not so good?
Yeah, like maybe Paul should be selling Tom the lottery ticket.
I don't remember feeling that specifically when we were shooting the thing. I felt quite good about it. I felt like, okay, Tom acquitted himself nicely in this scene. Tom held his own with Paul. There it is. That's a still from
there.
Yeah. The problem is we cut the entire montage out of it. It's suddenly story-wise, when you get into editorial, it just didn't fit. We had to cut it, and unfortunately, we had to throw the baby out with
Cutting room floor.
Yeah.
Happens all the time.
It does.
So then the phone rings. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yes. Now we're in 2017.
Yes.
I'm back in Atlanta, Georgia, shooting a sequel.
Saying, get down here.
Yeah.
You're going to be, you and John Worster.
That's right.
Are going to be a couple of goons.
Yeah.
We need Walton. Oh, there it is right there. Look at that.
Yeah. So you have photographic evidence that this happened.
Horrifying.
Yeah.
So then.
Wait, can you go back to this shot of the lottery ticket?
Yeah.
Now go to the lottery one from Ant-Man.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is like you're in a Scorsese movie there. You're given
Oh no, I'm
this
not
patron is wasting your time. Who is this guy off the street who I don't know is Ant-Man? And I like what you did there. There's truth to that performance.
My character, whose name was
Sal.
Sal, thank you for remembering. He is saying, why is the most handsome person I've ever seen in front of me coming into my bodega to buy a lottery ticket?
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm just saying, I don't care. Business is business.
Yeah.
I could sell to the most handsome person I've ever seen just as easily as I'll sell to one of these normies that usually come in.
Yeah. And you said all that with your eyes, which was hard to do.
Thank you. And I appreciate I knew you'd catch that, but
I will just say I remember seeing your performance and thinking like this guy could be the new Danny Aiello.
Please. From your lips to God's ears. So then the call comes in for Ant-Man and the Wasp. Uncuttable scene. This is uncuttable.
We've mapped out this chase sequence throughout San Francisco. There's shrinking and growing vehicles and stuff. They're chasing after our heroes, and I need a couple of goons who are driving an SUV.
Yeah.
And they're chasing Hope Van Dyne, and the van shrinks down. All these things happen.
Yeah.
Uncuttable.
Yeah, uncuttable.
Until I cut it. And the reason I cut it, again, is I'm glad we're clearing the air about this, honestly, because I do feel like it's been hanging out there for a long time.
Yeah, we have not resolved this, and it's a little painful. I'll admit, it's painful. But then,
again, you in the process of a movie, you want to get it tight. You want to get it so that this is the third act. Things are cooking in the third act, and it's fast, and it didn't make sense. Why are we suddenly spending time with these two characters? The reaction is you kind of go to that shot and it's like, well, wait, who are these guys? And it just, it didn't make sense. It was not a performance related issue at all. I want to say that in front of you here in your own studio and to your audience.
I appreciate that because I feel like since then, my acting career has really hit the skids.
Well, define skids.
I've not worked since Ant-Man and the Wasp.
But we'll
talk about that.
Yeah.
So then there's a press conference for Ant-Man and the Wasp, and this happens. And a listener. Being a listener is not a full-time job. The listeners have jobs, and this listener's job was it works in media. And he addresses a question to you at the Ant-Man press conference. And it goes a little something like this. Let's see. We'll play the short clip.
Have there been any talks about you returning for a third film in the series? And if you do, will you be cutting Tom Scharpling from that movie too?
So I'm all hooting it up. Hooting it up.
Yeah, that's real funny. I'm on a stage with two-time Academy Award winner Michael Douglas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Paul Rudd, Evangeline Lilly. Mm-hmm. I don't know who else was there. Was Michelle Pfeiffer on the stage? Maybe.
I think
there were some heavy hitters up there.
Fishburne
was there.
Mm-hmm. Fishburne. Oh, excuse me.
Fish was there. Fish was there, and he suddenly confronted with this name and this accusation, and
I'll say this.
Yeah.
Truth be told, when they all didn't walk out, I was a little disappointed.
Of the press conference, based on that.
Just to support a fellow member of the arts. They just didn't go, you know what?
In solidarity, they were supposed to just quietly or maybe loudly exit the podium, and they'd look at me first.
Yeah.
Shake their head.
They'd look at you. They'd maybe do
shame
this.
me. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, like Rudy, like the movie Rudy, when they all laid their football jerseys on the coach's desk, which also didn't happen in real life. So that's why, I guess that's the through line there.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. Now here is where the universe is against me and not Peyton Reed. Because also backstage you got chewed out for kicking me off the movie.
Wait, I got chewed out.
Didn't somebody chew you out?
Yeah. There was so many. It was actually, I think it was Michael Douglas. I think I told this. He's like, Peyton, who was that? The guy in the audience talking about it, Scharpling. I said, well, Michael, it's Tom Scharpling. He's an old friend. We shot a thing for Ant-Man when we had to cut him. He's like, Jesus Christ, this guy's your friend? And so I was shamed. I was shamed by two-time Academy Award-winning Michael Douglas.
Yeah.
Because of one of your listeners. And that is, and I thought, I went off in a corner and I reflected. I remember reflecting in real time on this thing. And it's like, I reflected on your rising power in the media landscape at that point. And I was not happy about it in that moment. But then as I reflected more, I was like, well, that's good for Tom.
Yeah. And I appreciated the solidarity came there. It was not as performative as I would have liked, but I'll take it where I can get it. So Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania comes rolling around, and I am ready. Early March. Get ready. The lights are going to be turned on. Tom, third time's the charm. And I just, I'm going to my wardrobe fitting.
You're skipping over. You got the call.
I got the call.
Here's the time. Here, we figured it out.
And this was a killer part.
Uncuttable. This is uncuttable. This
Kang.
one is really not Kang. You were never in the running for Kang, the Conqueror. Well, did I tell you that at the time?
These are the two parts I wanted for Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. Kang the Conqueror. Or I wanted to be the guy that says, you can't do that to Ant-Man.
He's like our guy.
Yeah, the citizen.
Yeah.
I wanted to be the citizen. Hey, you can't do that to Ant-Man.
Yeah. Try it one more time. A little less gruff, a little less guttural.
Hey, you can't do that to Ant-Man.
Try one more. This time, do it in that voice that when you said Ant-Man 2, giving that one.
Okay. Hey, you can't do that to Ant-Man.
Yes. Okay, we got it. Moving on.
Wait, so I just shot a scene?
We got it.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Well, that was fast.
So you get a call.
I get a call. We got a scene for you. Not going to say what scene it is because that's not fair to if people are, I don't
No
like
spoilers.
People, but I also just don't like when people who were in a scene, you know what I mean? Find out they were not the first one meant for the scene. I just don't think that's the nicest thing in the world when you find out. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Whatever.
Fair enough. That's fair. Yes.
Look, that's how I run my sets. I don't know you run your sets.
You're a gentleman.
Call comes in. Go to wardrobe fitting. Oh, just got to take a rudimentary, just a matter of principle, COVID test, just to go to the thing. Boing, second line pops up. Got COVID. And I'm like, this thing shoots in a week. And I got this COVID. And I'm going to just be sitting at home watching Love Island. In perfect health, and I can't be on that set. This is cosmically unfair. Fast forward one day, I'm wondering if I'm going to die from COVID because it turns out the bad one was still hanging around. Everybody else had the easy one at that point where they're like, oh, it turns out I had COVID last week.
Yeah.
It was kind of like I just had the sniffles and I just stayed inside and watched TV.
What's the big deal? Everybody talking about COVID. I had it. It wasn't even like a cold.
I'm like, I got COVID. It's going to be so awful that I'm going to be healthy and that I wasn't healthy. So it's probably a good thing I didn't go on set because everybody would have been very sick.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So that happened. Didn't make it to Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Yeah. So be it.
So
but tell me when it opens, and I'll be there.
Okay,
I'll be first one online cheering.
Now, you and I, Tom, we had a conversation about there's a pickup shoot coming up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
September 17th.
Yeah, September 17th.
Which I think when we spoke last week, said you might be able to do.
You can check my dates. I got to still check my dates.
Okay. Well,
I'm moving a few things around.
The reason I came by tonight.
Yeah. Oh no.
I was not expecting to do this in real time, and this is serious. I'm not. This is not a gag.
Okay. Yeah.
This is actually serious right now.
Yeah. Okay.
So the scene we were planning to shoot.
Yeah.
Which was going to be. This is not a spoiler, but it was going to be in San Francisco.
Yeah.
We have had to cut. So.
And this is serious.
This is serious, but. We were supposed to shoot it, and again through editorial, and there's some budgetary issues with that particular thing. It was a very quick scene,
Sure.
But as you and I discussed, it was a very clear. Okay, this is the one. We're gonna get you, and now
they're not.
But I'm holding. But there's still a. There is still. I probably should not have done this on the air. I'm looking at your face right now. I probably
pre-cut. I got pre-cut.
Yeah. Well, okay, but that's for that one.
Third time's the harm.
Not yet. It's not over yet. I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
I should not have done this live. I'm sorry, man. But there's a couple of options.
This is gonna be a fun rest of the episode.
But hold on. There's a couple of things I'll talk to you about. There are some opportunities still after that thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like you're actually in shock right now.
Oh, I really am.
No. There's some opportunities coming up that I think we can figure out, but I can't talk to you about it on the air.
We get an Ant-Man sweatshirt.
No, it's not. It's not a swag opportunity.
Okay.
It's a.
Guys, thanks for listening to the best show. We had a good one. It was a fun episode.
Can I?
I'm glad there's video now because people can literally watch me start to die a little bit inside.
Can I, before I feel like I'm getting, no, I feel like you might actually kick me out, but before that happens, Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania opens February 17th.
Please.
2023. What am I supposed to say? Something like see it on the biggest screen imaginable. Something like that.
Supposed to say, turn it,
Yeah.
See it in, the biggest screen imaginable.
If you want, I don't know how it works, but if you want to put on a pre-tape thing and we can go out and hash this out. But we'll
No, but I do want to thank Peyton Reed for coming by, the director.
First of many, I think. We'll just, I can come by and we can, whatever you need to talk about.
We'll sort this through. It's great.
Yeah.
A director. He directed Bring It On, Ant-Man, Break Up, Yes Man, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Down with Love, Back to the Future, and Back to the Future 2, right?
Well, the making of Back to the Future 2.
The making.
You should make that distinction.
Wait, you didn't make... I watched those and I was just like, Peyton did it again.
Had I led you to believe that I was responsible for the movie itself, Back to the Future 2?
You were a little blurry with your explanation.
Yeah,
no, welcome to the studio. Peyton Reed is back. Everybody, remember? Well, look, let's just get to it here.
Yeah.
It's been a journey here. When did the first Ant-Man movie, was that 2015?
It came out in 2015. We started shooting it in 2014.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you started in 2014, and it was the summer of 2014. The midterm elections were around the corner.
Yeah, please, let's put this in historical context.
People were excited about things.
Oh, yeah.
I go to the set in Atlanta, Georgia, the pride of the South. Atlanta, Georgia, the Peachtree State.
Sure.
And I get invited,
yeah,
to do to act in the movie, to sell Paul Rudd, who plays Ant-Man, not in his Ant-Man costume. He wasn't Ant-Man yet. Well, he was Ant-Man, right?
Yeah.
A lottery ticket.
Yeah, and again, I should reiterate, it was an invitation extended by myself as director of the movie, by Paul Rudd, the star of the movie.
Yes.
And already with, you had a sort of built-in fandom at Marvel Studios, Kevin Feige.
Sure, yes. So that sequence, by all reports, was
terrific.
Terrific, thank you. I didn't want to say. Snip, snip, snip. Hits the cutting room floor. Movie's too long. You gotta, because this is one thing I'll say as a sidebar.
Yeah.
Here's one of the things I like about your movies. You keep these things lean and mean. You're lean and mean.
Yeah.
You're not going to get no. Look, if this guy directed Infinity War, it would have been 40 minutes.
Yeah, great. Hey, what an endorsement. But I should say that the scene was not cut for time. It was it was part of a whole montage that then that whole concept fell out of the movie.
A whole sequence fell out of the movie.
Right. Because when you say cut for time, that's like, oh, Tom's performance was great, but there wasn't time to stick around and wallow in that. It gives a different impression.
Of course. Now it happens. Now we jump forward. 2018 is the year.
Yeah.
Donald J. Trump is president.
Of course.
LeBron James is going to the Lakers. All the thrilling things that were in the air at that point. Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah.
Shoots in 2017. I believe.
That's right. Yep.
Shoots in 2017. Back to Georgia, Peachtree State, pride of the South. I'm back again. I am told there's a character named Sonny Birch, played by the great Walton Goggins, one of my favorite actors, by the way.
Absolutely.
One of the funniest actors. And as a sidebar.
Yeah.
Good guy. He's a good guy.
Great guy.
Great guy.
I love Walton.
So funny. I, along with John Worster, I'm told we will be goons. Sonny Birch's goons for the big chase scene, which was quite a chase scene. One of the best. This is my list here.
Yeah.
Bullet.
Okay.
French Connection.
Yeah.
Ant-Man and Wasp.
Oh, wow.
Then Smokey and the Bandit.
Uh-huh.
That's your third on that list.
Ant-Man and the Wasp is ahead of Ronin.
Ronin. Ahead of John Frankenheimer's Ronin.
Yeah. Ahead of Bogdanovich's What's Up, Doc?
Ahead of What's Up, Doc, yes. Renowned for its extreme car chases.
Yeah.
Ahead of Smokey and the Bandit, ahead of Megaforce, ahead of any of the Hal Needham, the Hooper.
Wow.
Stroker Race.
Classic car chase.
Yeah. We shoot it. We're driving around.
Yeah.
I was told the operative word on that one. What was the operative word?
The operative word that I have lived to regret ever uttering was uncuttable.
Uncuttable.
Uncuttable. Until I cut it.
And much like the realities in these Marvel movies, clearly time was altered to where the uncuttable became cuttable. Suddenly, some sort of magic happened. Perhaps Scarlet Witch intervened and and we went back into time and cut. Finally.
Listen, the reality is you get in the editing room, you're finishing the movie, you're tightening the movie.
Of course.
It's got to sing, and then...
Exactly. Yeah. I get it. I was on the wrong end of quality filmmaking. So, looky Lou, what comes around now? Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Mania. And this one, don't blame part one on Peyton. Blame it on COVID-19, because I was getting ready for a costume fitting. I'm like, oh, well, there's a protocol before you go for costume fitting to just do a COVID test.
It was set. You were on the call sheet.
I was ready. Yes.
We were ready for you. We had a mark on the set in place for you.
I'm not going to say what scene it is because it wouldn't be fair to an actor, but I mean, look, Jonathan Majors is a great actor and he did great with the part that I was going to do.
Oh, no.
That's
you weren't there for Kang. It was a different thing. Yeah.
Well, it's
an interesting take on the character. I suppose.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hey, Ant-Man.
That's Kang.
Yeah.
He growls.
I'll do whatever I want. I'm Kang.
He's from the Bronx, Kang?
I win.
Kang? Hey, Ant-Man. What are you doing?
So the fates intervene. You're exempt on that one. You were in the clear. You were as hurt as anybody by that.
No, and I appreciate. I want to just sit in that for a moment because I do want to. I really appreciate you saying that now to your listeners and viewers and anyone else. This could appear in print at some point. Anyone getting this information, it's important. I thank you for acknowledging that. We really made every effort to get you this movie. I can't imagine having done an Ant-Man trilogy without you in it somehow.
But then you said, "Don't worry."
Yes.
We're shooting a whole other thing in September. You said, get ready. You said, go get your, I hope you like bread bowl clam chowder and I hope you like sea lions and I hope you like prisons on islands because we're going to San Francisco.
Yep. Yeah.
To shoot a scene where I was to be a part of the Ant-Man world at that point. And then you came into the studio.
Yes.
And told me on air.
Yeah.
Now, then this is the thing. I've heard nothing for the last 5, 6 months. Was that real? Was that real? Were you putting on... Look, if I was putting on an act for that, I would be starring in these Ant-Man movies. I'd be the greatest actor you've ever seen.
Yeah, that was real. And we can talk about it now. I can tell you what that you knew what that scene was. There was a scene. Can I talk about the scene that was supposed to be? There was going to be a scene, which is not in the final movie of Quantum Mania, as we revealed on air, unfortunately on air. That was probably a bad call on my part, Tom. But anyway.
Optics. Not great optics.
Not great. So there was a scene that we were going to shoot in San Francisco at a Giants baseball game. It was a quick part of an opening montage that is in Quantumania, but it was a beat where Scott Lang was going to be doing a public appearance. He was going to go big and knock one out of the park, and it was a cool visual thing.
Sure.
And again, as we this time we didn't shoot it and cut it. We realized in the cutting room, like, no, this is one beat too many here. We cut it before we shot it. So, I came on the show and I figured I needed to tell you, and I made a what I would call a misjudgment to have told you on the air.
Yeah. Well, look, you didn't expect to see my little heartbreak. Yeah,
the word stricken comes to mind. You were stricken. I could see that. And as you've produced a sort of a piece recently that,
well, you know what?
Yeah. That was not meant
can
to be
we play the piece?
That wasn't meant to be a segue.
Can we play it? Can we bring it up on the screen in studio? I would like.
Oh, great.
Is that possible?
I
like that. It sure is, Tom. See, that's what my
can we humiliate Peyton Reed further? Thank you. Let's get that on the screen as soon as possible.
And this is made by the team, the Best Show team. I'm not sure who wants to be credited on it. It is something else.
Oh, yeah.
On their And I can give some insight into the production on this if anybody wants a look. Nobody got cut out of this production too. I just want to say, when we hire people, they're in the finished product. That's how we do it here.
Yeah.
Nobody's getting cut.
Oh.
Yes, this went online last over the last few days. And also, I want to just say, as a sidebar, I realized in that episode of The Best Show that I was cut from 2 projects. Did you hear about the second one? Ronnie Bronstein, who co-writer of Uncut Gems and co-writer of Good Time, all the Safdie's things. He revealed that I did a voice for an animated thing he was working on, and that I had just been cut from that also.
For time, or?
I believe so. But then, look, the whole thing went down in flames. Not saying anything about smoting, righteous sinners in the hand of an angry God, Cotton Mather. Not talking about Cotton Mather, Old Testament. But let's just say the scores like there's something operating that levels the playing field. When I get wronged, the fates intervene sometimes, and sometimes it's 100-fold what you receive. So here's this video that was put online telling the story. Have you seen this?
Show, you're on the air.
Peyton Reed calling in. Right to the #1 movie of the world, basically, right now.
The director of Ant-Man.
Tom actually shot a scene in downtown Atlanta. It was actually a montage sequence that ended up not making it into the movie.
So then here comes Ant-Man and the Wasp. Film a thing for it.
Uncuttable. Yeah, uncuttable. Until I cut it.
Yesterday there was a press conference.
Have there been any talks about you returning for a 3rd film in the series? And if you do, will you be cutting Tom Scharpling from that movie too?
So Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania comes rolling around, and
we have had to cut. I probably should not have done this on the air. I'm looking at your face right now.
That's right. That tells the story. That's our version of cinema, Peyton. That's us telling. It's kind of like Dunkirk. That was my version of Dunkirk. Three separate stories in one thing. 70 seconds.
I don't remember in Dunkirk someone's laughter at a joke being recontextualized as the mad cackle of the heel in the story now.
Yeah.
And then, of course, doubling back and doing the quick cut to blacks and then closer and closer.
Yeah. Look, were techniques from... That was kind of like a little bit of the Willie Horton campaign, like that was used to like it is a great political ad. There's a little bit of Lee Atwater.
It's a great political ad, and by the way, hats off to everybody here who put that together. That it's brilliant, and it really paints me as a first class.
Just Kang, you're like Kang.
I'm like Kang in this universe. Yeah, I love it.
Kang the Conqueror.
Hey, Tom, you're not going to be in this trilogy. That kind of a Kang, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But much like these Marvel movies, you sit in your seat, show the credits.
Yeah.
Then sometimes there's more.
You mean like a tag scene?
A tag, yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Look, and sometimes you sit with these Marvel things, you sit all through the credits, you see 8,000 names roll by, and then they throw a thing at you, just like, oh my God, that is going to be the most amazing thing. Other times you do it, and it's you see, you watch a thing, and like it's like Vision's eating a hamburger. And you just waited 11 minutes. Meanwhile, now I got to pay an hour at the parking garage now. I think there might be a whole Marvel parking garage thing that we're going to get to the bottom. See if they like to run those movies a little bit past when your ticket expires. You got to pay that 1 hour.
I'm still stuck on Vision eating a hamburger.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's a space hamburger.
Yeah.
So that was that day. But the next day, I wake up to a text from you saying, "What are you doing today?"
Yeah.
And this is also, that thing was 100% real, and this is 100% real, and we have not been able to, we have not been able to talk about any of this because it's a in production thing. Just, you're not supposed to talk about these things while the thing is still in production. But now that it's done, so you say to me, "What are you doing today?" I say, just kind of crying, kind of licking my wounds, thinking about giving up. You said, "Don't give up yet. We're shooting today, and I got something for you."
Yeah.
So I drive over to the lot, as they say. Get on the lot. Pretty sweet parking spot. Fourth floor.
Fourth floor.
Fourth floor.
In the deck, yeah.
Fourth floor on the deck.
Yeah.
Not on the ground. Fourth floor. It's better. You can see the whole lot from up there.
This is over at the Radford lot in the valley,
I believe so, yeah. So I get there, and I'm told that you're shooting. You say, "Get in the chair." You're going through the works.
The works. Put Tom Scharpling into the works.
Yes. And I am turned into...
You were turned into a character who appears in the new motion picture, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania.
Because let me say this to the listeners. I shot a thing. Look, am I in it as much as Paul Rudd? No.
Yeah.
Am I in it as much as Evangeline Lilly? No. You're going to go a long way. What is my running time in the movie? 3 seconds?
I will say it's probably between 3 and 4 seconds, but it's a close-up.
Look, I saw the movie. I'll say it. I saw the movie last night.
Yes, you did.
I went to the premiere, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. First class production. I'm telling you, they got hamburgers, they got sodas, they got hot dogs, anything you wanted. They're like macaroni and cheese ball.
This sounds like my kid's birthday party.
Well, it was like a birthday party for people who like movies. So I go to this premiere, and I get swept through. First class treatment. So I want to thank you for that. They swept me right past all these losers and these bums. I'm just breezing past them as they're just like, "Oh, well, I'm trying to get it to you."
You had clearance.
Sit down, watch the movie. And I'm in the movie for like 3 or 4 seconds. Solo shot. When would you say that people about when, what would be, I don't want to give anything away.
Yeah.
When should people and to get ready to look for it?
So you're asking as they're in the movie watching Ant-Man and the Wasp?
Not that you want to say when, not that you want to say exactly the scene, but what should they start to, how would you say that they should start, that's when they should start looking?
They should perk up suddenly and they start looking. I would say, I don't know, you're roughly around the maybe 35, 40 minute mark, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And you do get a considered close-up.
Mm-hmm.
You were shot by noted cinematographer, was it Bill Pope who shot it? Yeah, it was Bill Pope. I think it was Bill Pope, yeah. And You went through the works.
Yeah.
Should we talk about? I don't want to create any spoilers here.
Full crazy makeup.
Full crazy makeup. And the other thing I would like to add is,
yes,
this character that you play is a character that was created entirely for you. You are a new character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and this character was literally created for you, Tom Scharpling, because I felt. And I think you'll feel the same way. It was the absolute least I could do because you earned this. If anyone's ever earned a part in Hollywood, you earned this part.
Yes.
And
so and this is the thing, and I want to say this to everybody who listens. Look, for 8 years you've given this guy a hard time. Not unlike Darth Vader himself when he picks up the Emperor. He's like, and throws him. Sometimes the villain can turn into the hero.
Tom, are you giving me a redemption arc?
This is I'm not giving it to you. You gave yourself the redemption arc. First of all, there's a message. Everybody, you leave him alone now. You be nice to him on Twitter. Any comment you say, like, how are you going to hurt Tom again? He's done. He's off the hook forever. He's on our side. He always was. But the arc is over. Redemptive moment, 3 seconds of glory. And look, did I feel a surge in the crowd? It felt like, because it felt like, look, the movie is amazing. I love the movie.
Thank you, Tom.
I love the Marvel movies. I know what you do with them. You make the funniest ones. And I'm just going to say this. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, has literally two moments that are the funniest moments by a mile that are in any of these movies.
Oh.
So funny. Like, extended funny. Funny, capital F funny. So yes. I did feel, but like you feel a thing where people are like, what's this movie going to be? How is it going? Then suddenly that happens. And then they're like, yeah. Then it's just like, now we're cooking.
Yeah.
And then from that point on, the movie's just rolling.
Yeah.
It's like when you're watching Smokey and the Bandit, the fourth greatest car chase movie after Ant-Man and the Wasp. And they're trying to break into steal beer. And you're like, what am I? They're like, I got the key. I'll write a note. And you're just like, what are they? What are you guys doing to us here? Like you're watching that part. But then from that point on, you got Snowman.
Yeah.
You got the Bandit.
Yeah.
You got Frog.
It starts cooking at that point.
You got Turn Left, Daddy. Right? Turn left, Daddy.
There it is.
Turn right, Daddy. We'll be in the clear.
I have to say, as a side note, nothing pleases me more than your Southern accent. And it's a catch-all.
It's Jackie Gleason's faulty Southern accent that I'm just bringing to life.
Yeah,
he was actually researching the part. Like he didn't go live in Alabama for 6 months before Smokey and the Bandit.
He essayed a role of a Southern law enforcement officer in a way that few other actors have.
Sure, and
it's the reason you're talking about it today, all these years later. But your Jackie Gleason in Smokey and the Bandit impression is very close to your Foghorn Leghorn impression, or your old white frat guy eating at Mama Dip's Country Kitchen in Chapel Hill impression. They're all really kind of the same voice, and I love it every time I hear it.
We get it done.
Yeah.
It's not where you start, it's where you begin. Just remember that. I just want to play a little thing here. If this gives you a little context, this is the inspiration for so much of what I do.
Let me have a Diablo sandwich of Dr. Pepper. Make it fast. I'm in a goddamn hurry.
Yeah.
For my whole life, I've been fascinated with Diablo sandwiches too. Have you grew up in North Carolina?
I did.
Have you ever had a Diablo sandwich?
Never heard of it, except out of Jackie Gleason's mouth and Smoking
What
the
is
Bandit.
it? What is it? I think it's a meat sandwich with hot sauce.
Yeah, it's got to be some kind of hot sauce, some kind of, what was it?
Yeah.
Texas Pete? I don't know what it would have been.
Yeah.
That was before the big hot sauce craze where you could go to a hot sauce kiosk at the farmer's market and
exactly
and collect them all.
So where you watch an episode of The Hot Ones, for example, and you watch.
Yeah.
And I will say this. If you watch The Hot Ones, Ant-Man's Paul Rudd is maybe the all-time champion of that show where
it's impressive.
He did not drink water. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He just rode the ride the whole time. I don't know how he did that.
Well, he knows also if you drink water when you have hot sauce, it opens up the taste buds and it makes it worse.
Okay.
It exacerbates the problem.
Sure. You're supposed to drink milk.
Can I? That's right. Or like suck on a cucumber. Okay, can we talk about the character?
In Ant-Man and the Wasp.
In Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania.
Yes.
And this character has a name.
Yes. And this is the thing. We're on set. I'm in this makeup. And Peyton says, what should we name the character? And I say, I don't know. Does my name look like Jeff Loveness? I didn't write this thing.
Jeff Loveness is the screenwriter of Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. Very funny gentleman.
No, he's very funny. He did an amazing job with this movie, too. I tip my hat to him. Seriously, the amazing job. Then you say to me, what about this name for the character? And what is the name? And if anything, it's going to prove to you that Peyton gets it. What is the name of the character you came up with? My character.
Well, you had to coexist in the quantum realm with characters like Quaz and Veb and Zalem. It had to be kind of like a space name. So I landed on Nabridge, and that's capital N apostrophe capital BRIJ. Nabridge.
Nabridge. Now, has there ever been a more inside track, Best Show, Scharpling, and Worcester reference than the character's name is Nabridge? Everybody.
And Nabridge is now officially Marvel Cinematic Universe canon.
Yes. I had to go, after I filmed this scene, I had to go into a thing and they took every picture Matrix style of
They
me.
scanned you. Yeah.
They did the scan. So keep your eyes out this Halloween for the Nabridge costumes.
Yeah. The action figures.
The action figures
on the shelves.
Christmas, start looking for the.
Yeah.
So I would say this. Also, so look, the saga has concluded. I'm in the movie. 4 seconds of glory. I'm in it. Thank you. It's over.
Thank you, Tom. It's been quite a journey. And listen, as you're watching the movie, I made sure the fine people who make our end credit roll, which goes on for how long? 7 minutes, whatever.
Sure.
As it's listing the cast, I made sure that in the bridge, Tom Scharpling is the last credit in the after credit. So it stands out.
Amazing.
So people are enjoying who's in the movie, whatever. What it ends. People, you always go to that last
Final
name.
one.
Tom Scharpling.
Because you watch it and you're just kind of like, well, this guy must be more important than Michael Douglas.
And Michael Douglas is actually in the main on end credits.
Yeah, no,
He's
I
in the main
understand
credits.
that.
You're
but
in the credit roll.
Yeah, but he's just one of. It's like, is he more
A
important
few.
than Paul Rudd? Is he? I don't know. He's in the middle there somewhere, upper tier. It's Rudd.
Yeah.
Sharpling.
Yeah. Sure.
Everybody else in the
You're a
middle is just
bookend.
kind of negotiable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You and Rudd, first and last, you bookend the thing.
You got a bookshelf. Those books are going to fall this way or they're going to fall that way.
Yeah.
You got Rudd holds the thing in there. Sharpling there. Those books stay put.
That is one way to look at it. Yeah.
Now, a couple questions for you.
Yeah.
Brett Davis, do you have that clip? Couple Marvel related questions.
Sure.
First of all, this movie, right? Oh no, let's do this first. I just wanted you to focus on the pronunciation of a certain word that our own Brett Davis cannot unhear this.
Okay.
Can you play the scene, please?
Please, don't let your past determine the future.
As long as I am alive, nobody will ever get that formula.
Okay. Formula. He's
Formula? No.
Play it again.
Formula.
Play it again. This is from Ant-Man 1.
Yes.
Please,
Saying to the
don't let
audience.
your past determine the future.
As long as I am alive, nobody will ever get that formula.
Formula. It's an open A.
As long
Formula.
as I'm alive, nobody will ever get that formula.
There's no way.
Let's hear it
that
again.
Michael Douglas.
Let's hear it again.
Hollywood royalty says formula.
Let's hear it again.
Okay.
Please, don't let your past determine the future.
As long as I am alive, nobody will ever get that formula.
There's
Formula.
a little. No, there's a little.
No. Someone put this in your head, and now you think you're hearing it.
No, he goes. He doesn't go
As
formula.
As long as I'm alive, nobody will ever get that formula.
Now you're going
It's in the back
so
of the
big
throat.
with the He goes, as long as I'm alive, nobody will ever get that formula. He hits an R at the very end of it.
No.
Okay, look.
We are going to have to agree to disagree. You can do a poll.
Okay.
Is that the kind of thing you guys do? Do you do online polls?
We do.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Okay.
if you
People
put
are
it to
saying,
your
people
listeners.
are saying I should shut my mouth or I'm going to get cut again. It's last minute.
Yes.
Last minute.
I'm going to go around to every
crack the
theater.
edit open.
Going around to every theater.
Yeah.
Across the globe.
Now, just another thing. This movie. Do you know this movie here? Can you help me
Spider-Man
out?
No Way Home. Yes.
I bought this.
Oh.
The Blu-ray has a skip on it.
The Blu-ray has a skip on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it froze.
Oh.
Right when Ned was on the screen, too. Ned's trying to explain something.
Yeah.
This thing freezes. Like, who can I talk to about this?
I could get that to some people who might be able to disregard it immediately.
Can we work this up the chain?
First of all, I'd like to say I'm pleased that you're a physical media guy.
Yes.
You still buy the Blu-rays.
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to pledge to you right now on the show
Yeah.
in front of everybody. At such time that Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania comes out on physical Blu-ray.
Yeah.
You tell me, Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray,
Yeah.
whatever your preference is.
Okay. Yeah.
That's on me. Compliments of the house.
I like it. I like a freebie.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
But seriously, I mean, is this like a Feige thing?
That's probably the fastest way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we call him?
Let me see. I don't know if he's home yet from the chunk. Oh, my phone. I had to turn my phone off. They wouldn't allow me in the studio.
They wouldn't let the phone.
Yeah,
on,
yeah,
no.
yeah. Sorry, but I can call him on
Sure.
you
Please
know,
bring
on the
it
drive
up.
home.
Just say.
Yeah.
Just say it doesn't work. It had 2 moments where it froze.
Is that the standard or the 4K?
Oh,
that's a Blu-ray.
It's a Blu-ray.
Okay.
It's the
Plus
combo,
the DVD.
right?
Yeah.
Plus the So
It might be. You have the digital code there. You could just input the digital code, and you'd have a digital
but I
streaming
would
version
just-
of it.
I mean, I should have every option available to me as a consumer.
That's true.
Um,
That also comes with the standard DVD version.
It does, yes. But I was watching the Blu-ray.
You could skip and just watch the Ned speech in DVD, and once
Mhm.
the skip is over, you go back to the Blu-ray. And
Sure.
then
I could. That's fair.
pick up the rest of it.
It's a fair amount of work. So you've done this movie. I just want to talk about the movie for a second.
Sure.
The first movie is like a heist. It's a heist.
Yeah.
Second movie, it's like action-y car chase. That's one. It seriously is one of the great. I love the car chase. It's so much fun.
Thank you.
Because you do work in. You work in your thing, because your thing is you are funny, and you have these inventive elements that you work into the flow of a thing. Dare I say it's Spielberg-esque.
Oh.
Where you know how to squeeze the most out of an action scene. I can tell. I'm going to project now. Now we go back to 1981.
Oh.
A young Peyton Reed sitting in a theater watching Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Because when I saw Raiders of the Lost Ark at like the advanced screening the night before. I was just like, I cannot wait to see this thing. Mm-hmm. I didn't know two things about it, except that Han Solo had a whip all of a sudden. Right?
Yeah, that's part of the story. Han Solo gets a whip.
I'm just saying, for me as a kid,
of course,
it's Lucas, it's Spielberg, and it's Han Solo.
Yeah, they're making a movie together.
You think I knew Bob Falfa at that point?
Yeah, as a kid, you're a huge Bob Falfa.
Bob Falfa's here.
Yeah,
or the guy who built Elliot Gould's cabinets is here.
Yeah.
That woodworker?
He built Sergio Mendes' studio out in the valley.
That also must have been the most amazing thing when just like people are just like, wait a minute. That guy who built my kitchen cabinets.
That guy screwed up my storage shelf.
Yeah. He's now in the biggest movie ever. He's like the best part of the biggest movie ever. Yeah. They must have that's a true Hollywood story.
Yeah.
Of Harrison Ford just with his tool belt.
Shirtless, probably.
Shirtless.
I feel like he made that whole cabinet, studio, kitchen, whatever he was doing, completely shirtless.
And he's just like
baked.
Where do you want it? And he's just like,
can you hand me that hammer and nail? I just got to finish hanging this cabinet.
Where's my drill? But you sit in that theater. I never had my mind blown by a movie ever. Like the level of the action,
it's unbelievable.
Because it kept going like this and it goes up again. That freaking thing when he's got the whip on the trucks moving down the road is one of the most. That made more of an impression on me than just about anything in terms of the idea that there is no limit to like the intensity that you can get out of a scene. And just when you think you've had enough, you can find another gear.
It's incredible. I happened to be working at a movie theater in Raleigh, North Carolina that summer of 81 where Raiders was playing. Mm-hmm. So of course I saw it on my own, but then I could see it. I saw it dozens and dozens of times. Once people were seated, I would sit in. I mean, it's seared into my brain, like shot for shot. And it is such incredible filmmaking. Mm-hmm. And it's also Spielberg coming off 1941, which was this gigantic, bloated thing. So much money was spent.
Yeah.
And now he's working for producer George Lucas, who's saying like, you're not going to come in a penny over this thing. And so he's on a budget.
Yeah.
And he's got stuff to prove. Like it just caught everybody at the right time. And it's so great.
Yeah. That and there's also just the idea he knew when it was time to be like, oh, there's 50 guys fighting in a thing. Oh, it's all these trucks going. And then he just knows when to strip it down to just two people. Suddenly he's like on the runway with the plane going around and that strong guy. Suddenly that guy.
Yeah.
Like he just knew it's just like, sometimes it's just you got to get back to basics again. Like make it just him versus somebody else.
Yeah.
It just like, so was that probably did that make what made the biggest impact on you? Star Wars? That? What were the other ones that like, just where they are tattooed on your brain and everything's kind of almost run through the filter of those movies?
The very first one for me, I'm a little bit older. The very first one for me was the original Planet of the Apes, 1968. Okay. And when I was a kid, CBS used to run that on Friday nights. And then I finally saw it in a theater. And that is a movie that is probably the movie that made me want to make movies. The makeup, the ape makeup is awesome. Charlton Heston is over the top, and that movie grows with you as you get older because it's it's a dark movie when you look at it.
Yeah,
he's this misanthrope. He's turned his back on mankind. He's traveled out to space, and then he has to kind of become an apologist for the human race. And it has a lot to say about race and religion and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
So that's one of the ones. Do you feel like did you read this Quentin Tarantino book that came out, Cinema Speculation?
Yes.
It's an amazing book. If you want to read a book that, even if you are not somebody who, nobody could read this book and say, I agree with 100% of the things in this, except for Quentin Tarantino. But it is a fascinating, he breaks down, you understand what makes him tick. he talks about his movie going experiences when he was 7, when
Yeah.
he was 8. And then you're like, he's been chasing certain moments for his whole life to get to create that moment that he experienced when he was 8.
Yeah.
And there's a thing where he was basically, his mother was dating a guy who was a person of color, wanted to take the kid to the movies. They went downtown in LA.
Yep.
He's the only white kid in the whole theater.
Yeah.
And he heckles the screen at a point, and the entire theater laughs. And he's just been chasing that moment for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
And it's shocking with that stuff. So these movies, those are like Planet of the Apes. Are you chasing that? Like, do you feel like in some way?
It's all that stuff. Like it is, you remember how those movies made you feel, or sequences or moments in those movies made you feel. And there's an exhilaration, and it's either fear or it's just this responding to the kinetics of the filmmaking. I remember hearing this story about Spielberg and Zemeckis, and they were previewing Jaws in 75, and they were showing it to a bunch of people somewhere in Hollywood. And it's the scene, spoiler alert, it's the scene where Quint...
I didn't get a chance to see it yet.
Quint gets eaten by the shark. And Spielberg recalled like hearing someone like, like laughing really loudly at that moment, which he thought in the moment was a really odd response.
Yeah.
And he found out later it was a young Zemeckis who was, I think, still at USC Film School.
Sure.
And Zemeckis explained that he was laughing just at the exhilaration of like how great the filmmaking was.
Yeah.
And you have that feeling too. It's like that you see something, it's like, oh my God, you still, I can still be compelled to like yell and scream and laugh out loud in a movie theater. I love it.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's part of the experience. But Raiders has that in that chase, and just these moments that are pitch perfect. And like you said, they're, it's firing on all cylinders until it finds another cylinder you didn't know about.
And I don't think there's a better example of pacing in an action movie than that movie, because it knows when it's time to calm it down, when it's time to focus on the characters, and then when it starts dialing up. Those movies to me were like basically the death of like James Bond movies in a way, because that's when James Bond became, suddenly it's like you have this, or you have Roger Moore going like judo chop, and he's like,
well, it's two things. It's like
this
Spielberg
88-year-old man in a tuxedo suddenly just like, he's just like, don't mind if I do, and
a pigeon does a double take. They rock and roll a shot of a pigeon doing a double take. But Raiders, like, there's two things that Spielberg wanted to make a Bond movie, and they wouldn't let him. And George Lucas said, like, I got something better.
Yeah.
So he took that attitude of like, I want to make the ultimate action thing. And the second thing is that I remember when it came out, critics at the time, I think pretty much everybody loved that movie, but certain critics were like, well, they've taken out all the slow parts and it's just a roller coaster ride. It was maybe one of the first movies they referred to as a roller coaster ride.
Sure.
Which is obviously a cliche now, but like at that time it was like, it's just nonstop action. But that movie became the template for everything that followed.
Yeah.
In terms of how, and I remember on Temple of Doom, they talked about playing with how fast you could edit and how fast the cuts could be, and the audience could still follow the action, how they're really pushing it in that second movie. But it really, those movies set the tempo for all the action movies to follow.
Yeah. And to me, the craziest thing now is like, I think these Mission Impossible movies are at the highest level of that now, where they are like, I don't know how you could even try to say like, hey, we're going to make a James Bond movie, because they're doing it again, where they're just like, the action scene ends and then it's just Tom Cruise, and they put a blueprint on a table, and they just suddenly going like, they give you like 2 minutes to recover.
Yeah.
2-3 minutes to just like catch your breath, settle back down. And he's saying like, all right, we got to go here and then go there. And then suddenly the trucks are rolling.
Yeah.
They're just suddenly in the trucks going to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's been a franchise, except for Ant-Man, that gets better with each one. These movies, they get better. These Mission Impossible movies.
The filmmaking in the Mission Impossible movies is extraordinary. And like it or not, Tom Cruise's commitment to that, and just constantly raising the bar is really impressive, right? I mean, they're just, it's all about like cutting out that shoe leather.
Yeah.
It's just action.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see the next ones.
Now, Star Wars big influence on you, obviously. The Marvel stuff's obviously because you were literally drawing Ant-Man when you were a kid.
Yeah,
like you have physical proof that you were how old when you were drawing like the cover of Avengers 1?
I was drawing stuff as a kid, but then I was a drummer for a band in North Carolina in the mid '80s, and I would draw the flyers for the shows or gigs, as we called them. Yeah. It's a music term.
Yeah.
And I drew one that was a total ripoff of the cover of Avengers #1, and I drew the band members as members of the Avengers, and I drew myself as Ant-Man.
Isn't that the most? That's the most.
It's weird.
It's so.
And we
weird.
showed it at Comic-Con in 2014 when I came on the movie, and it was a weird thing to sort of feel somehow fated to do Ant-Man in a way.
I know you have to get going, Ant-Man, because this movie. I was at the point. It was the thread. I'm going to pick up on it. The first one, it's grounded. It's a heist movie. Second one, expanded out a little more. Still both feet on the ground. But now some quantum stuff starting to poke through.
Yep.
But still, it's a conventional movie for the most part. But this one is bonkers.
Yeah.
You are not walking around in reality for 98% of this movie.
Yeah, it's true.
But that is just like, what is that like to take the same tools, people, and now we're just doing it so differently?
To me, it's something that it did feel like a logical progression of the story and those characters. It made sense because we were really kind of just answering this question that we'd set up in the last couple of movies.
Answering this question.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you.
That is good. We set up this thing and we left the audience with this question. What was Janet Van Dyne doing for 30 years in the quantum realm? We needed to answer that. And we wanted to take the audience down. And again, having read those comics as a kid, it's the microverse. We wanted to explore, the microverse became the quantum realm in the movies. So it made sense, but it also made sense in terms of like, we got to mix it up. To me, the cardinal sin you can commit in these movies is to repeat yourself. You got to do something different and not bore the audience. And this just felt like, oh, I have a chance here. None of the other Marvel movies have mined
chance.
Go ahead. Let me find my train of thought again. We had the opportunity to create the quantum realm. Like none of the other Marvel movies were dealing with that. It was something we had introduced into the MCU, and then we could just make it whatever we wanted to.
Yeah.
So to me, we had this crazy team of artists and under our production designer, Will Tay, and it was like, let's take things from show me your portfolios. We have to come up with all these weird creatures and races and environments and everything. And I wanted it to be this grab bag of stuff I love. Like, there's a little bit of Flash Gordon in there. There's a little bit of Heavy Metal magazine from the 70s and 80s. Maybe there's a little Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and just, science fiction paperback cover art.
Yeah.
Just stuff that, was really evocative. And it was our chance to create this really wide and varied thing because we were going to be living in those environments for almost the entire movie.
Yeah, it's really it's just fun for you to just get to, because the Ant-Man movies, they're my favorites because they're just funny, and I just like, that's the combination I always like, and your sense of humor is my sense of humor, so it's always just worked for me as at the most optimal level. So, but they've always been complementary to the big thing. They're kind of like, even like Ant-Man and the Wasp, you're just like, where does this even fit? Because it came out between the two.
Oh yeah, we were stuck
Avengers
between Infinity War and Endgame.
Yeah, so you're just kind of like, you're like, you're almost like you're like the sidebar to the main story.
Yeah, we're like, if you're on the phone with someone and they give you a horrible, dramatic piece of news and you're just reeling from it. And then they put you on hold. It's like, hey, can you hold for a second? And then there's hold music playing.
Yeah.
That was Ant-Man and the Wasp. And then they pick the phone back up again and they resolve the problem.
They start talking.
That's Endgame.
And the hold music is a song you like.
Yeah, you like it.
Oh, I like that song.
It's great.
That's great. That was fun.
It's great, but you're just rocking from the news you just got.
Yeah. But now it's great to see that this is this is now kicking off like real stuff. You're not the sidebar anymore. You're not the hold music.
Yeah.
Like this is a load bearing wall.
Yeah. And I certainly don't think of Ant-Man and the Wasp as hold music.
No, but
that's a joke I make on a show. I love that movie.
But we're just saying.
But now,
in terms of the big narrative.
Yeah. I always liked that Ant-Man that we were playing in the margins.
Yeah.
And we didn't have to carry any of the water of the sort of Infinity Stones and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This one, we're kicking off this phase 5 in the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
And, that was the thing we wanted to do. I talked to Kevin Feige. I said, I want this to be an Avengers level movie. I want to do something really different with it. And wouldn't it be cool to put Ant-Man and the Wasp, maybe the most unlikely Avengers, up against a big villain?
Yeah.
And in the comics, you read the comics.
Yeah.
Who's the Mount Rushmore of Marvel Comics villains? There's Thanos, there's Doctor Doom.
There's Galactus.
Galactus, right? You know, and in the MCU, there's Killmonger, right? There's Loki, certainly.
Sure.
But Kang the Conqueror in the comics, he was hanging out there and sort of ripe for the
Just
picking.
waiting,
Yeah. And we thought, like, it's such an obviously lopsided confrontation.
Yeah.
And so there's tension in it immediately. Like, well, what are Ant-Man and the Wasp going to do against Kang the Conqueror?
Yeah.
That seemed like a fun challenge to us.
Yeah.
And so,
and that's why it's not surprising that when he kills Ant-Man, because he is very powerful.
Uh-huh.
He kills Ant-Man.
I would love it. Oh, spoilers.
Look,
spoilers are a tricky thing. They're tricky.
He kills him at the end.
Tom,
Mm-hmm.
Tom, I talked to you about we can't get into verifying or negating any plot points.
Sure.
Okay.
You've
just told the audience that you saw the movie last night.
Yeah. Now you've seen movies where Austin Powers, he plays Austin Powers. He's also Dr. Evil. He's Fat Bastard. He's Gold Member.
Yeah. Where's this going?
Nutty Professor. He's Sherman Clump, and he's all family.
Yeah.
Ant-Man and the Wasp 4. Ant-Man 4, Ant-Man and the Wasp 3, Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania 2. It should be the poster.
Yeah.
All I'm saying.
It rolls up the tongue.
My dream in this life. These are my dreams. Hang out with a monkey.
Yeah.
Want to hang out with a monkey.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I wanted to ride through the Holland Tunnel.
Like a spider monkey or a member of the monkey's band?
No,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was more like an ape. That was like a chimp.
Or a chimp monkey.
Okay. Some simian.
Yeah. There's room for a second. All I'm saying, my dream has been to say, you can't do that to Ant-Man, to be like the citizen in a movie.
Yeah.
Because I watch Superman 2, and I know this is
a
movie made by the distinguished competition. You might not be able to acknowledge its existence. I will say, you might be like, what's Superman?
Sure, John.
You're not allowed
of my love for the Christopher
I'm just saying, in Superman 2, when those people go up against Zod, and they're like, hey, you can't mess with Superman.
Yeah.
And then they start walking. I start crying.
They take to the streets.
And they got no powers.
You can't do that to Superman.
He's our guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I cry a little bit.
Yeah.
I see Spider-Man 2, the Sam Raimi one.
Yeah.
And they're saying, Spider-Man, this is New York. Or whatever they said, something to that effect.
Yeah.
I started bawling my eyes out because I'm just like,
you're a man of the people.
These people have no powers, but they're going to fight Doc Ock.
Yeah.
All I'm saying, I'll give you 3.
Yeah.
You can walk this over to Feige or whoever it be. Okay, here we go. You can direct me on this.
Okay, so here we go. Ready? Okay. And action.
Line. Okay.
No, you got it now?
Okay.
You off book?
Okay, here we go.
And action.
Hey, you can't do that to Ant-Man. He's one of ours.
Okay, I'd like to do one more.
Okay.
I was with it the first half.
Yeah.
You held out the R's in a way that maybe it was a little too musical.
Okay.
You're intense. You gotta. You may have to fight this guy you're yelling at. Here we go.
Okay.
And take 2.
Hey, you can't do that to Ant-Man. That's one of our guys.
Okay, so I like that. That's a different guy from take 1. And let's stick with the same guy, the sort of the New Yorkie guy from the first one,
guy. Okay.
as opposed to the guys up from Charlotte.
Sure. Hey, you can't do that to Ant-Man. He's one of ours.
Okay. All right. I like that guy. He's friendly. He's warm. But I want to see that same guy, that same character. But he's in a situation he's never been in. He may have to go up against General Zod, right?
Yeah.
So you gotta. He's got to summon up his inner strength. Here we go.
Okay.
And action.
You can't do that to Ant-Man. He's one of ours.
Okay. That's usually. I think we've got it.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got it. This one, just have fun with this one.
Okay, have fun with this one.
Yeah. That's your favorite piece of direction, right? Just have fun with this
nuts.
one. Yeah.
Let's go nuts.
Here we go. And
I watch you direct, and you usually do. Then just say, just go nuts.
I've never said that in my life. Here we go. Like I say, hey, Michael Douglas. Yeah, Peyton. Just go nuts. What the hell? Geez, that's the worst piece of direction I've ever received in my entire career. That's what would happen to me.
People were also begging when they heard you were coming back to do your Michael Douglas impression.
Oh,
people
look at that.
Your Michael Douglas, so they got a good taste. Okay, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
and action.
You can't do that to Ant-Man, or I'll never give you the formula.
Oh. You son of a bitch.
Well,
yeah, you brought it right back. He does not say formula.
Okay, well, we'll settle it on the set of Ant-Man for he who I will be playing the Dazzler.
We are bringing the Dazzler into the MCU.
Amazing.
Yeah.
But in terms of the casting, it's a guy.
We start the wardrobe fittings.
Sure. And
well, let's just do the wardrobe fittings.
Let's just do the wardrobe fittings. Look, Peyton Reed, you know I love you. You're the best. Thank you for all the fun with all this stuff. And we've all been laughing for this whole time. Nobody take any of this stuff too seriously. Was my heart broken? Yeah, you all saw it.
What do you do now? They know that.
Yeah.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come
Ant-Man
in here.
4 Revenge of Nabridge. Thank you. There it is, right there.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
What he's a vengeful guy, Nabridge?
Well, he's coming from the quantum realm.
Oh, okay. No spoilers, please.
To be like, Ant-Man, there is serious trouble in the quantum realm. You need to return. So I'm going to cast this spell.
Oh, he's magical.
He's like, it's like a window, and that's like an actual window. And we lift it up and go down it. And then looking in the window is John Belushi from Animal House.
I thought you were going to say from Neighbors. It's John Belushi from Neighbors.
No, it's one of the first R-rated movies I saw by myself. That's the first one I saw alone in a theater. Neighbors. My parents pulled up.
Yep.
Went to the box office. It's an R-rated movie. My mother walks up to him and she goes, "He's good." And then they just sold me the ticket.
And cut to young Tom in the theater. Why'd they switch roles? He should be playing the...
What's Dan Aykroyd, the weird one? No, seriously, Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania comes out on the 17th.
February 17th, yes.
It's very exciting, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And you're one of my favorite people, and this is exciting.
I feel the same way, Tom. And I want to say on behalf of Marvel, welcome to the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Sure.
You're in.
I'm in. You hear that, everybody? They can't take me out now.
Paul Rudd sends his regards. I was with him today. We were doing press, and he said, make sure Tom knows we're the first and the last in the credit roll.
Yeah.
And welcome to the MCU.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, wherever you are.
Oh, wow. I'm like...
You're on.
I'm on.
Well, Benny, how are you tonight?
I'm all right. This is weird because the delay. I'm sorry, the delay between myself and the video on the screen is weird.
Well, you just don't worry. You just talk.
I'll talk, but also all my movements are backwards. So what you're seeing is an incorrect part in my hair and a flop of my face that's horrific.
Okay. Now look, I'll say this. First of all, you don't look like this character you do on the Curse, where is Nathan? Are you here also?
I'm
here, but
Nathan,
I'm in oh wow, it switched to me.
Wait, yeah, Nathan's full screen. What's this about?
You're full screen also, Benny.
Yeah, and I'm like side by side.
You're full screen.
So whoever talks gets popped in, or is
just
there audio that controls it, or is it a switcher?
Nathan, when you speak, you take over the whole image.
Is it whoever speaks takes it over?
So the Curse.
There we go. Now we got some.
Ooh, look at that. Now
whoa.
Now we're in business. Now, I want to say.
What happened? Tom, hi.
Hi,
Can you
Nathan.
hear me?
I can. How are you tonight, Nathan?
It's nice to meet both of you.
Nathan, you seem irked.
I'm good. I just want to make sure it's all working okay because I dressed up for this and everything.
You did. You've got your finest zippy on.
You know how expensive that zipper is?
Do I
Nathan,
ever?
that's all he bragged about all throughout the making of the Curse is his platinum half zipper. He claimed it never broke, and he's like, "Oh, wait till you see my platinum zipper. It's unbelievable,
indestructible."
And
No, sorry. What were you saying?
I was just saying you were saying not only is it indestructible, but you greased it every day with some wax so that it would zip up and down without making a noise. You were very proud of it.
I don't think that's true at all.
It was a weird moment where I just saw you like you were melting wax. It was interesting.
Well, now I think, Nathan, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you well?
It's the wax.
Here, look,
it's the fumes.
I don't want to take over this, but this is a live thing, so people are chiming in. Is that right?
Well,
there's a chat.
There's a chat going, but don't worry about that.
No. I'm not worried. I think I just want to ask actually because I've had this very mild cough for over 2.5 weeks now, and I'm not COVID. There's nothing, but the cough won't go away. I know a lot of your listeners or some are doctors. Is there anyone who, if anyone knows why?
Well, look, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Somebody's saying you need a lung X-ray.
God.
You don't want to see these answers, Nathan.
Oh, man.
You're dying is coming up over and over. But Benny will get... Benny, you'll get this reference. He who is not busy living.
Wait, what is it? How do you see the comments, Nathan?
Because I'm a big fan of the show and I watch the stream.
Yes.
But you're watching the stream right now, but I'm on an iPad, so I can't. I don't have multiple windows open.
Yeah. Well, don't worry about it, Benny. Look, Benny,
I have horrible quality. This is embarrassing. Am I delayed or do I have bad quality on my video?
Benny, it couldn't be more perfect. It couldn't be more perfect.
You think really?
You got to trust me on this.
Okay.
It couldn't be more perfect. Now, when did you two fellas cross paths? When did a Nathan meet a Benny?
Ooh. Just now. This is the first time we've met.
This is the first time.
First time we met over because we had met over audio. You know, we had written over the phone and stuff. We deliberately never saw each other.
Sure.
Until the first day, not even while we shot. Because whenever we acted in scenes, we had there was something in between us, so we couldn't see each other because we wanted to meet each other on the show.
There was a lot of conflict, yeah.
Yeah, no.
So we shot it in different rooms.
That's like good for. I heard that's what they did on Meatballs when they had the two different camps that the snobs didn't want to meet the slobs until they were on set. So you got some real drama there when they're doing the hot dog eating contest. And what's his face was eating all those hot dogs. Remember that kid shoving those hot dogs in his face? And Woody the Wabbit, he didn't even meet Bill Murray until the day he did the long distance run.
Well, we met. Oddly, I was a very, not oddly, rightfully so, I was a big fan of Nathan's.
Yeah.
And I had been watching Nathan For You linearly on cable television. And I had written an article about the show. And Nathan and I met up after he saw some of our movies, and we kind of met up. And then it was just a friendship that kind of came out of it first. There was nothing else other than, hey, this is a guy who I seem to get along with, and we joke around and have fun. And then it was just a constant thing.
And
it's weird to make friends as an adult.
It is weird to make friends as an adult, but it's also very exciting because you realize your life's not over.
I'll tend to work with anyone that writes a nice article about me. So
that's how it works?
Pretty much, yeah. If someone says anything nice, I'll make a show with them and take 5 years of my life to do that.
so at some point you guys are like, we like each other, we're friends, let's make the most unsettling show in television history together.
that is actually how it started. Although no, that is how we came up with Love to the Third Degree. That was our quote, our edict on that was, let's come up with the most insane show that would actually plausibly get on television.
Yeah.
So, and I'm convinced that Love is
on.
What?
Should we say what it was based on?
Oh yeah, go for it. Say it.
Well, it's funny because the show that it's, we're obviously big fans of reality TV and connoisseurs of this, but there was a reality show that was made in Denmark that I was obsessed with called Gay Army. And
feminine men in a masculine
I showed it to
world.
Benny, and I was like, this is a real show. And the premise of the show was that it was 9 of the gayest men in Scandinavia, this is their words, were put in a boot under a U.S. Army sergeant, and they had to learn how to be in an army. And then in the final episode, they were going to fight the real army in battle. And the tagline of the show was "Feminine Men in a Masculine World."
And this is,
and then that was just it was an example.
You can probably
of a show
look it up.
Dougie might
you can
make.
probably look it up. Yeah.
And then we were looking at other ones. There were some crazy shows like Who's Your Daddy, which existed, where they had a whole bunch of men living in a house, and then there was a younger woman who came into the house, and her job was to suss out who her biological father was. But every person in the home was trying to trick her into thinking that they were the real father, because they would win money if they tricked her, and she would win if she picked the right person.
Which is basically,
and then it was a disaster, and they only aired one episode.
That is a reverse Mamma Mia.
And then I don't Love to the Third Degree. I'm convinced that Love is Blind actually came from, because we had the idea for Love to the Third Degree well earlier.
Sure.
And this is a small town, so that's all I'm going to say.
Are you a fan of Love is Blind, Benny?
I'm. What's that dating one you showed me, Nathan, where it's the first date all the time? They go on the date. What was that?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like that one's unbelievable. Where you just it's one person who goes on the date with 3 different people, but it's just dinner, and it's always it's like each one, like the camera will pan and then it'll just dissolve into a new date. It was great. That one was fun. But please, all these shows have something that you can't help but want to watch. They're fun.
I'm watching a show now called House of Villains, which is maybe the best thing I've ever seen in my life. They took every villain from all these different reality shows and they put them all in a house.
Wow.
To figure out who like the ultimate monster is.
And nobody's there to make friends. That's for sure.
Oh no, they're here to win the $200,000. It is seriously
House of what's it called? House of Villains.
House of Villains.
Oh,
I'm not gonna.
Someone had it. Dating around. Someone said in the chat. That's
Dating
the one.
around. Yes. See, I wish I had access to this chat. Dating around is magnificent.
There's a moment, and I'm going to bleep myself on this, where New York, who people know, New York, and New York is arguing with Omarosa, and New York says to Omarosa, "You are a blank sucking, blank guzzling." It was so yeah. I mean, I never heard. Look, the blank sucking thing, of course, we've all heard that. Blank guzzling? I was like, all right, you win. This is the greatest.
How did you have that image ready to go?
I've got a team here, Nathan. They would put 60 Minutes to shame with how fast they move with these clips.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I love seeing that graphic.
So you did this show. You've been talking about the show for a good long while. The Curse, which is 3 episodes deep right now, and there's 10 of them.
10.
Tom, am I? Tom, you've seen them all.
I've seen every episode,
and you saw them early. But you saw them early without any sound and stuff too.
There was no sound. It was
it had sound, but a bad sound. Let's be real.
Well, it wasn't. They were not finalized. You were still making cuts and looking for feedback. Yeah. This is all I'm going to say.
You gave us thoughts on them, and we incorporated your feedback into the show. So
yeah,
I would say that if people don't like certain parts of it, that that could have been one of Tom's suggestions.
Could have been one of my fixes. Could have been a problem. This is all I'm going to say. I've seen all the episodes.
Wait, hold on. Are you claiming right now, Tom, that these are your suggestions that are playing?
Yeah, the what's playing right now is Tom's ideas.
These are my ideas. I put a little sizzle reel.
Cut them together. Wow, how did you put together a reel of your ideas?
And my name got cut off there. It said Nathan Fielder and Benny Safdie, and it said and Tom Scharpling. For some reason, I think the aspect ratio cut my name off on that there. This is a sizzle reel I put together of the things I added to the program. No, I watched the episodes and said, that was great. Oh, hey, watch this one. Oh, that was amazing. Watch this one. Oh, I love that one. Watch this one.
That was helpful.
Maybe you could turn the volume up on the dialogue in that one spot. You guys had this world locked down, and I'll say this. I'm not going to spoil a single thing. You could give somebody a notebook and say, here's a notebook, here's a pen. Write down, single-spaced, how you think this show ends. Fill every line in this notebook. No one will get it right. On Earth. It would be the kind of thing that you'd have to give someone a car if they actually guessed. You have to give them your car.
In one room, Nathan offered millions of dollars. That's how confident he was.
Yes. I would say this. If you made sure people didn't sneakily find out, they saw the thing, and if you had people who you knew were pure, you could offer them $1 million and you'd be safe.
That's how would we know here's how we would know. If they guessed right, they cheated.
Well, that's exactly it, because it is statistically impossible to guess how this show ends. So, Benny, can you give us some insight into this look that you cultivated for this show? Because everybody knows. Well, somebody's saying in the chat, Tom, send me the ending and I'll split the $1 million with you. That's a cheat. That's a cheat. I wouldn't touch that. That'd be dirty money.
Somebody should call the police because that's illegal. That was illegal.
Do the two of these guys, would they even feel it if they lost $1 million? No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't even notice it. Their accountant would notice it. They wouldn't even.
I would die in the moment. Actually,
it wouldn't move the needle on these guys. Because look, Benny, he's got all that heaven knows what money. He's living off that. He's like Jay Leno. He doesn't even touch the Uncut Gems money.
if you like, literally right now, I'm doing my Zoom from a rented spot that I don't even have. This isn't my spot. This isn't where I live.
No, yeah, but it looks spectacular.
I actually had them install these just for this.
It's like King of Marvin Gardens, Benny. You look like you're in the convention hall in Asbury Park.
I love that. Good movie.
It is
okay
a good
movie. It's okay.
It's a very good movie.
Some parts are not as good as other parts in it, but there's good stuff.
Bruce Dern is very good in it.
So we looked at all of these reality TV producers, and
there it is.
And there he is, the big D. We looked at a lot of different reality producers, and there was also a very specific kind of person that is in that world specifically. There were two titans of that industry, and we kind of modeled the look off of them. And then there was also a little Johnny Depp in there with the bracelets, and the rings. And there's something about the rings that it's like a superpower. You feel like you can stop a car that's driving at you at 75 miles per hour. You just put those hands up and they have to listen. It really does something very special. And then the thing that we found is every time Dougie ended up on set, they loved Dougie. They didn't like me, but Dougie was like this. He was this guy who came on and he made things happen,
Yeah.
But
it was true. The women in the crew, actually were sexually attracted to Benny in his Dougie outfit.
Sure.
Old, slightly older, it was a look that appealed to certain women, who admitted to not finding Benny in real life attractive.
But the thing that was amazing, what the hardest part was, and we had to go back and forth where I would put on a scarf and Nathan would go, "That's too far." And then we would go with a smaller scarf. And that was the perfect. So it really was a very fine line to walk with it. But given how we shot the show, I'm very proud that you get to see a lot of Dougie's shoe choices, because, Katina, who did the costumes, we got to pick out some pretty epic shoes. Like in the clip of one of the things that you added to the show, Tom, where I'm on the seat, you could see the white shoes.
Yeah, that was my note. I was like, where are the shoes?
You said, can you have white shoes in that? And we did.
I said, do we have one where we kind of get we head to toe in frame and see the shoes? I'm sure he's got some very interesting shoes.
But the hard part there was trying to make it so that you see this guy and you kind of write him off right away. But there's something there.
Yeah. Did you wear any sort of, I could picture you maybe wearing Sauvage, like a fragrance also.
I feel bad. I wore so much cologne every time I acted as Dougie. It was disgusting. It was polo green, Michael Jordan cologne. There was some polo red thrown in there, and I sprayed myself at least 25 to 30 times, so that when I entered that room, Dougie just made himself. You could smell him coming from down the hall.
Couldn't you?
It was excessive.
Isn't that Michael Jordan cologne disturbing? Like the shape of the imprint, the silhouette of his basketball head and the back.
We sent the art. I felt bad. We sent the art department on this crazy chase to find the Michael Jordan cologne, just in case you saw it on the edge of the counter through the door in the bathroom. But that's one thing I wish people saw more of, is the inside of Dougie's hotel bathroom, because we spent time on that.
That was my note. To be fair, Benny, was do not show the inside of the bathroom.
We found a good hair shampoo for him that smelled exactly like whiskey.
Okay.
So I don't know why anybody would want to smell like that, but
yeah,
it was fresh hair. No, that's not the proper one.
Well, that
you got to find the one with that. You got to find the one with the basketball imprint. Let's see.
Well, they'll find it. They'll find it. Now,
oh yeah, this is the team.
Yeah. Now, Benny, were you amazed to see our guy Nathan acting up a storm like that? Like, I was. It's one of the most exciting moments in this whole thing was to watch Nathan, capital A, act.
The thing is I always knew that he had it inside of him.
Mm-hmm.
He has. You can't do the other stuff without having those abilities deep down in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe he hasn't let them out, but
sure.
I always thought it was. I had a lot of fun whenever Nathan went there. So there it is.
Yeah, there's the cologne.
That's it.
Yes,
I love that. That gives me such joy.
Yes.
Is that me acting? That photo was me acting, or what?
It was the most aggressive transformation you ever did on set. I turned around and Nathan was that.
He was
I was like, now that's acting.
Yes.
That's acting.
No, when I saw Nathan act on this, I was just like, and I agree with you,
he's out of control.
Yes.
He's out of control. There's that argument in episode 3 where he hits a tenor of sadness and desperation that's both horrifying and hilarious.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. How about you, Nathan? Were you up for the moment to do this, or was this something you had some trepidation about?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for that compliment.
I think we're looking at the only problem I see is Benny and Nathan splitting the Emmy vote.
Oh no, we made sure we made sure that we'll take care of that.
Okay.
I don't know if you know, but you know, I actually dyed my hair for the show. So that's part of acting is sometimes when you play a character, you it's not your real hair. So I dyed it a dark brown, and as you can see, I'm gray hair in real life. So But I don't know if anyone out there has dyed their hair before, but it's an awful experience.
Well, you pay the price as an actor. Benny did a transformation. You did a transformation.
You have to go in every 2 weeks and have someone put tinfoil in your hair and paint it.
I had to
sit in a heater. And then if you want to get your real hair back at the end of it, you have to wait like 5 months for it to grow back, where it's in this embarrassing phase where
it looks
it's like red. It turns red. And so I was trying to like hide myself because I looked like, you know, like a 70-year-old like rocker or something.
Like,
I mean, no offense to older bands.
Yeah, no offense to Ace Frehley or.
Well, if we're gonna go in on the amount of,
but you know what I mean,
work,
Tom. You know what I'm talking about. You know,
you're talking about hard work and dedication.
Older rockers will try to look young, right, by dyeing their hair.
I don't think they think they're fooling anybody.
Young.
I don't know if they think they're fooling anybody.
But you know how they'll dye it, like it'll be so clearly dyed that it's like you're not looking at. You're like, oh, I'm looking at this dyed hair.
Well, it's also the hair itself looks like it's barely holding on to the dye. Do you know what I mean? It's like
right, and it's like you'll see some on the skin. Like the dye will be like on the hair, but it will also be. But anyways, you know, you'll see, and there's no offense to these types of guys, because these guys look great. I don't even know who those people are, Tom.
Well, that was Ace Frehley and Paul Stanley from Kiss. That was
okay.
Well, they're doing their final show. They're doing their final show soon.
Yeah.
Anyways, all I'm saying is, I'm not saying that that's like a bad look. I'm just saying it's not a look I'm used to. So
sure,
you see these guys and their skin is so wrinkled, but their hair looks like they're 15. You know, because they're like you.
Well, it's also
there's something like it's like visual cognitive dissonance, Tom.
Well, I think it's also, but Nathan, it's also
you're like,
more
well,
just
is this guy like a kid or is he old?
It's not possible for the hair to be that color anymore. That's the other thing, right? At some point, it's just not possible.
I'm old too now, so I think that's part of the problem. Is like I looked like one of these,
Nathan, you
were actually
great.
Really excited to dye your hair. You were like, "Oh, this is going to be this is what I want to do," and maybe you actually even said, "Maybe after this is done, I could just keep this going, and nobody would know."
Yeah, Nathan, this
is Benny. In a time where it's so hard to get real information, and there's so many lies out there, why are you adding more lies?
Well, it's not a lie. It's my opinion. It's my opinion.
No, you said it's something I said.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so much news. You can't trust anything these days. And not we.
That is true.
Canadian, but you guys have an election coming up. Well, we might too. But you have an election coming up, and I know that the truth is important, and so I think.
Sure. No, I think it's important to take a stand. Look, you both went for it in terms of.
That's kind of a question too. In this time of just one thought, though, like in a time of lies and truth, would you consider like dyeing your hair like that, like to be the rocker type? Is that a lie? If you're trying to convince people that's your real hair,
I don't think they're trying to convince.
Something to think about.
You think?
Yeah,
you really
I think that's it.
They're trying to convince anybody of anything. I just think they want.
No, it's not a convince, but I think they are counting on the fact that from far away, you'll still get the vague image of who they were when they were younger.
I agree with Benny on that. I agree with Benny.
Yeah.
Now, Nathan,
you got to do that.
Also, it's trying
to
remind you of when they're younger.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I
this
never
is the
really
craziest
thought
thing.
of it that
when
way.
You
actually, that's cool.
But when you look at the thing that's kind of crazy as a society right now is we have
because you look at that and you're like, oh, this reminds.
It's a picture of
young.
It's a picture of Alice Cooper. But Nathan, he's on stage. What do you think? He's going to be up there?
But Alice Cooper gets away with it. He gets away with it because he always had hair like that.
Yeah.
So I think that's the key. Is if you die from like a long time ago, like Kiss has the best idea. Yeah. They got all that makeup on.
Mm-hmm.
They could perform forever.
Yeah. Now, Nathan,
I'm just saying, if we just look at the landscape of all of these legends out there.
Yeah.
There's something strange about the fact that we're having stadiums and everything selling out with these people who are up there in age. That's a weird thing. I don't think we've ever. That's like a.
No,
this is
uncharted territory. This was not supposed to keep going like this.
Exactly. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. Now
you got that Sphere in Vegas.
You got the Sphere in Vegas.
You got to fill all those.
The Curse is actually going to play in the Sphere. Did you know that?
That would be.
We're really excited about it. It's going to be insane. I can't believe they're even doing it. But
look at
those teeth are probably fake too. There
of Wayne Newton. Now,
have you seen Wayne Newton yesterday?
There's a picture of Wayne.
Anyways,
Newton.
Tom,
he did an Instagram thing.
No, Nathan. I wanted to ask. One of the things you like to do, and you didn't do it on this show, you like to work with your pack of losers, and you usually bring them to the party. And this time you went without them. Bill Gates, Santa Claus, the angry PI, the usual crew. They had no role on this show.
I wouldn't refer to people as losers. That seems pretty derogatory, actually.
No, I mean it's well, first of all, it's what you say off air, but secondly, it's
I don't say any of that.
He doesn't say it off air. I'm just joking. It was a
wait.
joke.
Why is everyone saying lies? Like I'm coming on this show and I'm like trying to be an honest guy and give a real interview.
Sure. Okay.
And everyone's
Nathan,
just throwing lies about
ear?
In the lead up to an election that you guys have.
What happened to your other ear?
What do you mean?
One ear looks different than the other ear.
He's got a little AirPod in.
This? They got an AirPod.
Yeah.
Or is that your hearing aid?
Wait, where are you right now, Benny? Someone just walked by in the back.
I know.
I think Benny's at a Costco. people are saying in the chat. That it looks like
I wish I was that. I wish I was.
Yes.
But to get back to it, Nathan has a hearing aid that looks like a headphone, and he always has it in, and as if he thinks that makes it more acceptable.
He's getting so mad right now, Benny. He's so in the flesh right now. He's ready.
It's honestly stuff like this, And
if you really want to talk about, if you want to talk about the post-truth world, if you want to go there, I'll go there.
Yeah.
Okay, because the truth is there is none. It's how you feel and it's how I feel, and they're both equally acceptable.
Yes.
And if you tell me otherwise, you're wrong.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Mm-hmm. Now,
anyway, so that's sort of what the show is about.
Yes. No, the show is
that is actually a very good description of the show.
Yeah. The show really is one of, if not the most, it's unsettling, and it kind of makes you feel like you're in a vice, maybe, but it's not even a vice. It's like even. It's like weirdly like pressing you and like pushing up at a bad angle. It's not even just like a conventional vice where you feel the pressure.
Thank you for that compliment, Tom. That is such nice.
Which should be on the poster.
I'm going to ignore the insult. I'm going to ignore the insult and talk about the vice aspect of it.
Yeah.
One thing I find really fun about the show is when Asher goes to talk to, in episode 1, this is a spoiler if you haven't watched it.
Yeah.
But he goes to talk to the reporter, and she tells him, I need 10 minutes. And then what we did in the show was we took 10 minutes. Essentially. Basically, we spend roughly 10 minutes while he's waiting to go and talk to her again.
Yes.
So there's an element of that pacing to it.
Yeah.
There's a Columbo pacing to it.
Now,
did you watch the old Columbos ever, Tom? Those are great. Huh?
I've seen all of them, Nathan.
Think about it. You watch an episode of this, you know who does the crime.
Of course.
Why are you still watching? You know everything. You want to see him figure it out.
That's how Columbo
you want
gets
to see
it.
him figure it out.
Watch. But there'd be scenes in Columbo where he would go up to a rotary phone. You'd see him dial every number, and it would turn back each one. Every digit, and then he would do the call.
He would wait for the phone would ring.
You're not used to.
Yeah.
The phone would ring. He would wait for the other line to pick up on television.
Yeah. Now,
that's unbelievable.
Is there? I'm not spoiling anything. Benny, Dougie gets his own extended moment. Is that still a part of things?
Oh yes, it's coming up.
Oh boy,
very soon.
Oh boy, oh boy. That's one of the ones where you're just like, how do you defend these long moments if people are just like, are you sure it needs to be that long? Like, I get why it should be that long, these moments, why 10 minutes should actually be 10 minutes. But how do you convey the beauty of that to others, like executives?
And you convince them that they're not making a mistake.
Yes. How do you convince them that this is not the worst mistake they've ever made in their career?
Well, oddly enough, we did have a lot of freedom while we were down there, where it was almost too late. If anybody said that.
Too big to fail is what it's called.
Yeah, kind of. So
no, it's you made something truly amazing, and
I would say too. I would say in general, if you're watching the show, it's there's a lot going on in the frame, and I think people should be paying attention to how, like, don't assume that there's nothing going on. There's things you might be needing to follow that aren't obvious.
Yeah.
And I think it leaves a lot to the viewer, with these wider shots to kind of figure out for themselves, what's important here,
where to focus.
Yeah.
So,
but
I think we like that part of it too. And it's not. It's not really. I know people have been saying, they're uncomfortable, but it's we're not trying to design it to make people uncomfortable. I guess that's like a byproduct, but people aren't sharing their true feelings all the time, and that's sort of real life. But
sure,
yeah, there's frustrating.
I can
things.
see that being uncomfortable sometimes.
I feel like if people are watching something and they may or may not see something that they have done or not done, or it might make you feel uncomfortable to watch somebody do something that is a bad thing, and then experience that in a period of time that really lets you feel what that person is feeling. That, I think, is where that is coming from. We're not trying to kind of make anybody uncomfortable or anybody to kind of writhe in their seat. We're just trying to express what these people are feeling.
Yes.
And that hopefully is translating, and then maybe it makes you uncomfortable. But that's not the end goal. It's not like we sat in a room and thought, oh, we're going to get everybody.
No, because that would fall apart within 15 minutes.
Yes.
Because it would be like if somebody's like, we're going to make something that's so edgy, look out. And it's just like, things like edge are so cheap and disposable. It's like you said, those should be the byproduct of things. Now, one thing I want to ask you, Benny, you're a movie buff.
Okay, but quickly, before we move on, you mentioned The Edge.
Yeah, The Edge.
Is that who you were talking
for
about?
The Sphere?
No?
For when the episode's at the Sphere?
He's going to play he's going to do some of the Medeski music. It's going to be amazing.
It'll be ding 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 ding.
Yeah.
But get that going. Benny, if you were to, what if it was you and it's Nathan in a remake of Husbands?
Oh, wow.
Who would be the third? Who should be the third?
Wow.
Nathan, do you know the movie Husbands? Have you ever seen the movie?
Can it just be one of them?
Yeah. Let me. That's the one with.
His connection is off.
Ben Gazzara and Peter Falk.
Can it be? Did they have
you
to
mean
be
that
alive?
1970s film?
Yeah,
right?
It's coming
That's
back to you. It's coming back.
Tom, do they have to be alive?
That's with.
I mean, preferably they'd be alive.
That guy Ben Gazzara.
Ben Gazzara, yes.
Yeah.
The great Ben Gazzara.
And Peter Falk.
There, yes, close.
Yeah, Falk, right?
Falk, yes.
Yeah,
Columbo.
I'm a big John Cassavetes fan, and so I love that movie, and
sure.
I know it well.
Mm-hmm. So Benny, what would you say? Who would be? I'm
thinking about it because I don't know who would. I don't know who, because the thing is that that was a pretty solidified 3-pack, of people who kind of all riffed on one another. So
yeah,
I don't know who would fall into that.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Oh, you actually are looking to cast this.
Well, I'm throwing ideas out.
Okay.
Andrew Schultz.
That would be fun.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin. You're going everywhere.
We're casting a wide net on this one.
Okay, so let's see. So we have. Okay, let's put it this way: of the people in it, who would you put? Because who's missing?
I think you're missing. I think Benny, you'd probably be in the Cassavetes role. I think Nathan would probably be Peter Falk, and you need somebody to bring that Ben Gazzara energy. Yeah.
Okay, so we need Gazzara energy.
Yeah.
Jason Alexander.
Please, we start shooting tomorrow.
I don't know why he has Gazzara energy. I just thought that would be
that'd be amazing.
That'd be a fun one.
Yeah. Now,
or Larry David would be a fun one.
Larry David would be great for the Husbands remake.
But we got to go Ben Gazzara. It's got to be serious.
Yeah.
Serious actor.
Yeah. Serious actor.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
There you go. He's back.
Done.
He's out of retirement. Done. He came
for
back.
This.
He heard it was Benny and Nathan. He's like, he puts his shoes down. He puts the little cobble hammer down. I'm back. And it just like
it would be
just like Jordan, you get that fax comes through. It says, I'm back. And I will be in Husbands this Christmas.
Husbands Part 2.
Yeah. Now, Benny, this is your first time officially being on the show, but you've been on the best show in the past.
Oh, wait, that's true.
Yes.
I actually tried just now to call in and the number doesn't work. I was going to call in while I was on. And it didn't work.
Because you and your brother Josh would call my show.
Yes.
When you were in high school.
Yes. There was a moment where Ronnie
Bronstein.
Ronnie Bronstein, he and I were working together on a character, and there was an element of disbelief on his part at the realism of my character.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew that he religiously listens to your show.
Yes.
So I took that, and I apologize. I took that as an opportunity to trick you, but to prove to Ronnie that I could do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did this whole thing where I called, I had a whole scene going on, and you were very, very nice,
mm-hmm.
very caring. You did check in to see if that's how I sounded when I first called.
Yeah.
You got the confirmation,
mm-hmm.
and you were very pleasant. And it helped me prove to Ronnie that it could actually work what we were doing.
So you basically used to prank phone call me.
Yes, I did. So, all I wanted to do was get gomped.
That's
amazing. All I wanted to do.
Well, Benny. Also, why isn't Ronnie the third one in Husbands?
Oh, that's a great idea.
Ronnie should be the third one. The star of Daddy Longlegs.
Done.
The greatest acting performance anybody's ever seen, and then he retires.
So you know what? Done. He'll send in the fax.
Yeah.
He'll send in the fax.
I'm back in acting.
Back in acting.
He's back again.
That's a great idea. Well, he already looks like he was there in Husbands. You know, he has that.
It's got to be Ronnie.
Bravado.
Yeah. This I cannot wait. Husbands 2. The sons, you're the sons of the husbands.
But we miraculously all reenacted their faults and their problems. So we're going through the same thing.
It starts off split screen 3 ways. The three of you longingly looking at photos of your father, framed photos. And then then your alarms go off and you realize, I got to go hang out with the dudes.
But the thing is like, I guess, we got to hang out and just be ourselves.
Yeah. Now,
it is a great movie for anybody who hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
The remake, you should watch it before the remake comes out.
Yeah. See the original. It's like,
although I made the mistake of seeing the original not in its original format.
Okay.
And it was square.
Okay.
So I didn't know for the longest time. There's a scene where he's on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that there were other people on the other side of the phone booth.
Were you watching it on TikTok?
I was watching it on a tube television.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
the original TikTok.
The original TikTok was a TV with an antenna.
Yes.
So, well, look, final thing I'm going to ask you both. One thing I like about the two of you both have the greatest taste in music of anybody I've ever met. You both love the good stuff.
Thank you.
What would you recommend for people who are looking for some new sounds to listen to?
Me?
What's your pick to click for 2023? What do you like? What are you listening to now?
Interesting. Actually, let's see. I'm opening it up. I'm opening up my Spotify right now. I've kind of gotten into a very strange algorithm on Spotify. I've been hit with a lot of 70s Arabic rock and roll, and it's pretty amazing.
Okay.
One of these is called The Wizard.
Okay.
You know that? That's a good one.
Okay.
Let's see what else I got in here. I'm always listening to Pink Floyd. Can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you love all that jam stuff.
I love all that jam stuff. You know me.
Grateful Dead.
You know
love
me.
them.
I'm there on Drug Bridge. You catch me on Drug Bridge.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
And this new Bob Dylan Budokan series is just out of control.
That's the 78 stuff.
Oh my God. I can't even believe what he did to some of these songs. And it's the best thing there's a version of Don't Think Twice. It's All Right, which is, I sent it to a friend and he's like, this is like the Carnival Cruise version.
Yeah.
And he's not wrong, but it's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
No,
the fact that this guy just goes in and makes these incredibly new, totally detached versions is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, there's I think actually A24, I did a playlist with A24 that'll be out on Friday.
Okay.
And then I'll make sure people see that. But that was stuff that we were listening to, or I was listening to while making The Curse and stuff. So there's relevant information in there.
Of course. No.
But
and Nathan, what are you listening to now?
There's also that new band, Drug Dealer. You know that band?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're gonna love you mentioning them.
Really?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I know the dude in Drug Dealer. Nathan.
Yeah.
What are you listening to?
Right now he's listening to something in my headphone.
Well, actually, I don't know. There's a lot of Canadian music, I think, that's like fairly unknown for American audiences. So I think if I had to suggest things for your viewers,
you can do Neil Young.
I've been
He's
getting
a crossover.
into there's a Canadian band called Love Inc. that I've kind of started to listen to a little more again. They were sort of a bit of like a techno a techno group.
Okay.
That was really popular when I was in high school. I can play a little bit if you want to hear.
A little bit of Love Inc.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's the noise canceling. It won't do it.
Can you hear?
No.
Zoom doesn't let you do this.
Zoom doesn't let you do it, Nathan.
You can't hear?
No.
It's AI taking over the world.
Yeah.
Zoom has AI built into the platform to steal our likeness and also to steal the music that you play into it. So
yes. So
well, this is Tom. You can pull it up on the stream.
I will. I'm going to end the show with some Love Inc. How about that?
Oh, there it is. Look at that. Wait. Watch this.
Can I suggest?
Wait, somebody put me on the screen. Wait, this only does it on the iPad. Put me on the screen where I'm next to Tom.
The screen.
Yeah, here we go.
You can see me? Can you guys see me?
You are on the screen, yeah. You're on screen now. Wow, look at that.
Why?
Fireworks.
Why? You do
cool.
double thumbs up and that happens.
What's that congratulates about? Because that's how good you are, Benny. You generate fireworks. Now, Benny, one thing, final question for you, Benny, is I've heard that over the last couple of years, you've gotten into collecting antique cars.
Antique cars?
Yeah, that's what I was told.
Huh.
By someone close to you. Is that... No?
I have the 57 Chevy.
Okay.
I have there's a Camino that it was like a modified, it was like a Mercedes modified into like an El Camino, which is pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a diesel one.
Sure.
So that one actually runs on biodiesel fuel.
Sure, of course.
And I think there's a
well, you're not into cars. What are you talking about?
There's like a Fiat but from Europe, where the steering wheel is it's actually on the proper side.
Sure.
And it has like a little camper thing.
Okay.
So that's
Is this a
pretty cool.
joke?
No.
You're not into cars.
I have a whole bunch of these. The thing is they're older, so I get them and I fix them up, and that's part of the fun.
Nathan, Benny lives in New York City. It's made for people to collect cars there.
Yeah.
Benny is afraid of driving.
Maybe
that's why I collect cars. That is why. I can't drive them.
Yeah.
So they're going to stay in perfect condition.
Yeah.
Wait, are you guys messing with me?
Mint in box, they say.
I actually want to know who said that I'm into cars.
Look, I get these. My research team does a lot of deep
Literally,
dives.
Nathan is right. I see a car and I pee my pants.
Did you know that, Tom?
I didn't, Nathan.
I love it. Here's the thing: is I do love.
No, it's not. It's actually
true.
insane. He's a full grown man with a driver's license, and he is afraid to drive.
Okay.
Over a certain mile per hour.
No, 100 at fully afraid to drive. And you'll see in the show there are a couple scenes where he has to drive, and he's like crying on the walkie-talkie, like, "I don't want to do anymore. That's enough. That's enough." I'm not kidding.
Sadly, that is true. I happen to. They put me.
I'm scared. I'm scared. It's enough.
I find myself, and I'm surrounded by lowriders.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to turn on the headlights of the Mustang,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm in the middle of all of this stuff, and everybody's honking at me, screaming at me. And then I'm like, I don't know how to get out of this. It's probably the first time I've driven in 13 years. And so I do
I
this
had to pick
thing.
him up to take him to set every day.
Sure. Well, look.
And Nathan, although there was that amazing time, and this is how afraid of driving I am. This is the perfect story. Because you put this to me, Nathan, the other day where I'm like, I don't know why. So we're driving back. It's an overnight. It's probably 4:35 in the morning. Okay. I'm driving back. Nathan is driving back, and I look over, and he's fast asleep. Nathan is fast asleep at the wheel, and so I give him a little
we don't have
nudge.
to get into this.
But I give him a little nudge,
yeah.
to wake him up. I open the windows, but why didn't I offer to drive? I was that scared of driving.
You'd rather have a sleeping driver. You'd rather have somebody asleep in the driver's seat than you be in the driver's seat.
That was more comforting to me that Nathan was half awake at the wheel.
Yeah. Than you saying, hey, I can take it from here.
Actually like 10 and 2.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow.
But
look,
I will say this. I don't know what's happened, as I've gotten a little older, but and once 9:30 p.m. hits, it's really tough for me to stay awake no matter what I'm doing.
Okay.
That is true.
It's hard.
And it might, it probably fools you when my hair's dyed dark brown. You'd be like,
who's this youngster? But everybody's like, who's this youngster behind the wheel? Right? Well, look, Nathan Fielder, Benny Safdie, you're two of my favorites, if not my two favorites.
Wow.
And
you seem to be unsure about that.
Oh, look, you're top 6. You're easily both top 6.
Who are the others?
Anybody who says like top, that's not like 5 or 10, it means you're 6 when they say that. like you're in my top 9.
Top 2.
Yeah, top
You're
2
not
means you're
number 1.
second. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not number 1.
So, look, the show is so great. The Curse, I love it.
867.
And I'm loving watching everybody react to it. And all I'll say is catch up. You don't know nothing yet.
All of these nice
And
words
Tom,
are very appreciated.
Yeah,
Tom. Thank you.
It's so nice, and I want to say thank you for having us on this show.
Thank you.
The best show is one of
Thank you for
my favorite
continuing
shows
this
of
thing.
all time. Definitely one of my top 11 shows.
There we go, Topple. I'll take it. With you, I'll take it. I know the crowd you roll with.
You're such a delight. You're an amazing interviewer, always asking really unique questions, always knowing so much about your guests, but being so generous with your praise and being so warm in the way you deliver that praise.
Well,
and I just want to thank you again for having me.
Of course.
You're one of America's top talents.
Nathan, that's the nicest thing I've ever heard. And I don't know why Benny's laughing so hard at that.
Because the way he said top.
Look.
Top talents. But that's such a vapid phrase.
I mean, your fans know, maybe there's one person listening to this who's never heard this show before, but I will say this. Tom is a comedy legend. And I what's the term, like demand, but not as hard? What's the word, like something like
implore.
I implore you to go back to the beginning of the Best Show and listen from the start.
Yes.
Check out the Best Show gems.
Look at this.
Oh, the calls and all the calls.
Yeah.
This
all
guy
the calls
changed
are the best.
changed the face of comedy, and
Thank
I don't
you.
know
Well,
what else
look.
to say. It's some of the best. I guess I don't want to get into it, right?
Nathan,
but anyways,
It is
great.
kind of, I didn't even realize this is my first time on the show.
Yeah, this is it. Officially.
Because I was on the show, but I was not official. That is crazy.
You're well welcome. And I hope it's not
It was
the
a
last.
pleasure.
I hope it's not the last.
a pleasure.
Benny, you're the greatest. Nathan, you're the greatest.
Thank you.
Thank
Tom.
you both. And The Curse,
Thank
everybody
you.
check it out. All right.
Yeah, don't sleep on it.
Don't sleep on it. All right. All right. Thanks so much, guys.
All right. See ya.
Okay. All right. That was fun.
Can I still stick around?
Yo,
or
you
no?
could, Benny, you do whatever you want.
This is I was just on the phone the other, I called a doctor and I didn't hang up the phone.
Yeah.
And it was like 5 minutes went by and I just heard on the,
there it is.
Amazing.
Husbands
That's
too.
great. That's great.
It's
but I
already
was
up.
on the phone and I just put my phone down and then all of a sudden through the little speaker I heard, you can disconnect the phone.
Wow.
The poor guy, because he can't hang up. I didn't realize he couldn't hang up on me.
Well, Benny,
that would look bad.
I'm going to
But
say
anyway.
this, Benny. You can
I can hang
disconnect
up?
the phone.
Okay, I can.
All right. Thanks, guys.